Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the What If. Chapter 12. We may only have a non-aggression pact with Kumo, but we have to deepen that alliance. Sarutobi-sensei laid the groundwork well. We need to build on it as fast as possible, Tsunade said to the assembled council. They were all here. All the great clans of Konoha were represented by their respective clan heads, save for the Uchiha. The aftermath of the invasion weighed heavily on the upper hierarchy of Konoha, causing them to assemble and take decisions on the village's future. Kumo is hardly trustworthy, Hokage-sama. They are traitorous dogs who break their word at the drop of a hat. We have seen this for ourselves. What guarantee do we have that the Raikage won't dishonor our agreement the same way he did when he authorized Hinata's kidnapping? Hiyashi asked in a cold voice. Some shinobi in the room were nodding their heads, mostly Hyuga Junin. It had affected the Hyuga clan deeply when they were forced to sacrifice the branch family head to preserve the Byakugan's secrets. Tsunade looked at Naruto, who stood up and faced Hiyashi calmly. You speak the truth, Hiyashi-san. They may very well try to dishonor our treaty when it conveniences them. Ninja have never been ones for honor, have we? We protect what is ours at all costs even if everything else burns. Mito watched with rapt attention as her husband began to gather the support of the clans. Hashirama was always very charismatic, in speech and action. The opposite of Madara, she thought. Madara was forceful, convincing his subordinates with his awe-inspiring strength. But Hashirama. But then, Hiyashi began to reply. There is one thing, Hiyashi-san, which you have forgotten. The Raikage will have heard the truth of Naruto's actions on the battlefield. To beat Onoki and his army simultaneously is no mean feat, as you well know. He will be afraid to oppose Konoha with what strength Kumo has now. I assume that is why the non-aggression pact was inked to last for just 3 years, enough time for Kumo to gather its strength. Only when Kumo is at her full might will the Raikage try to lean out of his neutrality, finished Tsunade. What if he is favoring Akatsuki all this time, and simply keeping Konoha out of the picture till he is ready? Yamanaka Inoichi questioned with a somber face. Unlikely. As far as we know, Akatsuki have no foothold in Kumo. Jiraiya-sama, to your knowledge have Kumo hired Akatsuki even once? Kakashi asked. No, they have never hired Akatsuki in any capacity. We need have no worry about them turning to Akatsuki. But that begs the question. Why the 3 years of non-aggression? And if Tsunade is right, why would they need to gather strength so fast? Jiraiya pondered. The council wondered silently at this question. They would need to profile the Raikage perfectly if they were to take any decision on the Kumo alliance. Naruto thought deeply. He had been the very first Kage, and he tried to put himself in the Raikage's shoes. If he were Kumo's Kage, what would he do? The answer came to him naturally, decades of leading Konoha coming to the forefront. I think, Naruto said loudly, causing the council members to look his way. I think the Raikage does not want to make any alliances under threat of another nation's power. Konoha is very strong right now, and Kumo frantically making alliances would reek of weakness. That would be very bad for their business. Making a non-aggression pact, however, undermines them in no way, especially when Hiruzen was the one that initiated it. Tsunade's face lit up in comprehension. Of course, only after gathering power as best as he can will the Raikage be ready for an alliance. He won't compromise Kumo's business at any cost. Allying out of fear with our village will lose them their clientele. All fine and good, but how do we get Kumo to give members to the Akatsuki response team? That is all we really want out of this alliance, exclaimed Chuza. Tsunade's face calmed as she considered the problem. We will have to send our shinobi to convince him of the threat, and form the team. I think it best if Naruto goes. The Raikage is aware of his reputation, and he will take the proposal seriously. Kumo respects strength much like the Uchiha. Naruto nodded in assent. He would do everything in his power to keep the village safe during his extended absence. Kushina, you must depart to Kiri to negotiate our proposal. The Godime Mizukage is a friend of Konoha and to you, and it seems we can count on her succor. What do you say? I agree, Hokage-sama. Mei is a long-time comrade of mine, and she will give fair hearing to any proposal of Konoha. I will leave within 3 days, said the beautiful Uzumaki woman. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction, as did the elders and the rest of the council. Naruto and Mito stiffened. From the Uchiha compound emanated a chakra which was unpleasantly familiar. The couple could sense the chakra clearly. It was cold and blazed with hatred and grief. Mangekyo Sharingan, roared Kurama in the vaults of Naruto's mind. Sasuke was suffering, and his Sharingan was reflecting it. Naruto and Mito glanced at each other even as they felt the chakra from the Mangekyo Sharingan increasing rapidly. It reeked of hatred. Of course, its malice was not even close to Madara's, but it was alarming considering the fact that it was Sasuke who was emitting that chakra. He must have found out the truth about Itachi. But how? I kept sensing him at the Nakano shrine all this while. Not good. He should never have gotten the truth this soon and by himself. I always intended for Itachi to tell him the unvarnished truth. Hokage-sama, an urgent matter has come to our attention. Please excuse us, requested Naruto. What? Questioned Kushina. Sasuke's chakra is increasing. At this rate, he may release his anger on the village. I need to leave, fast. Ka-san, finish the discussion of your mission to Kiri. It is important, whispered Naruto to Kushina. If Sasuke was too far gone, he might even attack Kushina. He will never forgive himself if he does that, thought Naruto. He would let his mother meet Sasuke only after he was calmer and willing to listen. He knew all too well the mad rage of a Mangekyo Sharingan user. Nothing would reach them except force. The entire assembly stared at this odd interruption, as did Tsunade. But when she saw the urgency in her grandfather's eyes, she knew he was not playing. It truly was important. She nodded her assent. Whatever it is, grandfather will take care of it. I must concentrate on Kumo and the village council. Naruto and Mito disappeared without a sound. Sasuke's anger spiked and the black fires of Amaterasu burnt the table into ashes, leaving the documents upon it intact. His Mangekyo Sharingan caused him to leak chakra, a manifestation of his chaotically churning emotions. Brother, why did you give up so much for the village? Why? You were used cruelly by both Uchiha and Konoha, and yet you chose Konoha in the end. What is so special about Konoha that you saw fit to massacre our entire clan for it? Mother, father. Sasuke's eyes were shedding tears of blood, his face contorted in grief. He could not grasp the truth. The Uchiha were all dead, dead because of the politics of an indifferent village. He lived alone, memories of his tortures and his parents' bodies assaulting him every night. Only it was not torture, was it? You chose to spare me in your extermination. You gave me the will to awaken the Sharingan, even if it is hatred. Itachi, his beloved brother, had taken on the burdens of two selfish groups of shinobi and suffered for it. From what he read in the records, the Uchiha were planning a coup, intending to overthrow the Hokage and the entire administration. Brother, you should have taken me with you. This village does not deserve you and neither did our clan. Fools. They had to go and tear our family apart. A fresh batch of tears made their way down his cheeks as he thought of the happy memories he had of Itachi. His rage grew as he thought of what had been taken from him. They had been inseparable. He had adored Itachi more than anyone else. His older brother had been his role model, his idol, the one he wanted to impress above all others. The one who mattered to him above all others. His eyes blazed red as he thought of what had become of him. For years, he had thrown his complete hatred at Itachi. But it turned out now that Itachi was merely acting in the interests of Konoha. Konoha. It always came down to Konoha. They were the ones who ordered the extermination of my clan. The records say Itachi was working for Root, a division of the Anbu headed by Danzo Shimura. He walked out of the shrine, eyes permanently at Mangekyo Sharingan. His tears had ceased, leaving his anger to smolder like lava. There was one group of shinobi who oversaw all the decisions made by the Hokage. The Council of Three, consisting of Mitokado Homura, Utatane Kaharu and Shimura Danzo. The Sandaime is dead. The only ones who know the full truth of the massacre are the Council of Three. I will tear my answers from them, they who dared to massacre the Uchiha. They were the ones who saw fit to make me and my brother orphans. He traveled through the village in a series of shunshin, barely keeping his mind together in his grief and rage. I will make them pay, brother. For what they did to you and me, I will make them all pay. One day, I will seek out everyone responsible for the massacre and massacre them. This is my vow as a shinobi and Uchiha. Naruto and Mito followed the trail of Sasuke's chaotic chakra towards the south quarter of the village, a ways away from the Uchiha compound. Sadness wormed into his heart as he and Mito fled towards Sasuke. The young Uchiha was always meant to hear the truth from Itachi. Who knows what twisted facts had been given to Sasuke? Naruto winced as he felt an increase in Sasuke's grief. It reminded him painfully of when he had lost Itama. Sasuke is already at the quarters of Homura. I believe he wishes to get the truth from one of the three. They won't stand for such insubordination, Hashirama. Sasuke will be declared nuke nin if he attacks them. Itachi's work will all be for naught if that happens, exclaimed Mito worriedly. Naruto flared his senses and saw that Sasuke had stopped at the entrance to Homura's house. Unfortunately, the Council of Three were absent from the day's meeting. Homura would be at his place of residence, vulnerable to Sasuke's anger. We need to find him and talk him down immediately. If Sasuke experiences any more grief, if his love is destroyed completely, then a new Madara will be born, finished Mito. She took Naruto's hand, and the two disappeared towards Sasuke's location. The afternoon wind blew in the streets of Konoha. The village was relatively empty, the civilians taking to their houses in the wake of a hot summer. Three masked Anbu appeared in front of Sasuke as he stood before the opulent residence of Mitokado Homura. His face was schooled into impassiveness, not betraying the smoldering anger within. I wish to see Homura-sama. It is important. The Anbu in the center stepped forward, keeping his mask on. He had a hand upon his sword, as did his colleagues. The three exuded a sense of danger, their experience and power apparent to Sasuke's eyes. Homura-sama is unavailable, Uchiha-san. If there is a message, I will be glad to deliver it to the counselor. Is there anything you want to tell him? Sasuke's eyes burned red. I wish to see him, now. Calm yourself, Sasuke-san. A Chunin makes no demands of Anbu. Homura-sama is far above your station and deserves your respect. How dare you come before us and demand to see him so brashly? Sasuke's face went blank. You think yourself above me? Don't delude yourself. As the last Uchiha, I demand audience with Homura, he asked coldly. You are in no position to make demands of your superiors. Withdraw now, and your transgression will be forgotten. The clans are beneath the Council of Three, Uchiha Sasuke, said another Anbu. Sasuke's eyes widened at his audacity. After what he had read, this was the last thing to be said to him. Beneath them, are we? He whispered dangerously. Rage and despair obliterated all reason, the desire for revenge consuming everything in him. Amaterasu. The arrogant Anbu screamed as he was roasted alive by the unquenchable heavenly flames. He swept his eyes over them, and the other two Anbu were aflame as well. Kicking aside the convulsing and burning trio, he made his way towards his target. Time to deal with Homura. If he was indeed the one who gave the order for the massacre, Sasuke would make him suffer. Only then would he move on to Kaharu and Danzo. He scowled as Amaterasu burnt another hostile Anbu to ash floating in the wind. I will cleanse corruption from this village with the same eyes you gave me, Ni-san. Stop, Sasuke. Sasuke turned and saw an unwelcome sight. His friend Naruto and the woman Mito were standing side by side. His flames were gone completely, leaving two badly burnt Anbu and one moderately burnt. The Anbu in relatively good condition disappeared. Sasuke spat blood as he looked down at his opponent's katana buried in his gut. He coughed blood as Mito appeared to support him. He could see the compassion and sadness in her lovely face as she staunched the flow of blood from his wound. Enough, said Naruto firmly as he finished healing the two Anbu. Thick vines sprouted from the ground, restraining the Anbu as he moved in for a finishing blow against Sasuke. Sasuke got up with difficulty and began staggering towards Homura's location again. Naruto appeared in front of him and laid two fingers on his neck. He saw Naruto looking at him sadly as the blackness consumed him. He gave into it willingly as it washed away his suffering. The meeting was over, and Tsunade was informed of Sasuke's mental upheaval. Kakashi and Jiraiya had joined Mito, Kushina, Tsunade and Naruto in waiting for Sasuke to wake. How was it possible for Sasuke to get the truth? S-class secrets are concealed in a room with highest ceiling security, and require both the Hokage's authorization and the Council's to access. No one can possibly penetrate the security of that room. Unless, trailed of Kushina, a contemplative look upon her face. Unless the perpetrator knows of those secrets. The only other way to know of an S-class secret is to be part of the event that spawned those secrets. Itachi definitely did not put those documents there, which means that someone else did. The only other one involved in the massacre was the imposter. The imposter was the one who put those documents there, said Naruto, looking around seriously at the gathered shinobi. Imposter? Questioned Jiraiya. The others looked interested. 14 years ago, for some reason, there was an Uchiha who awoke the bloodlust of the Kyuubi with his Mangekyo Sharingan. He was the cause of the Kyuubi attack. My father defeated both him and the Kyuubi in combat, causing him to flee in defeat, said Naruto, pausing to gather his thoughts. Whom did he impersonate? Questioned Tsunade with trepidation. Uchiha Madara, answered Naruto grimly. The others gasped, shocked at the answer. Madara's very name led to death and destruction, such was the terror he inspired in the hearts of shinobi the world over. Jiraiya questioned him with doubt marring his face. Is it possible that he really is Madara? Impossible. I killed Madara in our final battle. This man is an imposter, and Itachi told me that he was helped by the imposter to end the Uchiha clan during his final mission. This imposter is pulling strings from the shadows, even pain defers to him for some reason. Ero Sennin, can you give me the document Sasuke was reading? Naruto requested. Jiraiya handed over Madara's letter to Naruto, who read it in a few seconds. He handed over the letter to Mito with a shocked face. Mito's expression became shocked as well. What happened, Naruto? Questioned Kushina worriedly. This handwriting is definitely Madara's. The imposter should definitely have access to Madara's writings. My old friend invented some extremely dangerous techniques, and in the wrong hands, they can be very damaging, said Naruto. Hashirama is right. We have to oppose Akatsuki with the assumption that this imposter knows the Uchiha Kenjutsu. That is not good at all, pondered Mito with a deep frown on her face. Why did he put those writings and truths there anyway? Asked Jiraiya. He meant to unbalance Sasuke, I think. A Mangekyo user was rare even in the old days. Now, they are precious. It was to engender hatred against Konoha in Sasuke so he could be manipulated into Akatsuki's side. He obviously did not count on me influencing Sasuke. The will of fire is too strong in him, now, said Naruto with satisfaction. How can you say that, Oji-san? He attacked Homura at his own house, exclaimed Tsunade. Yes, he did, but I could sense in him no hatred against Konoha as a whole. He rightly wanted to kill only those responsible for his clan's extinction. It is not feasible to our village, but from a shinobi's perspective you have to admit it right. Everyone fell silent at these words. It was a wonder that Sasuke had not turned his rage on the entirety of Konoha. It spoke volumes of the young man's moral fiber. A groan at the makeshift bed woke them up. Kushina had insisted firmly that they all be there to watch over Sasuke, and that Sasuke rest in the security of a sealed Hokage's chamber. They watched solemnly as Sasuke sat up groggily and opened his eyes. The moment he saw who he was facing, the anger on his face receded. A look of absolute despair stole across his face. Kushina, unable to bear her adopted son's suffering, rushed to him and hugged him tightly. Sasuke began to shed tears silently at this forgotten gesture of affection. The loss on his face deepened even more as he thought of his destroyed family and clan. Brother, he whispered brokenly. Kushina hugged him tighter, whispering soothing words to him. It's all right, Sasuke-kun. It's all right. She slowly released him from her embrace, looking at him tenderly. Sasuke looked at them all, noting their expressions. I only wanted answers from Homura, Hokage-sama. True answers. A manuscript, however authentic, cannot be fully trusted. As for the Anbu, I only wished to get past them. You know that you can't do that if you fail to attack with deadly force. Anbu are lethal. I understand, Sasuke. I am willing to overlook your actions this once, for Konoha itself is not blameless. Now, consider your answer carefully. You know the truth of Itachi's past. No, I don't blame all of Konoha. It was the actions of a select few that brought about our tragedy, and I blame only those few. And if my brother saw fit to sacrifice everything for Konoha, then who am I to trample upon his legacy? Asked Sasuke with grief written all over his face. There was no way he would risk the bonds he had made with Naruto, Kushina-san, and others in search of an empty revenge. Regret filled him at what he had almost lost in his vendetta against Homura. What? Tsunade could barely contain her surprise. That was an answer she truly did not expect. Naruto and Kushina looked proud, and Mito looked approving. Sasuke was maturing rapidly and thinking logically. You could have learned from your descendants, Madara. These two brothers are superior to you and Izuna in so many ways. Maybe even in power. Definitely in their thoughts and loyalty. I was foolish to completely believe the words in a piece of paper. It may fit the events, but the fact remains that writings can say anything. Only my brother knows what truly happened, Sasuke pondered. His rage was cooling down as he considered the facts. That is what I told you before, Sasuke-kun. The part about Itachi sacrificing the Uchiha to keep Konoha's peace is quite true. But the motivations behind the acts of the Uchiha clan go very deep. You must ask Itachi and him alone. Before you make decisions on information from some unknown third source, make sure that source is authentic. No source is more authentic than your brother, admonished Kushina gently. Sasuke considered, the resolve in his face mounting. I have to meet him. My mind won't be at peace till I hear the truth from my brother. I have to meet him and learn the truth from him, said Sasuke desperately. Naruto nodded. It was up to Sasuke to decide upon his next course of action, as this was entirely an Uchiha affair. All he could do was arm the young Uchiha with information. Listen carefully, Sasuke. Let me tell you of what truly happened during the Kyuubi attack. I heard everything about the imposter, Naruto. I was awake by then. You people did not notice me till I made the sound, said Sasuke. Mito and Naruto grinned. Kushina and Tsunade were looking at Sasuke with pride and amazement still coloring their faces, unable to believe the maturity with which Sasuke was handling the situation. This generation of Uchiha were extraordinary indeed. Itachi is part of a group called Akatsuki whose aims are hostile towards Konoha. Sasuke interrupted. You mean he is Konoha's spy? He joined that organization as a missing nin, did he not? He did. He took your mother's eyes, by the way. His eyes are now eternal. Sasuke seemed to be deep in thought. He finally lifted up his head to stare at the assembled shinobi in the room. I need to come to terms with this revelation and think on my future. Give me another 3 days. You have my word that Konoha is safe from me. Don't attack the council either, Sasuke. At least not yet. Danzo has sunk very low, and from what Naruto tells me, he has alarming beliefs. Homura and Kaharu are controlled by him as well, said Tsunade warningly. Fine, but they will pay for their crimes against my clan, make no mistake. He said with venom. Mito nodded approvingly. If anyone could understand devotion to a slaughtered clan, it was her. Sasuke, it might be possible for you to meet Itachi sometime in the next few years. What do you think, Mito? Asked Naruto. Mito looked considering, as did Tsunade and Kushina. Do you really want to take him? She asked, glancing at Sasuke. Naruto nodded. That way he could continue to help Sasuke and free him from his suffering. What are you talking about? How can I meet Itachi? Asked Sasuke with confusion. Naruto grimaced. We will tell you after you have fully calmed down, Sasuke. If you agree, we might have to change many plans. Go rest, Sasuke. You have had too many revelations for one day. Sasuke looked mutinous for a few moments, then sighed and nodded. I need to think more upon this. See you later, everyone, said Sasuke absently as he disappeared with a shunshin. Naruto noted with pride that Sasuke had barely made a seal to use that technique. The young Uchiha's power was increasing. Slowly by his own standards, but surely. Raikage's office, Kumogakure. The Yondaime Raikage lounged on his chair leisurely, listening absently to his brother's nonsensical conversation with Yugito. B as usual was rapping, causing Yugito to sweat drop so much that I wondered if she had invented a new water jutsu. These days, only issues of international power balances occupied his mind. Suna and Iwa were getting closer and closer, Akatsuki meshed with them dangerously. Konoha's god of shinobi, Uzumaki Naruto had risen to become a very fearsome shinobi. The tides of time were swirling in a very specific pattern, and if he did not read that pattern, Kumo would perish. He knew that there was wisdom in allying with Konoha, but international situations did not allow him to do so. Kumo could not afford to appear weak. So he had been speaking with the Mizukage on the matter. The two Kage were alarmed by Suna and Iwa's near military reorganization. They were trying to find out the identity of the new Kage, but Suna had not released that information till now. So he had sent a team to get intelligence on the general state of Suna. Accessing Iwa was impossible, they were under martial law. No shinobi could penetrate Iwa with a high degree of risk, and Kumo could lose its neutrality if Iwa were to uncover one of its spies. So information from Iwa had to be gotten from Suna. Reikage-sama, she and Darui have successfully completed their missions and await your audience. Shall I send them in? Asked his sexy secretary, Mabui. Sat up with barely concealed eagerness and signaled Mabui to send them in. We got the intel, said Darui in a bored voice. She nodded tiredly. It seemed they had an exhausting mission. Go on, tell me what you learned. A brief report will do. I expect a detailed one tomorrow. Darui nodded. He had spiky white hair, and carried a cleaver sword. He was a very strong ninja, having inherited the black lightning from the third Reikage. She was a sensor ninja just below Yugito's caliber. Suna's new Kage is Yura, a former councilman. Also he is a formidable shinobi. Suna has authorized the recruitment and training of wartime shinobi, and they have begun gathering shinobi mercenaries in earnest. Their armies are slowly growing. Civilian law is erased, leaving shinobi supreme in the village. The new Kage has authorized research into the highly destructive techniques of the third Kage, and other jutsu suited only for large-scale destruction. They are beginning a long-period mobilization, strengthening their village from the inside. The Reikage sat silent at this. Suddenly B burst into speech. We're gonna kick their asses. Just like Naruto kicked Iwa asses. I'm the Hachibi, and I'll let my power free. We, yelled B. Yugito face-palmed and ignored him completely. What about Iwa? What is going on with them? Disturbing rumors, Reikage-sama, said Darui shaking his head. Even she looked rather apprehensive. Yugito and B looked at them seriously. What? Asked Yugito curiously. They say Iwa is sealed off to all but Suna, and that Akatsuki is building their bases there legally. I guess Iwa has formally allied itself with Akatsuki. I think when the time comes, Iwa will merge with Suna to form a larger village. Their alliance is becoming stronger by the day, mused Darui. Do not ignore the minor villages, Reikage same. We have reports that Omegakure has allied with Iwa. There are indications of a major power block being born in the elemental countries. Iwa is gathering strength even faster than Suna. After their defeat at the hands of Uzumaki Naruto, they seem to have woken up to their weakness, said Mabui thoughtfully. Reikage-sama, I think we should treat this as a precursor to war. Iwa, Suna, and AIM are allying slowly. Takigakure and Kusagakure are also leaning towards that alliance. Orochimaru's Otogakure has definitely joined in that alliance. We have to somehow find a way to ally with Konoha and Kurigakure. Only then can we oppose the rising power of the Iwa bloc, she analyzed coolly. The Reikage stood up with resolve on his face. His shinobi straightened as they saw the powerful Kage's authority blaze. The Akatsuki is pulling strings from the shadows. They have aims and agendas of their own, and we must be prepared for any major invasion. Darui, begin the preparation of our war response units. Do it slowly and thoroughly. I assume it will take a few years for that alliance to consolidate its power. Then, I fear it will be war, said the Reikage. Darui nodded and disappeared. Looked at the remaining with a thoughtful expression. Summon the full council and arrange a meeting with the daimyo. I will not allow our village to fall, however high be the cost. Akatsuki base. Kakuzu, what is your mission status? Questioned Pain, his Rinnegan shining. Itachi stood beside him with his Sharingan activated permanently. The Akatsuki were present in their spectral forms, all save Orochimaru and the Dujutsu users. Takigakure is easy to persuade, as we thought. They know that Akatsuki has enough power to raise the village to the ground. They are stalling, though. Anyway, prey like them will have to submit sooner or later, said Kakuzu in his deep voice. Hidan, though, was uncharacteristically quiet as he saw Pain and Itachi stand side by side. Good. And you, Deidara and Toby? What is your status? The old man is getting more and more hospitable, yeah. He authorized Akatsuki to hire Iowa forces. The old geezer said he's taken the first step of the merger, finished Deidara smugly. Senpai, you're too good. Leader Sama, you should have seen Senpai talk the old geezer into submission. It was quiet. Toby, cut in Pain. So the merger has begun well. Soon we will have nearly half the shinobi world's power under our control. Kisame and Orochimaru, how is the gathering at Otogakure going? Many of my experiments will soon be ready, Leader Sama. Kisame is at Oto, organizing the mobilization of the nuke Nin. I estimate a few years before we reach the targeted strength, said Orochimaru silkily. Kisame just nodded. Good. Things are on track, then. In 3 years we will begin our move against the Jinchuriki starting from the Aikibi. Let us disperse. The spectral figures all disappeared, leaving Orochimaru, Pain and Itachi facing one another. You have your side of the bargain to fulfill, Pain. I gave you all the information you requested, and am actively rendering my aid to Akatsuki. Will you keep your promise? Questioned Orochimaru sardonically. Come closer, Orochimaru, said Pain. The snake Sanin appeared right in front of the Rinnegan wielder. Itachi observed the happenings quietly, his Sharingan shining red in the dim light of the cave. Pain held out both his hands, palms facing up. 2 crackling lights sprung up in his hands. One was shining red in his left palm, and the other was bright blue in his right palm. Yin and Yang chakras in their purest forms. Itachi's eyes widened as he saw what Pain was doing. He had gained this much mastery over the Rinnegan. Hashirama-sama was wrong. Pain merged both lights into one, his palms now encasing a bright white light. Orochimaru looked on greedily, his snake-like eyes shining maliciously as Pain performed a technique thought lost to the world. It was the creation of all things. Ban Butsu Sozo, Chapter 13, Cage's Office, Sunagakure. Good. You are all here. Now, Baki, what is the status of our borders with Kumo? Last I heard, we were on rather tense terms with their outposts. Baki turned to the cage, but not before shooting a warning glance at the 2 remaining Sand siblings. Temari and Kankuro were distraught, being separated from Gaara for months. It made Baki wonder how those 2 could still love a person who was so heartless. Their bond was truly strong. Yes, Kage-sama, our relations with Kumo are terser than usual. Just yesterday, we had an altercation with their border patrol. The ninja Darui caught our infiltrators and wiped them all out with black lightning. I think we need to step up our skirmishes with the Kumo Junin to keep them at bay. The cage, Yura, steepled his fingers, thinking deeply. Temari and Kankuro were sitting pensively, not even looking at the other 2 occupants of the room. Ever since the invasion of Konoha, Suna had been declining. Who would have thought Uzumaki Naruto to possess such power? By all reports, he was someone who could potentially pose a threat to entire villages. His actions had thrown everyone off balance. No, we need to stop assaulting any other nation. We react for now, but we do not act. The time is not right, said the cage slowly. Baki stared at him, noting this inconsistency of behavior. Yura was always one for action, usually dishonorable action. Kankuro slowly stood up, fixing the cage with a stare. Suna's Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki of the Aikibi no Shukaku, is in foreign hands. My brother, the former cage's son, is in foreign hands. How can you let this slide? Temari pulled him down, looking apologetically at her cage. It was not a good idea to make demands or order the cage around, not a good idea at all. They had to get Gaara on their own. You make a good point. A good point indeed, Kankuro. What are your thoughts on this, Temari? Asked the cage solicitously. Temari was not fooled. Every shinobi had in himself darkness, but not like this cage. He exuded malice, and for no reason. Temari had a feeling that Yura would cast Suna aside easily if it helped him achieve his goals. Gaara is my brother, Kage-sama. Even when he was on his killing rampages, I never stopped seeing him as such. He might be a crazed killer, but he was made such a thing by this village. We owe him, she said strongly. Baki stepped up to face the Kazekage, who stared scrutinizingly at Temari. More than that, Kazekage-sama, we need our Jinchuriki back. Suna is most familiar with the Aikibi, so it is best we have him back. For tactical reasons, it is necessary. Konoha has the Kyubi, the strongest of them all. Kumo has Hachibi and Nibi. Iwa has Gobi and Yanbi. Kiri has Rokubi and Sanbi, and even Taki has Nanabi. We are at a disadvantage in this regard. The power of the Sand Demon has always belonged to Suna. The Kazekage stared consideringly at the three he had summoned. Temari and Kankuro did not hope for much, as their leader had always put off missions concerning Gaara. They had no doubt that Yura would leave their little brother to the tender care of Kumo Shinobi, leave him to be weaponized even more. I agree. The three subordinates stared disbelievingly at Yura, unable to understand this sudden acquiescence to their request. Oh, don't look like that, Temari and Kankuro. You too, Baki. I am the Kazekage of this village, after all, and I am always on the lookout for our best interests. We need our Jinchuriki back, and we need him back soon. Thus I will convene a full council to make plans for the retrieval of Sabaku no Gaara. We cannot afford to have the power of our Sand Demon added to a nation with 2 Jinchuriki of its own. Baki nodded solemnly. He was a loyal servant of Suna's cage, whoever be that cage. Suna should prosper, no matter what, no matter the deals they make or with whom. Konoha, damn it, shouted Naruto, cursing at the devastation he had caused in Training Ground 7. He was trying to learn Jiraiya's improved version of the Rasengan, the Udama Rasengan. He had got it too, but it was somewhat unstable. It exploded on him at unwanted intervals, and that was unwelcome. The council had changed plans on him at the last minute. They had asked him to accompany Kushina to Kiri, and then to travel to Kumo together. When he thought about it, it made sense. Traveling alone in these times was dangerous no matter how powerful you were. Konoha was surrounded everywhere by hostile nations. It was a prelude to war. Would you teach my son properly, Jiraiya-sensei? Telling him to pump more chakra into his Rasengan, and staring discreetly at my body the remaining time does not qualify as teaching, now does it? Asked Kushina in a dangerous voice. She was here with Naruto to watch him train, and help him if he needed it. Hey, I taught him all right. Watch him go at it, will you? He learned one of my more powerful techniques in about half a day. I am the greatest teacher, after all, finished Jiraiya smugly. Kushina shot him a disgusted look, and watched as Naruto gathered chakra in his palm. Her son had a really unhealthy determination, electing to learn techniques no matter day or night. He said that the newer generation was always meant to surpass the older. Kushina could hardly believe him. How could anyone surpass the Shodai Hokage in strength? She could not conceive of anyone so powerful. The only one who came to mind was Uchiha Madara, and that Uchiha never surpassed the Shodai. Naruto had sensed her disbelief, and countered with an answer that had her thinking. Brute strength is not the only power in this world, Ka-san. It may seem that way, but it truly isn't. No one has even come close to matching the Rikodo Sennin, in all the generations after him. But there have been great men, great humans since him. Even when assaulted by darkness in every front, they chose not to lose their light. Uchiha Kagami, Itachi and many others come to mind. Here he paused, shaking his head regretfully. It is these people who embody the spirit of humanity who are the strongest, Ka-san. The Six-Path Sage was such a man, and there have been many since. Some names are lost in the tides of history, but their effect will be felt forever. You too are such a man, Naruto. You brought peace to the nations, you brought light to our village. Do not discount yourself from their ranks, she had exclaimed, surprised at the self-reproach in his voice. It was as if he wanted to be like those men he had just spoken of. Did he not realize he already was? I am not like them, Ka-san. People may think me great, but I consider myself short-sighted and selfish. Kushina just stared at her son. She never knew what he thought of himself. No, yes, that is why this time I will not bind myself with my own preconceptions. I won't waste my second chance. That conversation had reminded her how much she did not know about her son. He had uncharted depths to him, hidden by the mists of history. The sadness in his face as he spoke of himself was heartbreaking to see. it was the look of a man who held himself in contempt. She sighed as he saw Naruto implode another huge Rasengan in his palm. Naruto had stopped cursing, and was staring blankly at his palm. Jiraiya appeared next to him and put a hand on his shoulder. I expected that to happen, you know. Your chakra is a little too potent to compress so much. You will have to find a different way to stabilize the improved Rasengan, Naruto. I know, sighed Naruto. It was too much to hope for, really. His chakra was too strong. Way too strong for something like this. He turned to his mother as she put a hand upon his shoulder. Don't be sad, Naruto. The Kyuubi's chakra is not something that you can isolate from your body. It is a part of you, something that will strengthen you even more. You will find a different way to enhance your father's jutsu. I have faith in you, she said firmly. Naruto smiled up at her. It is an advantage, Ka-san. My body is the confluence of Senju and Uzumaki, after all, he said happily. Then he turned to Kushina with a serious look on his face. If I cannot learn the Utama Rasengan the normal way, then so be it. I will improvise as it suits me. But Ka-san, I have always wanted to learn father's Hiraishin no Jutsu. Do you by any chance have the seal blueprints? I really want to learn a space-time ninjutsu, he said eagerly. But Kushina shook her head. It is not at our home, I checked. I wonder where it has gone. There is no point in anyone stealing it, really. Why would they? It was made for your father and his descendants only. I presume someone has misplaced it during the renovation. Too bad, we'll ask the Hokage to look for it later, shall we? Naruto nodded glumly. He really was looking forward to learning the Hiraishin no Jutsu. He would have one up on Tobirama, at least. It could really occupy one's time, creating and learning new jutsu. Tobirama was a prodigy in that regard, but he himself was no slouch either. The trees suddenly rustled, conveying a crushing sense of urgency to him. Something was wrong, very wrong indeed. He stood up abruptly. Enormous amounts of foreign chakra, exclaimed Jiraiya. Kushina snarled. He ignored them, however, and concentrated fully on Konoha. He could sense nothing. It was as if his senses were being blinded. He concentrated even more, silver chakra rising from his body. Kushina and Jiraiya looked alarmed as Naruto shut himself off from them, and seemed to be exclusively focusing upon his sensing. Kurama, help me. Someone knows the weakness of my sensory techniques and they are actively shrouding the entirety of Konoha. It's Akatsuki. Naruto's body began leaking red chakra, causing Jiraiya and Kushina to get even more alarmed. They had no news. Naruto was using Kyuubi's chakra, and that frightened them. They could hear faint noises of the shinobi being roused and being whipped into a frantic state. Something was going on, something big. Jiraiya closed his eyes, and an orange ring appeared around his eyes. The characteristic gray chakra of the Uzumaki rolled off Kushina, as she too prepared for imminent battle. Konoha was being attacked over and over again, despite proving its superiority. Akatsuki were persistent. Will you please stop drowning the entire area with chakra? Asked Naruto in an annoyed voice, letting go of his chakra. Kushina and Jiraiya looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? Asked Kushina. Naruto sighed, trying to erase his trepidation. He felt someone familiar nearing him. A second later Kakashi stood in front of Naruto, for once not reading that damned book of his. Sasuke is gone. No trace of him at all. We need to find him. We need to find him now, said Kakashi grimly. Kushina's eyes widened, as did Jiraiya's. However, Naruto scowled. There was no lie in Sasuke's mind as he promised us, I sensed it. He cannot deceive me, so we must assume that he has been taken by force. You are our strongest censor, Hashirama. Find him. The shinobi are running around like headless chicken, they won't help, said Mito, appearing beside Naruto with barely a whisper. Naruto looked at all of them. His family was being threatened again. Not losing his calm, he addressed them. Let us go somewhere we can discuss without interruption, shall we? This place is frequented by genin, after all. So saying, he disappeared with Shunshin, followed closely by the others. They stood atop the hill that housed the Hokage carvings. Jiraiya, Kushina, Kakashi and Mito stood silent as Naruto tried his best to sense Sasuke's location. They could still feel the enormous power of the unknown chakra shrouding the village. It felt disgusting. The feel of it was malicious. The person who was exuding it was clearly dangerous. Naruto opened his eyes, slashing his palm through the air in his frustration. Someone is actively overloading my sensory perception. That is what that huge chakra is doing everywhere. The foreign chakra is very heavy. I can disperse it, but... Do it, then, exclaimed Kushina, frantic at losing Sasuke. If Naruto could sense his location, they could concentrate their forces to that location instead of spreading them thin everywhere. Kakashi was looking over Konoha with his Mangekyo. Jiraiya was busily using the extraordinary sensing of his Sage mode to pinpoint Sasuke. Let us reason this out, first, said Kakashi. Kushina looked at him angrily, but one look from Mito made her lose her anger. They turned to Kakashi as he began to speak. We need Sasuke's location. The enemy has created a chakra shroud, the only weakness of the sensory ninja. It is also a weakness of the Sharingan, as we can see only that thick chakra. It is like mist, except the mist here is chakra. They have enormous resources to do this, so we can assume it is one of the Akatsuki allied nations. This is not something a single ninja can do. Minato-sensei and I faced this in the Third War. What do you mean, Kakashi? What is this technique? Asked Jiraiya. He usually took a different sector from Minato during the war. Good shinobi were rare during those times. Kakashi shook his head. All I know is that they confused Minato-sensei. He could not feel them at all. He said they were inducing oscillations in the surrounding chakra, said he did not have the power to calm down the chakra miles in every direction. Naruto walked to the end of the cliff, his long blonde hair flying as the wind buffeted them. Everyone get back. I will take care of the chakra shroud. Mito, place yourself and them in a barrier, he said with determination. Akatsuki was becoming a major player, and their audacity intrigued him. They dared to antagonize him after seeing his power. He appeared upon the carving of Senju Hashirama's face, and he could see the entirety of Konoha laid out before him. The chakra shroud was as strong as ever, blotting out his perception. Sasuke, I can just barely sense through the shroud, and I can give you the location of those creating it. 2 miles, east of Konoha. A group of 50 shinobi. Can you take care of them, Ka-san? Asked Naruto. Kushina disappeared with an unhesitating nod. He closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in the ocean of chakra that pervaded Konoha. Kushina's blood boiled as she raced towards the division that maintained the shroud. Sasuke was taken from them, and that made her almost insane with rage. She still remembered how sweet Sasuke was as a baby. Naruto was sweeter, of course. But Sasuke was adorable, and he held a special place in her heart. The boys had suffered too much, and they were suffering still. She could see the group of 50 ninjas seated in a large circle, all of them holding up the half-ram's seal, just as her son had said. Her bloodlust heightened as she observed each and every one of them. They were well hidden. The forest of the god was very dense indeed, allowing for them to hide themselves in a raised clearing. But not well enough to hide from her. She was sensor enough to peer through the Misagaku no Jutsu. She could see them. No, feel their chakras pouring out uncontrollably. She ghosted even closer, moving soundlessly through the treetops. The ninja were all sweating uncontrollably, moaning in pain. She could sense the overload of chakras in their bodies. They were forced to do this. No chakra is that malicious by nature. This chakra is filtered through seals to produce that darkness. These ninja were captured and their chakras are being used to just shroud Naruto's perception. Inhumane. Akatsuki are inhumane. Seeing that the 50 ninja were in no position to defend themselves, Kushina appeared in the midst of their circle. The only way to stop their chakra emission was to kill them all. Kaden. Hano Dai Kazui. A torrent of white-hot flames exploded from her mouth, igniting everything around her. The unaware ninja were reduced to ashes as the flames consumed them all. Kushina watched as her deluge of flames technique incinerated the poor ninja who were being used as a power source for the chakra shroud. She could feel the malice lifting from the air, and felt Naruto expelling the last of the chakra shroud. Sasuke was as good as located, now. She raced back towards Konoha, thinking exultantly. Let us see you run from Senju Hashirama, Akatsuki. Let us see you run from the full might of Konoha directed against you. The chakra shroud was completely destroyed. It seemed Kushina had found its source and dealt with it. Kakashi and Jiraiya watched with utter amazement as markings began to appear on Naruto's face. A thick ring of red covered each of his eyes, and 2 arcs of red adorned each cheek along with 2 concentric circles of red on the center of his forehead. "Is that Sage Mode?" questioned Jiraiya in utter astonishment. The nature chakra pouring off Naruto was like nothing he had ever felt. It was pure and strong beyond anything possible. Mito turned to them. "You are seeing something lost to history, Jiraiya and Kakashi. That is the Sage Mode he used to defeat Uchiha Madara at the Valley of End. He must want to sense Sasuke as fast as possible. Hashirama's Sage Mode amplifies his strength many times. He only had to scratch the surface of its power to defeat Madara." Jiraiya and Kakashi watched with their hair standing on end as the entire hill began to shine silver. They could barely see as Naruto's chakra saturated the entire village. Naruto himself was surrounded by a huge nimbus of pure white chakra as he stared at the horizon. He then slammed his palms together. Senpo. The nimbus surrounding Naruto blasted outward rapidly, causing the entire village to be drenched in white light. Mito watched her husband proudly. She knew he could sense about half of Fire Country with this technique down to the last sapling. Nothing could escape this technique. Mokuden. The village was fully obscured by brightness by now. Everyone in Konoha was guarding themselves from the massive white light. Naruto's golden hair was flying as he stood upon the carving of his former face, ecstatic at the rush of his full power as he felt everything in Konoha. Jiraiya had sunk down to his knees as he felt drunk on the unbelievable chakra Naruto was throwing off. This was the true power of Senjutsu. His Toad Sage Mode seemed puny compared to the power of Senju Hashirama. And to think it was still undeveloped. Naruto opened his eyes, and Kakashi could see them glowing like green embers, giving them a glimpse of the utter strength of the man within. Konoha's canopy of white light was getting even brighter, causing its residents to cry out. "Mori no Koke!" roared Naruto. The canopy of white light covering Konoha now dispersed, gathering along its walls. Then, it blasted in all directions towards the end of the horizon from his location, a white sheet of light spreading like a blooming flower over the entire landscape. The beautiful light went on, washing over every forest in Fire Country and giving its creator the power to become one with all forests it touched. There is no chance Sasuke has been taken outside of Fire Country this fast. I will find them all too easily. I will find you, Sasuke. The forests can see, after all. And I see what they see now. Somewhere in Konoha. You shithead, Jirobo. Can't you hold that fucking basket a little firmer, you fat fuck? If you fucking wake up that bastard son of a bitch Uchiha, things may go out of our fucking control, cursed a rather pretty young woman. Such terrible words from a girl's mouth. Don't worry Tayuya. I have the crazy monster contained well. My seal is pretty good, after all. He won't get any chance to use those eyes of his, said Jirobo confidently. Running besides him were his mates, Kidomaru and Sakin. If Orochimaru-sama did not need him, I would tear the little shit Sasuke to pieces. Growled Sakin. Their extraction had been dangerous indeed. Kidomaru frowned as he considered their near-death experience under the hands of a child like Sasuke. Orochimaru-sama never said he was that strong. It took all of us at Cursed Seal Level 1 to overcome that little shit. Cursed Seal Level 2 did not save Uken from that black fire. Sakin is now alone, something he feared from the beginning. Uchiha Sasuke is too strong for his age. Nothing compared to the Mokuden user, but still noteworthy. Orochimaru-sama said the extraction point was somewhere around here. They stopped at the ruins of a bounty office, its dilapidated structure slowly being reclaimed by the forest. The woods provided them with good cover, allowing them to conceal their scents from trackers and giving good spots for hiding and camping. There is the bounty office, Sakin. Orochimaru-sama said someone would come to take Sasuke from us around here. We should wait. The sooner we are rid of this little monster, the better. He should be Orochimaru-sama's problem, said Jirobo. They stood among the dense woods, making camp discreetly. It appeared as if the one who would relieve them of their burden would arrive late. Might as well recuperate by the time he arrived. I found him, said Naruto calmly. How? Questioned Jiraiya. still unable to believe what he witnessed. Below them, Konoha was stirring frantically after Naruto's jutsu. I become one with the forests, Ero Sennin. Mito-chan, listen carefully. Meet Tsunade and explain to her my actions. Tell her to send a team about 30 miles southwest of Konoha. I sense Sasuke and someone else near a lake. There are a few enemies, ask them to be ready for it. I will assist where I can, said Naruto. Mito nodded and disappeared with a shunshin. What's going on? Came Kushina's voice from behind them. The beautiful Uzumaki woman looked around, looking unruffled by her recent skirmish. I found Sasuke, Ka-san, said Naruto with resolve lacing his tone. Kushina smiled a bright smile at this. Her son would never fail, ever. It was in his blood to triumph. And I will bring him back. It was well over 3 hours after they set up camp. Thanked Kami, their barrier was holding up. Sasuke was still out cold, they had their luck to thank for that. Uken had used a suicide technique as he was turned to ashes by Sasuke's black fire. The explosion had knocked out Sasuke, he was a little too close to it. Even in death, you helped me Uken. I will not spare Sasuke, never. Someday I will have my vengeance upon him. I swear it on my soul, thought Sakin as he kept watch. It was nearing late noon, and still the contact had not arrived. If this went on for long, then he would have to call off the mission and just take Sasuke to the nearest hideout. Oi, fucker, shouldn't that asshole be here by now? Orochimaru-sama did say we would have to just stay here for an hours. It's been more than 3, you cocksucking dickhead. Let's just leave this bloody bastard here and go. No, we have to complete this mission to Orochimaru-sama, satisfaction. Sasuke must reach the possession of his acquaintance. There is no other recourse, we must wait as long as we can, said Sakin. By now the others had assembled, keeping Sasuke in the middle. But we are well within Konoha territory. Why on earth did Orochimaru-sama insist not to cross Konoha with Sasuke? It would have made our jobs easier. Shit, cursed Jirobo. Kidomaru suddenly went quiet, shushing them all. Someone is here, be careful. Activate level 1. Markings of the cursed seal covered their bodies in a second, increasing their abilities many times over. Kidomaru listened closely for any more intervention. Before they could react, a ninja stood in their midst. He wore the black and red cloak of Akatsuki, same as Orochimaru-sama. I could not even hear him come in. This ninja is extremely skilled. As much as Orochimaru-sama. To beat the natural senses of a spider like me, no mean feat. We must avoid antagonizing him. To the surprise of the other Sound 5, Kidomaru stepped forward with an inclined head. Are you the contact? I am Kakuzu, said the masked ninja in a deep voice. His pupils were fully green, and it was intimidating. I will take Uchiha Sasuke now. The 5 of you are to delay any pursuers till I am clear, is that understood? At any cost Sasuke must reach his destination. No matter who comes, you must stand your ground. No one in Konoha can defeat us. We are Orochimaru-sama's foremost subordinates. Sasuke was defeated all too easily, just like everyone else. We are the Sound 5, yelled Jirobo. Kakuzu looked at him as if he were an insect to be squashed. Why am I summoned? Questioned a deep voice. It was the ninja Kakuzu, without his partner Hidan. Kakuzu was quite the simple man. For him, it was all about profit. Something was profitable, or it was not. It was why he tolerated Akatsuki, and that idiot Hidan. That idiotic Jashin worshipper often had him wanting to destroy something large, preferably a mile or 2 of forest. Akatsuki gave him access to some excellent bounties, and his assets had grown considerably. But money was only one part of it. There was in fact no way he could refuse Pain and Live. Pain had the Rinnegan, and that was something to be feared and respected. He watched as Pain and Itachi walked towards him, observing him closely. They had refused to speak via astral projection, instead asking him to be present physically. Kakuzu, I need you to do some damage control near the border of Kiri and Konoha. Orochimaru has acted, and has kidnapped Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto is going after him. If Orochimaru's subordinates skirt the Kiri border and enter into Iwa, I will have to get involved. Uzumaki Naruto cannot be allowed to enter our territories. Kakuzu looked interested. Isn't that the ninja that fights like Hashirama? Yes, that is him. If he moves towards our territories, I will have to move to stop him. It is inevitable, but for now, you need to wrest Sasuke from the hands of Orochimaru's subordinates and move to within Kiri. There you will engage Uzumaki Naruto for a time, and then flee. We are not ready for a war yet, said Pain strongly. Itachi watched him closely, his Sharingan slowly spinning. Kakuzu nodded. It shall be as you say. Who is in possession of the young Uchiha? Is it anyone I should be careful with? Itachi stepped forward. No, they are nothing. Some of Orochimaru's experiments are ferrying him, I believe. Dispose of them if they are too annoying, and execute the plan. We need to divert Naruto-kun from our lands. What plan? Asked Kakuzu. We will tell you presently, said Pain, motioning for Kakuzu to join them, which he did. Pathetic. The Sound 5, huh. There are ninja in Konoha that can crush all of you effortlessly. I am tempted to do that myself, in fact. Did you know? Here Kakuzu stopped. A very bright white light washed over everywhere they could see, and continued to sweep into the distance. The trees seemed to whisper to each other, and quiet fell over the entire woods. The Sound 5 looked at Kakuzu and shrugged. Inexplicably, a thick tendril of Kakuzu's hair shot out, taking Sasuke's container firmly. He looked around at the Sound 5, who were looking at him condescendingly. As the great Kakuzu afraid? Mocked Jirobo. Kakuzu stared at him, saying nothing. Then he turned to the forest, examining each tree closely. Then without a single word, he just disappeared with Sasuke held firm by his hair tendrils. What the fuck was that? Yelled Tayuya. There must be enemies close by, ready yourselves. That must be why he left so abruptly. They must be formidable. Advance to level 2, shouted Saken. The Sound 5's bodies turned crimson red, taking on demonic attributes. The malice of their chakras filled the air completely, but its effect was muted. They stared at the forest in surprise. Always when they used the curse seal too, nature seemed to abhor it. Forest animals always gave death wails, trees seemed to wither a little. Their chakra was impure, they knew that for a fact. It was that impurity that lent them their power. But here, the forest was stronger than ever. Their chakra seemed without effect, leaving them with a feeling that their power was being muted. Suddenly, they felt a presence behind them. Together the 5 turned as one, and found themselves staring at something that should be impossible. They found themselves staring at the Shodai Hokage, complete with katana, armor and the scroll of seals. His black hair whipped around in the gathering wind, and his green eyes exuded a sense of power that made Orochimaru-sama look like a kid with a temper tantrum. The Sound 5 looked at each other. They would complete their mission, no matter the cost. Together, they charged but to no avail. Mokuden Hijutsu, Jukai Kuden, said the first in a calm voice. Hundreds of trees burst out of the ground, hurtling towards them at an unbelievable speed. Jirobo tried to slam it away with his super strength, but another branch caught his wrists firmly. His legs were also bound tight. He was unable to make seals and got captured easily. Kitamaru was slammed down to the ground and trapped firmly by a huge root that sprouted out of the ground near him. Tayuya however tried to use a genjutsu on the first, but to no avail. The first clasped his palms together in the serpent seal, causing large branches to blast out of the ground and bind Tayuya. Saken was unconscious, having been captured by a tree and squeezed mercilessly. Tayuya felt the branches bear down on her, probably trying to incapacitate her. She dimly saw the same happen to the others. How futile, all this preparation for nothing. The last thing she saw was the Shodai Hokage smiling faintly as he shook his head and faded to become one with the tree behind him. Wood Bunshin. Shit, I don't know how this is possible, but we were forced to fight the Shodai Hokage. I am sorry, Orochimaru-sama, we are powerless before him. He defeated us all with a single technique, we are so sorry, Orochimaru-sama. Her world became black as she fell into unconsciousness, her chakra drained by the tree that imprisoned her. Naruto smiled as he captured Orochimaru's subordinates easily. They were too weak, despite having those cursed seals Orochimaru seemed to be fond of. Even the diluted power of a wood clone from such a distance could capture those poor fools easily. Orochimaru never understood the power a pure entity contained, it was all about enhancement and growth for him. What happened, Naruto? asked Kushina, who had returned to the hill. Naruto looked at her, noting the lack of strain in her chakra. She had been in a rather easy fight, apparently. He also noted Jiraiya looking pensive. I just incapacitated a few of Orochimaru's people. Sasuke was not with them. However, Kushina began to look worried, but stopped when Naruto shot her a reassuring look. Don't worry, they will not escape Fire Country. They were foolish enough to travel by forests, and forests are my domain. It seems we have the identity of another Akatsuki member, he said. Who is it? Questioned Jiraiya. This was becoming too dangerous. He felt something off with this entire affair. Akatsuki seemed not to be trying hard enough. They did have an idea of Naruto's strength. So where the hell was Pain and Itachi? Where the hell was the imposter? Kakuzu, an assassin of Taki I fought back in the old days. I had no idea he is still alive. I felt his chakra. He has become much stronger since our last fight. I can see him running towards the Kiri border with Sasuke unconscious. I will have to deal with him personally, said Naruto, letting his sage mode dissipate. Now that the shroud was off, he could trace Sasuke by the scent of his chakra. My ability to sense the Mangekyo is coming in useful at last. They cannot hide Sasuke from me now. Time to finish off that hairy zombie Kakuzu. What? Where are you going? Said Kushina urgently as she saw Naruto walking away. Naruto turned, and considered the situation. They were to leave soon for a mission to Kiri anyways. There was no point in having to double back and collect his mother. Ka-san, Sasuke is being taken towards Kiri. We have our mission there anyway, so do you want to come along? We'll take Sasuke back on the way, invited Naruto. Kushina nodded enthusiastically. This was just perfect. It seems you have the situation well in hand, Naruto. I should get back to my research, and keeping tabs on Akatsuki. I need to find out how they were able to slip past Konoha's barrier technique, said Jiraiya. These breaches in security were alarming. Naruto nodded. Get Mito to help you. She designed that barrier after all. Kakashi, follow my trail with an ANBU team as fast as possible, with Tsunade's authorization of course. I and Ka-san are leaving right now. Kakashi and Jiraiya disappeared. Kushina looked at her son. Let's go, Naruto. Let's finish this fast. Naruto nodded, and they both disappeared with their fastest Shunshin, blurs covering a mile per jump. There was no way Akatsuki could hide from them now, not when he had felt their chakra. Kakuzu, you are the only one who has fought Hashirama in Akatsuki. You are the one who remembers his power, said Pain. I see. You want me to fight Uzumaki Naruto, I assume, said Kakuzu with certainty. Itachi nodded at this. Naruto-kun is an unknown quantity still. We cannot make an informed guess about him till we have intel about his true strength. You can gauge his strength for us, Kakuzu. He has the Kyuubi within him, after all, and he is pivotal to our plans when the time arrives. Pain needs to find out how strong Naruto is compared to Hashirama. Since you have fought Hashirama before, you can give us a fair assessment, said Itachi. Kakuzu snorted at this. The only one who could make Hashirama bring out his full strength was Madara. No one really knew his full strength. No, hear me out. It is true I can compare this Naruto kid to Hashirama and can give you intel on his strength, but I barely escaped alive the one time I faced Hashirama. If this kid even has a fraction of his strength, are you saying you will lose to some kid? Questioned Itachi stoically. Kakuzu looked at him, and snorted once more. He had always held Itachi in respect, even more so these days. Something in the young Uchiha had changed. He had a feeling Itachi could even take on Pain if necessary. Believe what you wish, Itachi. You do not know how strong the Senju are. Your clan was no match for them, after all. But I will fight him. As you say, only I can provide you with a good assessment of his strength. And I may land a bounty that may make me sinfully rich if I kill him, said Kakuzu. Kakuzu shook himself out of his memories as he deposited Sasuke on the ground. They were just within Kiri, having crossed the Konoha border minutes before. Kakuzu had taken out the paltry shinobi guarding the border with ease, making sure that the upcoming fight would be uninterrupted. Sasuke was bait, simple as that. If he had to fight a Mokuden user, it had to be on his own terms. Pain had created such a situation. If the Akatsuki were to face a true Mokuden user in the future, it would be best to gather info on his strength. The smell of a large bounty was very attractive to Kakuzu. He opened his bingo book to check on the latest updates on Uzumaki Naruto. Mei Terumi, Uchiha Itachi, Uzumaki Kushina, Senju Tsunade, there. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Age: 14. Height: 5 feet 11. Class: Beyond S class. True strength unknown, possibly still increasing. Konoha's god of shinobi. Very powerful Suiten user. Very powerful Doden user. Annihilated an Iwa army with Mokuden. Extremely skilled Shunshin user. Skilled Kenjutsu. Skilled Taijutsu. Bounties. Iwa twice weight in gold. Suna weight in gold. Flee on sight. This alone was enough to erase Kakuzu's misgivings as he stood there, waiting for Uzumaki Naruto to appear. Sasuke was just a useless lump, lying in his container. But then again, those, Sound 5, had used a powerful barrier seal to confine him. Kakuzu waited impatiently, sure that Naruto would be here in a couple hours. Here, I will even help him find me. Kakuzu unleashed his chakra, making sure it was felt for a large distance in every direction. If Uzumaki Naruto could not find him now, then he was not worth fighting. Naruto and Kushina were rushing through the land, using all their considerable expertise at body flicker. It was 2 hours since they left Konoha, and they had covered quite a long distance. Naruto's sensory field was at full awareness. He was able to pick up the smallest fluctuations in chakra in a 4-kilometer radius. He was following Sasuke's chakra trail rapidly. Naruto, stop, said Kushina, pausing to find 4 Orochimaru followers, unconscious and trapped in a wood release technique. Naruto appeared in the midst of the unaware miscreants, and the trees binding them automatically receded into the ground. The 4 were arranged neatly on the ground, looking worse for wear. Naruto, this was the same chakra that was shrouding the village. Orochimaru used the cursed seal upon those 50 shinobi, and forced them to emit chakra incessantly. That snake, if I find him, snarled Kushina. Naruto watched as she drew her blade, and moved to kill the Sound 5. He did not stop her. Within a second, their throats were slit. They had died a painless death. He smiled grimly. Orochimaru had lost some of his more important lieutenants. Before Naruto was done, he would lose a lot more. His grin slipped as he felt Kakuzu emitting his chakra impulses, as if to challenge him. He could feel his old enemy's eagerness and focus. The past always leaves its remnants, huh? Well, time to end Kakuzu. Annoying assassin. Be careful, Ka-san. I sense Kakuzu ahead, he obviously wants to fight. You take Sasuke, and I will take care of that zombie. Kushina nodded, and they disappeared rapidly through the forest. Naruto concentrated, tracing Sasuke's and Kakuzu's chakra periodically, wanting to make sure that they were at the same place. It was barely half an hour later that Naruto and his mother found themselves at a gorge, interestingly devoid of trees. Naruto spied Kakuzu on the water with a container that undoubtedly held Sasuke. He could feel the young Uchiha's dormant chakra. He appeared in front of Kakuzu, Kushina behind him. Kakuzu turned around to face him. Naruto grinned, feeling a strange merging of consciousnesses in Kakuzu. It appeared as if he had gotten himself more hearts. You are here at last, Uzumaki Naruto. I was wondering if our plan would work. It did, said Kakuzu. Kushina disappeared, only to appear at the top of the gorge with Sasuke's container. Kakuzu made no move to stop her. He was staring at Naruto too intently. You can have Sasuke, if you want, he is of no concern to me. Perhaps if his bounty were higher, but I digress. Your bounty will make me rich for a long, long time. So, show me what you can do with the Mokuden. Show me if you really can match Hashirama, said Kakuzu in a tone of bored challenge. Naruto frowned at him. I am Hashirama, you fool. It seems those hearts of yours have dulled your instinct. One for each nature, You want to kill me. Is that why you kidnapped Sasuke? I thought the Akatsuki wanted my Biju. Asked Naruto curiously. Kakuzu shook his head as Kushina watched them converse. Kyuubi will reform later. If we kill you now, we can capture that mindless beast easily at our leisure. And your bounty will fund me for a long time. I have fought the Shodai Hokage, and have lived to tell the tale. Die, Uzumaki Naruto. You were but a pretender, an imitator. At this, Kakuzu's tentacles of hair drilled into the earth, shooting out to capture Naruto, who watched on amusedly. At the last second he dodged a hair tentacle that would have torn him apart, and caught two others with his bare hands. With a yell, he flung Kakuzu by his hair right into the wall of the gorge, quite a distance away. I will end this now, you heartless monster, said Naruto with a grin. Sweden. Mizu no Dongan. The waters of the gorge boiled, and multiple drills of water shot out of the gorge, all converging towards Kakuzu's crater in a cone. Each of them as thick as the trunk of a full-grown man. Naruto winced slightly as he saw the water jets drill into Kakuzu's location. He saw the wall crumble slightly at the pressure of his technique. Abruptly, the wall of the gorge exploded in a hail of fire, and he saw Kakuzu's body being stitched back by that horrendous hair of his. Beside him, however, were three monstrous masked beings of black, each with a nature very strong in them. Raiden, Fuden, and Kaden. This will be quite the fight, thought Naruto as he saw one monster open its mask to show a forming ball of fire. Another mask opened to reveal a gathering ball of wind. Naruto readied his own technique as he watched Kakuzu, now fully stitched back, yell out his technique. Kaden. Kajiarashi. Naruto faced the incoming wall of fire, fed and sustained by the wind technique. It was so huge, huge enough to swallow up the entire gorge and hot enough to evaporate the water. The waters rumbled once more as trees were born in its depths. Naruto slammed his pals together, yelling out his counter technique. Mokuden. Shinboku no Tobachi. Finish this fast, Naruto thought Kushina as she watched a veritable forest blast through the gorge waters, seemingly born in its depths. How tall were those trees? She watched as the multitudes of trees grew to monstrous proportions and rushed forward to oppose the incoming storm of fire. Fire met forest in a huge explosion. Naruto watched gleefully as the force of his wood release carried the firestorm back to that old assassin. When forest meets fire, it results in a forest fire, you idiot, and I control the forest. I will bury you today, Kakuzu. Dead or alive, I will bury you. Chapter 14. The sun was setting, causing its light to wash balefully over the landscape, casting the two men standing on the top of the gorge into sharp relief. Pain stood with Itachi, the two of them taking in the devastation of the land. No part of the once beautiful gorge was left unscathed, not the land, not the rocks, not even the water. The water was also churning agitatedly, testifying to the ferocity of the battle that was fought there. It appears that Kakuzu fought with all the elements, but used Kaden and Fuden primarily. It appears Naruto-kun answered twice with Mokuden, but used mostly Suiden later. I can see the remnants of the chakras used, they are still strong in the air. Ironic. Naruto-kun defeated Kakuzu using only the elements. Too bad Kakuzu is dead. Itachi looked over the land with his Sharingan, trying to reconstruct the battle that was fought there. Uchiha Itachi was not called the prodigy of prodigies just for his supreme skill in battle. His mastery of the Sharingan was absolute, some said it even approached that of Madara. Pain strode over to Kakuzu's corpse, and his Rinnegan started shining. He clasped his hands in the ram's seal, and turned to Itachi. He is dead, but will not remain dead for long. I still have need of him. Itachi's eyes widened at this statement. Did Pain actually mean what he think he meant? He stared with rising fascination as the leader of Akatsuki intoned. Gedo. Rinne Tensai no Jutsu. A statue of the King of Hell rose out of the ground ominously, and swallowed up Kakuzu. Itachi was unable to believe his eyes. Just how far did the power of the Rinnegan reach? To play so callously with life and death, he was forced to admit it. Pain was every bit as formidable as Hashirama believed him to be. He watched as Kakuzu stepped out of the statue, fully revived and staring incredulously and fearfully at Pain. Itachi found himself feeling much the same, only he did not show it. He had thought that he could beat Pain in a fight now that his Mangekyo was eternal. But now he wondered how strong the leader really was. I did not resurrect you for nothing, Kakuzu, said Pain impassively, paying no attention to the reactions of his companions. Or in Itachi's case, an absolute lack of reaction. What did you learn in your battle with Uzumaki Naruto? I can see the chakras that were used in this place. Kakuzu schooled his stunned expression back into one of indifference, but his awe did not escape Itachi's trained eyes. Itachi noted that Kakuzu did not have 5 hearts this time, but only his own. You pulled me from death, how is that even possible? And why don't I have all my hearts? Kakuzu asked. Pain's eyes narrowed slightly, but he answered. That is not your concern, Kakuzu. Just know that I am outside life and death. Now answer me, unless you want me to send you back, he said in a smoldering voice. Kakuzu looked extremely taken aback at this threat. He knew Pain could carry out that threat easily. Fine. You want to hear how a boy barely in his teens destroyed me, I who have fought against even the Shodai Hokage and lived. You had better be careful, Pain. I know nothing of how strong you truly are, but I can say the same about Uzumaki Naruto. I could not make him fight at full strength. All I know is this: only you, and possibly Itachi, can beat him. He can grind all the other Akatsuki to dust easily. We would have to be together to fight him and live. Let me tell you how the battle went. Kakuzu stared with apprehension as he saw the multitude of trees descending upon him, burning ominously with the fire he himself had thrown. He observed that Naruto's skill with Mokuden was noteworthy, not quite at Hashirama's level but headed there rapidly. He noted that the trees that rushed towards him seemed somewhat more potent than Hashirama's own trees. His Jongu lashed out in all directions seeking to cut through the mass of burning trees descending on him, succeeding partially. Once again, it was his Jongu against Mokuden, and once again he was being overwhelmed. Frustration took over Kakuzu as the hundreds of massive trees converged on him like vengeful serpents, burning gleefully. He evaded most of them, but one tree snaked behind him and branched out forcefully, catching him off guard. His arm was torn off, but he had ways to repair that. His arm was stitched back by his most powerful technique. With it he was practically unkillable. He saw Naruto smiling as the wood release raged about him unabated, seeking to destroy completely. But he could not keep this up for long. The trees were too large and he had to use powerful body flickers to evade them. One of his hearts gathered wind chakra on a massive scale and another heart ignited it with a powerful fire technique. Fire blasted in all directions from Kakuzu's position, a deluge so hot that it actually melted most of the trees around him. He could see Naruto frowning, and letting the remaining trees merge back into the earth. He sighed in relief. Mokuden was too hard to counter effectively for someone who was not Uchiha Madara. It did not matter, though. He had a good idea of Naruto's skill with Mokuden with the use of that single technique. Now to escape alive from this battle. He snarled as he suddenly hit the earth face first, his jaw breaking from the impact. The boy was a little too skilled with the Shunshin. Stitching himself back to normalcy, he furiously attacked the boy with taijutsu, but it was in vain. He received his second surprise of the day. This was like fighting Hashirama and Madara at the same time. The boy obviously was a prodigious sensor ninja, and had Hashirama's grace and strength. Kakuzu's every punch was effortlessly parried and his kicks were cleanly evaded. It was almost careless. His deadly hair tentacles dug into the earth, trying to pierce his opponent and augmenting his taijutsu, but it was of no use. Every attack was evaded, and returned to him with deadly force. He grunted as Naruto caught his punch in a deadly grip and broke his arm at the elbow joint. The boy's speed was very high. He could only watch as Naruto without pause caught his other wrist and slammed an elbow into his chest, then crashed a knee into his abdomen and fluidly delivered a kick that sent him flying several hundred yards away. He took back his Raiden heart, pouring his complete chakra into the Kaden and Fuden hearts. Time to overwhelm his opponent with his strongest fire technique. Hawato Hato Arashi. He yelled and the air heated up completely for half a mile in all directions, a prelude to an unbelievable fire technique. He saw the ground shaking, and cracks appeared everywhere around Naruto. For a large distance around them, the air itself began catching fire. The heat was so intense that the ground itself started melting. Kakuzu smirked nastily, and formed the ox seal to release the full power of the technique. The air turned white hot and combusted spontaneously, deadly white fire blasting the entire gorge all at once. There was no way the boy would have escaped from this technique. No way. A technique was a manifestation of supremely hot fire for a few moments, but devastating in its effect. He let his massive firestorm die down, observing the damage done to the area. All the water in the gorge was gone. The ground was glass for half a mile in all directions, testifying to the power of the technique. Kakuzu slowly walked towards the huge cloud of smoke drifting from Naruto's direction, sure that his opponent was probably a smudge of ash by now. He couldn't be more mistaken, for as the smoke cleared he saw something impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was a wall of water, 10 meters thick, 60 meters high, and 1 mile long. Kakuzu stared at the miraculous technique, unable to believe his eyes. He saw Naruto standing behind his water wall, holding his palms out. Kakuzu cursed fervently. There was no way his fire technique could have gotten through a water wall this thick. He began to run away hurriedly, flashing through the land away from his enemy. This was getting too dangerous. There was no telling what could be done with that monstrous wall of water. Mokuden. Mokuzai no Kimusho. The ground started to rumble everywhere, and huge pillars of wood arced up to form a massive dome so huge that it confined him, Naruto, along with the humongous wall of water. Kakuzu knew he was done for. He had to fight for his life now. A single shaft of sunlight illuminated the otherwise dark prison of wood, throwing Naruto's water wall into sharp relief. The silence was deafening. "Got me, huh?" called Kakuzu, hearing his voice echo around the huge dome in which they were imprisoned. The creation of this dome of more than a mile in diameter confirmed his suspicions more than anything. This boy would be as strong as Hashirama, possibly even more. He could make out Naruto slam his palms together and yell out his technique. Sweden. Mandara no Jin. He could only stare open-mouthed. There was no doubt that all the water in the gorge was in that water wall. Naruto's technique caused it to rush towards Kakuzu at a dangerous velocity, forming into tens of thousands of water snakes. Those fangs looked very sharp. Kakuzu knew he could not overwhelm water manipulation at this level. No fire could burn an entire lake. The snakes of water began piling up upon one another, all the water transforming into the deadly creatures. As far as he could tell, there were about 1 million of those snakes of water rushing at him in a wall spanning the diameter of the dome. He narrowed his eyes as he charged towards his doom with his Jongu lashing out. If he was going to be taken down, he would die fighting. The last thing he felt as he was torn down to his last shreds was nothing. But the last thing he saw was the wood dome dissipating and all the water flowing into the empty gorge dutifully. He closed his eyes and let go as the earth claimed him in his burial. Itachi listened closely as Kakuzu described the prowess of his old nemesis, though he knew it not. He had expected Kakuzu to die, but not expected Pain to resurrect him. In his mind, it had been the perfect solution. 'Cause the death of an Akatsuki, give Naruto more information on Akatsuki and at the same time give him more experience. But things were spiraling out of control. Pain would now have an accurate idea of Naruto's strength, and he would desist from sending any more Akatsuki against the reborn Shodai. Itachi could imagine the scale of the battles Naruto and Pain would fight. They would be a natural disaster. Or if he and Pain fought, the two of them and himself were in a different league as shinobi. Eternal Mangekyo, Mokuden and the Rinnegan, all existing at the same time and pit against one another. All I can hope is the scales are in Konoha's favor. What else can you do, Pain? What other powers are you hiding? ... Naruto stared as he came face to face with what was Kurigakure in this age. The last he saw the place, it was a backwater village with a few ramshackle Doden-grown houses. The first war had been generous to Kurigakure, as many strong shinobi settled in its marshlands, not wanting the strife of the war. In the end, Kiri's special attribute as a haven from war turned it into a war-torn mess. Ironic, thought Naruto, shinobi who wished not to fight, that was ridiculous. Truly, strife would always persist in the world. What he really wanted as Hashirama, and now as Naruto, was that strife existed for the right reasons. And the only reason that seemed right to him was to protect those close to you. Protect those you held precious. Strife born of malice was cancerous and dangerous. He and Madara had debated the selfsame point for many years. Can two people eliminate the malice in their hearts and converse as enlightened individuals? Philosophy aside, he watched as his mother withdrew a note and passed it to a guard standing in front of the massive gate. He closed his eyes and extended his senses in all directions, seeking to feel the strength of the shinobi of Kurigakure. 3 shinobi, strong above all else. I can sense 2 fire-based bloodlines in a single person, the godime Mizukage, Mei Terumi. A dense chakra, the bearer has a very high capacity. I can tell he is young from his uncultured emotions. And what is this? Byakugan. How did the Byakugan come to be here? I must find out more. Welcome back to Kurigakure, Kushina-sama. Mei-sama awaits you in the Mizukage office along with Ao-sama. Follow me, said the guard, beckoning Kushina along as he disappeared into Kurigakure. Naruto kept his senses at full alert as he followed his mother through the village. They had been attacked one too many times during this journey. Most of the chakras in the village were nothing feeling alarmed about, they were very average. But now and then he felt a chakra too strong, or one that was being actively suppressed. Kiri obviously had its share of powerful shinobi. He sedately followed his mother and the Kiri shinobi as they made their way towards the imposing office of the Mizukage, keeping his senses at full alert. Ka-san, who in the Mizukage's employ has the Byakugan? I could sense that dojutsu very clearly indeed. It is a single eye, I presume. He asked Kushina, who was looking around with an air of preoccupation. Kushina opened her mouth to answer, but was beaten to it by one of their Kiri escorts. You sense the Byakugan of Ao-sama, Naruto-san. I know he got it as a conquest of war, but do not know much else about it. Naruto nodded at this. There was not much he could do about it if it were a conquest at war, at least not openly. The Byakugan was an extremely coveted dojutsu of Konoha, and this was the only time someone had actually succeeded in taking those eyes from their true owners. They paused as they reached a beautifully carved wooden door in the corridor. The sheer amount of chakra that filled the room that lay beyond convinced him beyond doubt that it was the Mizukage beyond the room. He watched along with his mother as their guard tapped the door twice and announced them. The door opened slowly and the guard beckoned them inside. Kushina eagerly ran inside, throwing decorum to the dogs as she flew into the arms of somebody Naruto could not see. To the left of the hugging duo stood a man with spiked hair and obscured eye. This must be the Ao that everyone talked about. Kushina slowly disengaged herself from her hug to reveal a vision of beauty. Naruto had to admit he had not seen a woman more beautiful in both of his lives, so stunning was her form. She wore resplendent robes of blue, and the hat of the Mizukage sat on her head to mark her for the cage she was. Welcome, Uzumaki Naruto. Welcome to Kurigakure, greeted the Mizukage in a melodious voice and meeting his gaze with authority. Naruto answered with a calm stare, mastering his emotions frantically. It would not do for him to gawk at the woman like some common teenager, which would be an embarrassment. You are a teenager, you idiot. You might be older in mind than everyone in this room put together, but you still have to answer to the urges of your undeveloped body. I can't believe you are lusting after someone other than your beloved Mito, insinuated Kurama. Naruto hissed at the perverted Biju mentally. It had the knack of dragging out discussions he was most uncomfortable with. Would you stop that? This is the teenage Naruto lusting after the Mizukage, as you very well know. I am no longer an old man, you annoying fox. I have all the urges of a teenager. Damn my senju vitality, it is really not helping matters here. Naruto could hear the fox chuckling in response as the Mizukage strode towards him sensually. He tried to keep himself from blushing as the beautiful woman bent down and kissed his cheek softly, saying, I have always wanted to meet Kushina's son. She told me so much about when you were a little child during our rebellion. She is like my sister, you know, your mother. Those years during the war made us closer than even family. He inclined his head slightly, showing respect in the gesture as he noted the resemblance between his mother and Mai Terumi as they stood together. It was not their faces that held the greatest resemblance, nor the features of their bodies. No. It was their chakras that burned almost identical to each other, bearing the Uzumaki potential for longevity in it. Thank you, Mizukage-sama. I had not known you were this close with the ruler of Kiri, Ka-san, said Naruto with some amazement. Kushina smiled but suddenly lost her smile as she turned to Mai. Did you get Sasuke-kun? We sent him ahead with a clone. Is he all right? Asked Kushina frantically. Ao stepped forward and reassured Kushina soothingly. We received your Uchiha, Kushina-sama, and he is under care from some of our foremost medical experts. His confinement and triggering of the cursed seal has had some unknown effects on him. He will have little to no control over his emotions. Our mind readers will penetrate his psyche for any. No, said Naruto firmly. Ao, Mai and even Kushina looked at him with surprise on their faces. No, I appreciate the friendships between the three of you, but I will not allow someone of other nationality to look at the mind of Konoha shinobi. Kushina shook her head desperately. Naruto, you do not know what damage Sasuke may have sustained. Please, lay aside your loyalty to Konoha and let us go to the aid of Sasuke-kun. Ao snorted as he looked at Naruto and sized him up. He is only a rookie Junin, Kushina-sama, and must be under your command. You can overrule him if you so wish. Not to mention, he is your son, he said forcefully. Naruto slowly got up and walked to Ao, his anger rising by the second. The Mizukage watched him carefully as he stalked towards her right hand man like a predator. Quiet, thief, you know nothing about me. Ka-san, please request the Mizukage to yield Sasuke to me now, I can heal him just fine, said Naruto as he stared balefully at the occupants of the room. Something did not smell right to him here. Mei and Ao were exuding emotions of anxiety and trepidation. But what amazed him was his mother. She too felt anxious and on edge. What was going on here? Naruto rounded on Kushina when he was faced with these emotions and stony silence. I should have sent Sasuke back to Konoha after I defeated Kakuzu. I sent him here on your insistence. Why do you hesitate to ask for Sasuke to be returned, Ka-san? Boy, you understand nothing of these matters, they are far above you. Leave it to the us, young boys have no place in matters that decide the fate of nations. Leave now, or else, snarled Ao, and Naruto felt the anger in the man. His eyes narrowed as he considered his situation. The Kiri shinobi were acting oddly, and that meant that their mission was being compromised. Kushina had closed her eyes after she heard what Ao had said to her son, knowing it would not end well. Naruto held out both palms, and a blazing blue ball of chakra shimmered into existence in them. He looked at the Mizukage with hard eyes. Take me to Sasuke now, or else. Blue light cast everything into sharp relief as Naruto held the Rasengan in each hand, looking impassively at the leader of the mist. Naruto could not believe what was happening. These were the people his mother trusted. Was her judgment truly so weak? Any act of aggression upon our Mizukage will be considered an act of war, brat. Do you really want to bring war down upon Konoha so early after it coasted over the last one? So selfish. He shook his head. Naruto stared at the man with disbelief. You refuse to return Sasuke to us, and you accuse me of not sitting back. Why do you wish to poison our relationship so fast? I trust you, Mizukage-sama, to an extent. And that too only because of Ka-san. I will not extend that courtesy to you anymore if you insist upon this foolishness. I will not hesitate to attack you if you do not comply with my demands. Bring me Sasuke now, said Naruto loudly. The Mizukage gave him a long stare, and nodded to Ao. The one-eyed nin grunted and motioned for Naruto to join him, Naruto allowing the Rasengan to fade out of existence with a flick of his wrists. He followed Ao, his chakra rearing in readiness for battle. One wrong move, and he would make them pay. No one would take his family from him and escape. No one. Kushina sat back heavily upon a seat opposite Mei, a few tears leaking out of her eyes. Mei sighed as she saw Naruto being led out by Ao to Sasuke. The process should be over by now, and the plan would go one step further. I hate lying to him, Mei. I hate that I am betraying him every single day, that I am made to betray him every single day. You should never have made the deal with him, I would be better off. Do not say it, Kushina, said Mei quickly. Please do not say it. There was no way I would let you be taken away from us, not after what you had done for Kiri. I would have made a deal with anybody to bring you back. But him, he is different. It would be folly to oppose him, Kushina. Perhaps you can find a way to work around his instructions. Kushina lowered her eyes and replied softly. I have managed to work around a few things, you know. His instructions to me were very specific and they did induce many loopholes. I am using them to keep much from him. I am trying hard, Mei. But it's really hard to imagine what will happen when Naruto learns what I am doing to him and Konoha. The Mizukage remained silent, knowing her platitudes would never really succeed in cheering Kushina up. Indeed, she felt enormous guilt for putting her in this position. If only she had not agreed out of pure desperation to that man's offer all those years ago. She remembered the day this fiasco had begun, the day they were hardest pressed by the forces of the Yondaime Mizukage, Yagura. The bloodline wars had heated up to unbearable levels, and only the strength she and Kushina wielded held the rebels together. There was no doubt that even if one of them were killed, the rebels would disintegrate. Yagura had deduced the selfsame thing, and had attacked them with overwhelming force during the night, when they were resting. It was fire and death everywhere. The loyalists had taken the rebels unawares and were decimating them ruthlessly. The location of the camps were meant to be secret, and guarded. For the life of her she could not see just how they were given away. There was no chance of betrayal. She trusted every last man in her force. Kushina, they are attacking us from all directions. Let's take different halves of the opposition, we could still drive them away. Mei yelled. Kushina unsheathed her sword and disappeared without answering, and Mei knew she had gone to take care of the army attacking from the western side. Without hesitation she rushed to the eastern side, intent on annihilating the fools Yagura sent to oppose her. This was the problem with ninja who were cage level and beyond. Unless opposed by ninja of the same caliber, they could not be stopped. She knew that her strength was more than enough to deal defeat to those who opposed them today. The sight of the misfits who attacked them confirmed this more than anything else. They were just missing Nin. With no warning or prelude she unleashed enormous water dragons and fire dragons to meet the opposition, causing elements that were opposed to each other to work together in a rare harmony. Fire dragons burnt the ninja where they stood, and water dragons crushed them mercilessly, and still she did not relent. Waves upon waves of lava erupted from where she stood, simply swallowing up the poor fools who were no doubt served up as fodder. Mei started as she saw her lava release drive back the rogue missing Nin. An enormous explosion tore through their camp, destroying everything in its path and creating a large mushroom-like cloud of dust. She too was thrown forcefully into the ground, protected only by the vitality of her Uzumaki body. As the dust cleared she saw the broken bodies of shinobi everywhere, both rebel and loyalist. She shelved the sorrow that threatened to overwhelm her completely. This part of her army was completely annihilated. The shinobi under her were loyal beyond belief, and she felt as if a part of her was dead. She got up and ran forwards hurriedly, intending to see how Kushina was faring. After a few body flickers she stood near the epicenter of the explosion and saw two people fighting furiously. She saw Kushina attack her opponent with her trademark kenjutsu, but Mei saw that her strength was flagging. Kushina's opponent wore a black cloak with red cloud designs, and his face was obscured by a hood. That was all could be seen of his features, but Mei could see how effortlessly he blocked Kushina's strikes with his own katana. It was as if he could anticipate any strike from any direction, and his strength exceeded Kushina's. Kushina would not win this battle. Before she could make a move, she felt herself being pulled forward by some unknown force. The stranger caught her by her collar, and the next thing she knew, she was hurled into the ground with terrific force. She groaned with pain, knowing that multiple bones were broken and there was no way she could join in now. She watched as the stranger drew back his sword and slashed at Kushina. The might of the blow was unnatural. Kushina was hurled several yards away and her sword was shattered. Mei could not believe it. Kushina was superior in technique, but the man was superior in some other unknown way. He moved like he could not be defeated. Mei watched as the man appeared in the air above Kushina and thrust his sword through her stomach. Tears ran down her eyes as she saw her best friend impaled by some unknown sword, wielded by an unknown fighter. Kushina was undoubtedly dead, her chakra could not be felt anymore. Kushina would never see her little son again. Mei felt agony at this. Her closest friend's family was now torn apart in every way possible. Kushina was killed in a land that had little to do with her, and she would never see that son she loved so much ever again. Slowly she staggered up and assumed a battle stance. She would either kill this stranger, or be killed. Amazing. You can still fight after being hit by that. Mei Terumi, I wish to join your forces, said the stranger in a deep voice. Mei stared at him, unable to believe the stranger's words. He had killed much of her forces, and he said he wanted to join in. You killed them all. You killed Kushina. I will kill you, she said in a cold voice, gathering every last drop of chakra in her body. The stranger waved his hand in a dismissive gesture, and she could actually feel the disdain he emanated. No one can kill me. No one is strong enough to kill me, not since. Here his voice faded, but picked up soon enough. I will make a deal with you. Mei Terumi. Listen carefully. No deals, snarled Mei, and moved to attack him but was thrown back forcefully into the ground again. The stranger appeared next to her, looking down impassively. Keep quiet and listen. You must agree I am worthy enough to join your cause, yes? At least by measure of strength. He asked. Mei was beside herself by now. What cause? She snarled. You have put back the bloodline supporters by several years. These were our most loyal people. How dare you mock me after killing everyone that matters to me, you? I can bring them back, he said, causing Mei to shut up. I can bring them all back. I will do so if you let me join your army, he said to Mei, who stared with her jaw hanging open. But she believed him, for some reason she believed him. Decide quickly, he said, walking to the side. To her, there was no choice. She would do anything to get her teammates and army back, for she would do anything to have people like them beside her. Mei sighed, looking at Kushina and coming out of her reminiscences. The stranger had kept his word, all right. But he had done more than just that. Much more. She remembered the day she had given assent to the stranger's plan. It was since then that things had begun to go out of her control. They won the war, the rebels of Kiri. They had won the war with the assistance of that strange fighter. She herself would never have been able to defeat Yagura in single combat if not for that stranger's help. Why do you think he needs Uchiha blood, anyway? We know he is of the Akatsuki, but we know nothing about his abilities. I should never have gotten embroiled with him. I think Akatsuki are playing both sides of the board. They are trying to control everything, said Kushina, running a hand over her sheathed katana. Mei said nothing, choosing silence. She knew the situation was wearing Kushina down. Being made to betray her village and family was eating her will. She feared Kushina would take the extreme step. She would not allow that to happen. But whoever he is connected to pain, said Kushina, continuing listlessly. To Mei, it seemed as if she had thought about this any number of times. But this time, her curiosity won out. Pain, asked Mei. Who is he? Leader of the Akatsuki. He is powerful beyond belief. Tsunade-sama told me to share this piece of intel with you. Pain possesses the Rinnegan. Mei's eyes widened at this, and happenings of the past years began falling into place. This explained much. If anything can bring people back from the dead, it is Rinnegan. That is why I think he has something to do with pain. But I cannot do anything to reveal his existence, and I have tried, said Kushina sadly. She was already being forced to share crucial intel by that man. She had given up much of Konoha's secrets, including the truth about Itachi. The only thing she had kept secret somehow, was the fact that Senju Hashirama walked the earth again as her son. The Rinnegan, Mei whispered, unable to believe it. Powers were awakening in the shinobi world that were best left buried in the mists of legend. If a bearer of the Rinnegan existed, she feared for the elemental nation's future. A Rinnegan user could bring every nation to its knees single-handedly. Only one question gnawed at her. Why has he not acted? Pain fears my son. At least, he is wary of my son. Naruto fought him to a stalemate near Tanzakugai. I think no one has ever done that before. So he fights from within politics and shadows, and gathers strength at the same time. Here Kushina's face firmed, and she presented a missive to the Mizukage. The Hokage has sent you this missive, requesting your cooperation in forming a response team to Akatsuki. Will you help us? Mei stood up, and took the scroll. I will. For now, you are tied to him, but I can at least help this way to break your enslavement. I can make amends for my foolish decision on that day. Naruto watched Sasuke as the young Uchiha lay sedated and unconscious. He had not allowed the mind healers of Kiri to mess around with Sasuke's mind, as the damage done to it was beyond horrible. In fact, what fascinated Naruto was that Sasuke had not snapped already. In his place, anyone would have just let go, given in to their instincts. He is not just anyone, after all. Ao had left him alone with the Uchiha after another round of intimidation. This time he had flared his chakra enough to bring everyone in the hospital down to their knees, and Ao had covered his Byakugan with both hands. But Naruto had sensed in the man no real malice, only a need to protect. He could relate to that, but not at the cost of his own. 2 medics remained to observe him. He had let them, of course. Two evil influences fought for Sasuke's insanity, his Mangekyo Sharingan, and his cursed seal. Not to mention the trauma Itachi had put him through. Naruto formed a complex series of hand seals as he molded chakra into its healing form. Yin chakra to contain the Mangekyo's darkness till Sasuke is strong enough. Only my yin chakra can overcome the Mangekyo's power. Yang chakra to wipe out the remnants of that disgusting cursed seal. Mokudan chakra to strengthen his eyes, and to stave off blindness for a much longer time. I will heal you, Sasuke. His palms shone green, and his already green eyes seemed bright like living embers as he laid his hands upon the prone Uchiha. The medics watched with round eyes as Naruto used all the talent of his previous life to split the flow of his chakra into 3 streams. He wove yin to overwhelm the malice of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and simultaneously he routed yang chakra to ruthlessly crush Orochimaru's trickery. Then, exactly as he did for Mokudan, he fused yin and yang to create life. Life he granted to the deteriorating eyes of Sasuke. He could feel Sasuke healing in multiple ways as he continued. Slowly, he let the healing recede as his job was completed. Sasuke would be near normal the next time he woke, and they would leave for home soon enough. He had no doubt the missive would have reached the Mizukage. His mother would have seen to that. He could sense Sasuke's vitals stabilizing, and his chakra was healthier than ever. Now it was up to Sasuke to control his emotions and his eyes. Things in the shinobi world were boiling, and the nations were stirring. His sense of urgency to complete this mission was increasing. Even at the cost of modesty, he had to admit one thing: only few people could truly oppose him, and Akatsuki numbered high among those few. Pain was a real threat, a very real threat. He had to grow as strong as he was as Hashirama to safely oppose someone like the leader of Akatsuki. This war with the Akatsuki won't be like the war between the Senju and Uchiha. That war basically boiled down to me and Madara. This time, the entire shinobi world will be involved. I feel it. I must prepare in earnest for what Akatsuki will bring down upon us. The flaw was made from within, there is no doubt about it. Someone in Konoha's barrier core created that hole so they could smuggle Sasuke-kun out. It appears we either have an infiltrator or a traitor within our midst. He must be found and destroyed as fast as possible, said Mito, looking critically at the people in front of her. In front of her were the Council of Three, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kakashi. And Danzo, the old war hawk. Word was received that Naruto had destroyed an Akatsuki and retrieved Sasuke. The trio had supposedly continued on to Kurigakure in furtherance of their mission. She had finished her diagnosis of the barrier with Jiraiya, and they had presented their findings to the ruling council. Who could have done such a thing? Grunted Danzo. Mito whipped her head around to face him. People forgot that even though Tobirama was the master of sensing chakra, Mito was the mistress of sensing emotions. And she sensed from Danzo frustration at failure and tightly leashed anger. Not to mention a smug self-righteousness. He had something to do with this. And if that was ever proved, we need to move on to more important matters. The message said Uchiha Sasuke was retrieved and contact was made with Kiri. Were there any details about who was defeated by Naruto? Who was this Akatsuki? Questioned Danzo, smoothly diverting the attention of the assembled shinobi. Homura straightened himself, and answered. It was Kakuzu, an old assassin of Tokigakure. You remember what Sensei told us, don't you Danzo? He asked. Danzo nodded, as did Kaharu. They were all knew of Kakuzu. What is it you were told? Asked Tsunade calmly. Kaharu turned to answer, and all those assembled looked attentive. The old Kunoichi started speaking. Back when me, Hiruzen, Danzo and Homura learned at the feet of the Nidaime Hokage, we were taught the arts of high-level assassination. Hiruzen was the kind of fighter who turned the tide of an entire battle, and was a competent assassin. But even Hiruzen was nothing compared to Danzo in assassination. Tobirama Sensei always said Danzo was the best assassin he had ever seen, well, the second best. Danzo continued from here. No one noticed Mito's eyes narrowing. Sensei always told me to use the shadows. To be like Kakuzu. Kakuzu was the one who sparked the first war. Back then Taki was a very prosperous nation, and they were very influential. But our Shodai gave us the edge in every battle. No one even dared to attack Konoha when he reigned. Konoha stood supreme with Hashirama-sama as our Hokage, and with all the Senju behind him. We were unstoppable. Taki saw us as a threat, and they wanted to stop our meteoric rise. Danzo sipped his glass of water, noticing the pain and sorrow Mito was beginning to show. Not even they were foolish enough to attack Senju Hashirama of the wood release. Not head-on. They thought they could break him another way, the fools. They trained a young shinobi named Kakuzu for that very purpose. One day, Kakuzu penetrated our barrier with ease. To this day we do not know how. He penetrated the barrier and, here Danzo paused and looked at Mito with alarm. Rage twisted Mito's face and her chakra poured out in waves. Their teacups shattered, but suddenly Mito seemed to master herself. She looked around at those assembled emotionlessly, and spoke. He killed our daughter. Taki had sent a large force with their cage to distract Hashirama, and once he was at the border that scum Kakuzu snuck in and killed my daughter. She was only 3, you know. So beautiful. He killed her and left, said Mito, tears slowly making their way down her beautiful face. Every shinobi filled the room with their chakra and rage, remembering this injustice to their first. Kakashi's eye had involuntarily morphed to Mangekyo Sharingan and the 2 remaining Sannin were livid. Homura and Kaharu were downcast. Danzo continued the tale, seeing that Mito was too lost in her grief so long buried. Sensei said it drove Hashirama-sama mad for some time. The Shodai always loved with his entire heart, not like our sensei who was much more reserved. It is said that as Hashirama-sama gazed upon the corpse of his daughter, every building in Konoha fell down in pieces due to the might of his chakra. No one had really seen the full extent of his power before, not even Uchiha Madara. By then, he had tamed all 9 Biju and they were little more than his pets. The entirety of Konoha wanted the blood of Taki for this slight, and they stood behind Hashirama as one. But Hashirama went alone to Taki with the Biju, and wiped out the entire village. He let the Biju loose on the village and he dealt with all their shinobi personally. The sight of him and the 9 Biju annihilating an entire country by themselves terrified the nations and gave him the title he is known by. That is the truth of the first ninja war. That is the true might of Konoha. Danzo looked positively elated at the pride on the faces of the shinobi and Hokage. This was the time to air his proposal. And that is the status I wish for Konoha to have once more, he said, gaining the complete attention of the posse. He saw Mito looking at him suspiciously. He did not wish to use her personal tragedy to further his purpose, but there was no other alternative. Listen well to my proposal, Hokage-sama and elite shinobi of Konoha. Chapter 15. Look, you idiot, I am trying to tell you something important. Your dear mother is not what she seems to be, you must be careful, whispered Kurama in Naruto's mind. Naruto was traveling to Kumogakure with Sasuke in tow. As they breezed through the forests, Kurama kept on harping about his mother's supposed duplicity. He himself had sensed some conflict in his mother's mind, true. But he didn't really believe she was up to anything dangerous or questionable. He did understand that everyone had their dirty laundry, he himself was no exception. You have more than most. But leaving her own son, however wise and strong, to go alone to a nearly hostile nation. Hashirama, were you always this stupid, or did you get so when you awoke in this life? Kushina literally pushed you to Kumo while she anointed herself Konoha's liaison to Kiri. Doesn't that say something? Asked the Kyuubi sarcastically. Naruto shook his head, also sensing for the approach of any Kumo ninja. My mother is not one to be wary of. She obviously has personal business she does not care to share with me, and I respect that. But she would not do anything against the village, Kyuubi, said Naruto stubbornly. Your naivete never ceases to amaze me, said Kurama snorting, and retreated deep into the seal. Naruto turned to Sasuke. How do your eyes feel? He asked. He was not sure how much he had healed Sasuke, really. The fact was that the curse mark and the Mangekyo Sharingan had never existed in the same body before, and even he could not predict accurately what effect it would have upon the victim. Sasuke did not reply for a minute, and Naruto felt in him boiling emotions. Recent revelations about his brother combined with the stressful happenings of late had thoroughly changed the young Uchiha. My eyes feel good, thank you, said Sasuke. Naruto's eyebrows rose. This was remarkable. Sasuke was actually thanking people. A sign of hope, mused Naruto. After traveling in silence for quite some time, Sasuke spoke up once more. Why is everyone targeting me? Orochimaru, Akatsuki, what is their problem? Is it not enough that I have lost everyone I love? Why can't they just leave me be? He sighed with tiredness. Naruto's compassion reared at this monologue of Sasuke's. He could understand all too well what the Uchiha felt. I am afraid you won't be left alone for quite a while yet, Sasuke. We both have powers that are central to Konoha's survival, as does Itachi. The Hokage, me and Mito, you, Ka-san and Itachi, we will be in the center of happenings in the shinobi world for many years to come. Do not be sad, Sasuke, he said, noting the depressed nature of Sasuke's mind. Depression was possibly the worst thing any shinobi might experience. Their way of life was already depressing, additional burden may well break a shinobi. He had to head this off immediately. We are alive in a beautiful time. Our way of life is harsh and demands many a sacrifice, but we can change the world completely if we so wish. Learn from your brother, Sasuke. Aspire to be like him, to sacrifice without expecting anything in return. To kill with compassion, to protect your dependents with everything in you. That is a true ninja in my opinion, said Naruto. Sasuke thought on this for some time, and then smirked. When did you get so wise, Dobi? When you were busy emoing yourself into oblivion, you tem, replied Naruto without missing a beat. The duo smirked together and continued with renewed vigor. For once Naruto felt not the age of Senju Hashirama, but like a kid his age should be. I should do this more often. Bantering with Sasuke is a good way of centering myself, he thought happily. Che, consorting with Uchiha. Though I must admit, that runt Sasuke's brother is someone I can respect, rumbled Kurama. Mito-sama, I am afraid Danzo actually has a following. He swayed many Junin to his side with that speech of his. If Root is officially reinstated, I am afraid Konoha will be split right down the middle, said Jiraiya gravely. The two were walking down the garden Naruto had created during his first meeting with Mito in this life. Surprising them all, Danzo had asked for reinstating the Root division of the Anbu. Many shinobi thought he would ask for weaponizing Naruto Uzumaki or Uchiha Sasuke. Or even worse, both. His speech was very stirring and the reasons he gave were actually valid. If Root had the clandestine support of the administration, then it could use its anonymity and freedom to carry out missions even the Anbu could not. My husband would never stand for Danzo's brutal training, Jiraiya. But the fact is, I somewhat agree with Danzo, she said, causing Jiraiya's eyes to widen. Don't be so alarmed. If we can convince him to drop or at least lessen his emotion wiping, the Root will be a great resource for Konoha. Hiruzen, I think, was a little too hasty in disbanding that division, she finished. Jiraiya frowned, thinking it over. I still don't think Naruto will ever stand for Root's reinstatement. Neither would Minato, nor will I. Ninja or human, Mito-sama, we are not emotionless killers. I would prefer Konoha not to sully itself with Danzo's atrocious schemes, he said strongly. Mito sighed. Leave it be, Jiraiya. I will defer to my husband's decision in this matter. Has your spy network uncovered any news of Akatsuki? Rumors only, Mito-sama. Akatsuki seem to be getting ready for some sort of mission, and they are beginning to establish a small township of their own in Iowa. I am afraid they are beginning to become a concrete entity instead of some obscure organization of criminals. Orochimaru is gathering missing nins at Otogakure and Takigakure has Akatsuki presence. AIM is closed to all foreign shinobi, he listed off. Then I guess you received the same intel about Suna as I did? Asked Mito. Jiraiya nodded. If you are talking about Suna trying to retrieve their Jinchuriki from Kumo, then yes. Akatsuki might have a hand in that move, but I doubt it. I think Suna is acting separately from Akatsuki this once. Now that Naruto is going there, I think our alliance with Kumo will be rock solid. No one in Suna can beat our Naruto, he said, proud of his godson. Of that we can be sure, agreed Mito, as they used the Shunshin to gracefully enter the village. Do you really think this is wise, Pain? Asked Itachi as they casually walked towards the hidden village of Cloud. Pain was striding forward purposefully, his robes fluttering in the fierce wind that was whipping up in the forest. Itachi did not think that they would escape unscathed if they were to execute this plan. Yes, Itachi. Akatsuki needs the Biju eventually, and we cannot have Suna making a move on the Ikibi Jinchuriki so soon. What we can do, however, is capturing Ikibi and Nibi when they are both in the same place and then keep them in captivity, and then get ready for the sealing technique. Itachi gave an infinitesimal nod, and continued his walk. Kumo was home to many strong ninja and he wondered how they were to penetrate the tight defense and capture Sabaku no Gara. I assume you don't want to infiltrate the village? Asked Itachi, sure of Pain's answer. The man had a deep-seated belief that he was God, and acted the way he perceived a god should act. Sure enough, Pain replied. I am God, Itachi. God needs no deception to accomplish his aims. We simply attack Kumo, extract the Jinchuriki and get back to base. If they stand in our way I will have to annihilate them, declared Pain. I cannot warn Naruto or Konoha of this development, thought Itachi sadly. He would have to kill many Kumo shinobi today to maintain his cover, for no one could stop him and Pain together. If I am forced to use my Mangekyo, the only result will be a bloodbath. If Pain really uses his Rinnegan, then the only result will be a natural disaster. Either way Kumo faces destruction today. Even the Raikage will be unable to stop us both, he thought. He had made quite a few friends among Kumo Junin during his Anbu years and it would tear his heart to kill them. I only hope my reputation will at least make them cautious. That's far enough, said a voice determinedly, causing Naruto and Sasuke to halt. Naruto had sensed the interceptor quite some time ago and he assumed they were being analyzed and watched. The chakra he sensed was familiar but was accompanied by two other unfamiliar chakras. Hello, Yugito-san. Nice to see you so soon after the tournament, he greeted pleasantly. Suddenly, three ninja stood before them in a shunshin. Accompanying the Nibi Jinchuriki were two ninja he did not recognize. I am Darui, Junin of Kumo and this is Killer Bee, brother of the Raikage. It seems you have already met Yugito, so, what is Uzumaki Naruto doing in our territory? Asked the now identified Darui lazily. Naruto immersed himself in the chakras of the two and smirked. The Raikage had sent out his strongest ninja in case Naruto proved to be a threat. I am here as a diplomatic representative of Konoha, and with a missive to your Raikage from the Hokage. Please escort us to Kumogakure, Darui-san, said Naruto formally. While he was never formal with anyone in his other life, it paid to respect customs. Who's the brat, yo? Exclaimed Killer Bee pointing at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, grunted Sasuke and went right back to his brooding. Naruto stared straight at Bee, however, flaring his chakra. He could sense the Biju within Bee respond to his power with a spike of its own chakra and he recognized it immediately. That's Gyuki, isn't it, Kurama? I can sense that he is at peace now. Odd, he was the most violent of all of you back when you were all with me. His Jinchuriki must be extraordinary, thought Naruto with wonder. Yeah, it's Gyuki. That moron, he always got the oddest Jinchuriki. Do you know once when we were young, he was sealed into a hyena. The thing couldn't stand so much chakra so it died after a short while. I believe Gyuki got his stoic sense of humor after that, he'd had enough laughter for a lifetime, recounted Kurama. Naruto burst into laughter at the tale causing everyone to glare at him. Gaining control of himself rather fast, he continued his interaction still breaking into smiles every time he looked at Bee. Is there a problem? Asked Darui sternly. Naruto shook his head. No, not really Darui-san. I just remembered a joke, please don't take offense. Yo, why are you all here when you could tremble in fear? In front of my brother the Hidden Cloud's master, yelled Bee. Expressions that said they were long suffering the bad rap of Bee appeared on the faces of his comrades. Forgive Bee's bad rap, Naruto-san. But he makes a good point, you know. Shall we proceed to the village? It is already time for patrols to change and our shift is over, said Yugito. Naruto nodded and the five ninja shot forward in their shunshins like blurs, racing towards the village of Cloud. A dozen minutes later they stood in front of the Raikage's office, and Naruto admired the beautiful glass paneling of the buildings here. It made it seem as if the entire village were a mass of beautiful jewels due to its reflective properties. The military organization of the village was admirable, having crisp organization and sound hierarchy. It could respond well to most threats at a moment's notice. Naruto saw a lot of things Konoha could emulate from the Cloud Village. It would benefit from an alliance with this village. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke to see the Raikage on behalf of Konoha. Announced Darui. The sexy secretary looked Naruto once over and nodded, ushering them in. Naruto stepped in with his guards and Sasuke, deeply sampling the chakra that saturated the room. The Raikage stood tall behind a desk, a very powerfully built man. Naruto could sense the vitality and power the man oozed and decided that he had the strength to be Kage. He sensed the curiosity and tension in the Raikage and concluded that the man was a shrewd but temperamental tactician. "So, you are Naruto Uzumaki, are you, brat?" questioned the Raikage in a deep voice of menace. Naruto nodded respectfully, and withdrew the missive. Sasuke just watched from the background, his shrewd eyes observing and evaluating. "A missive for you, Raikage. Konoha extends its friendship to your nation at this juncture, and I am sure you have thought of it as well. It is time to put aside our nation's histories and work together towards a common goal," declared Naruto, handing the missive to the secretary, who read it in a few seconds and whispered to the Raikage. Naruto sat patiently through it all, observing the Raikage calmly. He could sense Sasuke's apprehension increasing as the Raikage's face grew angry. He didn't flinch as the Raikage appeared behind him in a flash of blue and his body began to emit Raiden chakra in enormous quantities. "You brat! How dare your village demand all our Jinchuriki in your so-called strike force? Do you have any idea what it is you are asking? I refuse to share our Biju with Konoha, you milk-fed little toddler," roared the Raikage. Here the Raikage's chakra practically exploded on Naruto, causing exasperated looks to appear on his subordinates' faces. Sasuke seemed amused at Naruto being called a milk-fed toddler. Naruto himself was quite amused with the Raikage's juvenile insult. He had never ever been insulted that way, and really, he found it quite funny. His mouth twitched as he looked at the Raikage who towered over him. "Fool, what kind of a messenger are you? You dare laugh at me?" snarled the Raikage. Naruto controlled himself, and replied, "No, Raikage. Would you please get your chakra down a bit? It's impressive, but I don't think we need it in a meeting between nations, Yugito and B winced as the Raikage appeared with blinding speed above Naruto and slammed him into the ground with terrific force. Sasuke could only stand stunned as he could not even follow the Raikage's speed. "That's for telling me what to do in my own office, you loudmouthed brat." "This meeting is over," said the Raikage. The crater that housed Naruto glowed a faint green before a voice spoke up. "Not really, Raikage. I am not called God of Shinobi for nothing, you know," said Naruto standing up nonchalantly. The Raikage's punch seemed to be absent from his chest as he looked critically at the Raikage with bright green eyes. Yugito gasped and Darui's eyes widened in surprise. But B seemed quite occupied in his little notebook. The Raikage's eyes bugged out and this time his chakra rapidly escalated as he stared at Naruto. Naruto stared impassively at the Raikage, all traces of humor gone. "You will listen to me, and you will give our proposal fair hearing. It is required for peace, and I will see it happen." "I have no wish to fight you, Raikage," asserted Naruto. This man respected strength more than anything and it seemed he would have to show him his own. "I would like to see you try," said the Raikage in a deadly voice as he disappeared from view and appeared behind Naruto and directed a chop at his neck. Naruto did nothing to stop him, but infused his body with enormous healing chakra that made him glow green. The wound caused by the Raikage closed down immediately. "Don't try to fight me, Raikage. You will not like the results. I do not wish to beat another country's Kage to the ground," warned Naruto one last time as they faced each other. It seemed that the last taunt had done the wrong trick as the Raikage seemed enraged beyond anything. The Kumo Junin actually looked concerned as the Raikage seemed to go berserk with his rage. He had to go and antagonize Raikage-sama. The boy is good but no one can stand up to the Raikage's speed, thought Darui as he wrote a mental obituary for a young shinobi named Uzumaki Naruto. Pain and Itachi lowered their hoods as they faced the guards at the gate of the Cloud Village. The guards looked at them with a bored face, asking them to provide identification and purpose. "My name is not your concern and my purpose is to create peace," said Pain in a certain voice. Itachi truly admired Pain's fearlessness and confidence in his own power. The guards looked up then, and when they looked at Itachi absolute fear bloomed on their faces. The gate guards of any village were updated on the complete bingo books frequently and they would surely be familiar with him. One guard fainted, and another sent a signal asking for the others to gather and to further alert the village. One went directly to the cage tower as Pain and Itachi simply watched. Numbers made little difference to them, and they took their time observing the village. Pain watched as a shinobi threw himself at Itachi with a katana, and watched as the shinobi simply dropped dead as he looked into Itachi's eyes. The two Akatsuki calmly strode forward, noting that a defense had been formed rapidly in front of the gate. Pain's Rinnegan shone as he said impassively, "If you stand against me, you will all be destroyed. Leave. I only want all your Jinchuriki. Die, nuke nin scum," screamed a Kumo shinobi uncertainly. Itachi internally sighed. Pain would absolutely slaughter this detachment of men. He was proved right when Pain raised his hands and intoned Shinra Tensai. Overwhelming force swept everything in front of the Akatsuki to rubble, gate and guards and everything. Alarms began to sound in Kumo signaling a breach in the village as the two Akatsuki walked in unconcernedly into the Cloud Village. Kaden. Hausenka Subakeni. Itachi's jutsu skewered another dozen shinobi as it rained several fire shuriken with deadly speed and accuracy. Pain smoothly flowed into his taijutsu, incapacitating and killing the shinobi that ran towards them with impunity. Itachi slowly took towards his designated half of the village and no one could stop the true heir of the Sharingan as he countered attacks with absolute efficiency, using both genjutsu and taijutsu with his hallmark proficiency. Itachi heard the explosions that meant Pain was simply sweeping away opposition with gravity itself. He was to search for Gaara in his half of the village and meet Pain at the cage tower. Looking everywhere with his constantly activated Sharingan, he spied for the elusive Ikibi. With a powerful kick, he sent a Kumo Chunin barreling into the wall as he simultaneously replaced himself with a cage bunshin. The street was now emptied of civilians as several shinobi fell upon Itachi. Casting a very strong wide-area genjutsu with a flick of his fingers, he confused the orientation and sight of the attacking shinobi. Moments later, 20 shinobi fell dead as Itachi had punctured their vital points with the taijutsu he had copied from the Hyuga when he was but 10. Itachi flashed through the streets with his highly refined shunshin, randomly killing Chunin. With an enormous fireball technique he blew a building into pieces, throwing the street into chaos. In the other direction he could sense Pain blowing a trail of destruction through the village. He spied another dozen Chunin coming at him to his left. They could not escape his Sharingan as he could identify them neatly. Raiden. Inazuma no Nami, yelled the shinobi together. A powerful arc of lightning 20 meters long connected with Itachi, causing the nuke nin to explode into a murder of crows that reformed behind them. The Uchiha then appeared in their midst and cut them down before they could react. If this goes on, we will have to depopulate this place by ourselves. I hope I can find the Ikibi soon, thought Itachi soon as stopped another nin's heart gently with a pulse of chakra. Raikage-sama, yelled she as he burst into the office urgently. The sight that faced him was one that was all too familiar. It seemed that their Raikage was having one of his famous temper tantrums and was taking it out on a guest. Raikage-sama, the crisis that faces our village is serious. I have news that, began she rapidly. The Raikage held up his hand angrily, still glaring at Naruto. Can't you see I am busy? He snarled. This is important, yelled she as an explosion tore through the streets of their village. Out of the glass walls of the office, they saw another building undergo a fiery explosion. The noise of panicked civilians and organizing shinobi erupted suddenly in the village and it was apparent that they were under attack. The Raikage's face became cold as he turned to she who was looking at the continuous explosions and wails of dying shinobi with dismay. Report. Who are the invaders? Questioned the Raikage immediately, forgetting the existence of Naruto and the Uchiha. Only two of them, Raikage-sama. Akatsuki, both of them. They are tearing up our defenses easily and we are dying by the dozen. We need you and B-san to contain them ASAP. Rattled off she. The office shook violently, the glass shattering to bits. Recognition flared in Naruto's eyes as he identified the two who were attacking the village with all the efficiency of an army. The Raikage made as if to leave, but he appeared in front of the temperamental leader and said, "Do not take any Jinchuriki with you, Raikage. The ones you face are the leader of the Akatsuki and Uchiha Itachi. They are here to take Jinchuriki, of that there is no doubt. We need to lead them away from your village," said Naruto urgently. "Why you little," snarled the Raikage, but Naruto did not allow him to finish. The already battered office developed cracks as he unleashed his potent chakra, and the desk exploded into pieces at its power. She fell down to the ground with Yugito, their sensor abilities magnifying their inability to resist the power. As another building in the village was blown into bits and fire began to spread, he faced down the stunned Reikage. "Old man, I am trying to save your village. Listen carefully, I have fought these men before." He looked around at Yugito and B. "Do not come out, B and Yugito-san. Sasuke, do not confront your brother. This is not the time for that confrontation. Do not argue," he shouted angrily, noticing the mutinous expression on Sasuke's face. He flared his chakra even more in preparation to fight Pain and Itachi simultaneously. "This will be hard, Hashirama. The Rinnegan birthed me and the Sharingan controlled me. Both those eyes are beyond dangerous. Be careful," cautioned Kurama. Naruto gave a mental nod, and a physical one to the ones in the room. "Reikage, this is my duty. Itachi is a Konoha nuke nin and I have to deal with him personally. I will have to accompany you on this," said Naruto as his chakra did not stop rising. His relief increased as the Reikage nodded, and the two of them disappeared to the central square of Kumo where both their opponents had joined up again. "Where is the boy?" asked Pain, looking at Itachi who seemed unscathed. All the Kumo shinobi seemed to be organizing a new assault on the invaders, so they were left untroubled for now. "Not in my sector," replied Itachi coolly, his Sharingan observing the spies riddled everywhere. It appears as if, he paused as powerful chakra filled the village, slightly surpassing his own. "The Reikage is responding, it seems," he said, getting ready to activate Mangekyo Sharingan. The Reikage was too dangerous to be handled otherwise. "The cage are nothing before me," said Pain arrogantly as he searched around with his Rinnegan. But abruptly another chakra began to bloom along with the Reikages, a chakra whose potency and vastness dwarfed everyone else in the village including them. Even Pain took a step back as the chakra of Senju Hashirama gathered like some unstoppable ocean, challenging them defiantly. "Naruto is here," thought Itachi with exultation. Akatsuki's latest endeavor would be that much more difficult with the reborn Shodai against Pain. He could feel the Reikage approaching rapidly along with Naruto, the combined chakra making the shinobi of the cloud sweat and shiver. "Another Jinchuriki is here to meet his fate. We capture Kyuubi first then, Itachi," said Pain. Itachi was no longer sure they could do that. The fight with Naruto would have to be real as his cover was of utmost importance. They rushed to meet their opponents, paying no regard to the ninja who feebly tried to attack them. Pain just blasted them out of the way. One way or another this village is destroyed, thought Itachi. No mere village can contain the damage of opponents like us meeting in battle. With two rapid body flickers, Naruto stood in the main square of the village with the Reikage. He could see shinobi lining the buildings and walls and could feel them drifting around the village evacuating the civilians and children. He turned to the Reikage and said, "You take care of Itachi. I will take care of the other one. Be very careful, Reikage. You do not want to underestimate the Uchiha," warned Naruto, causing the Reikage to scoff. Naruto heard the faint displacement of air and turned to face his greatest opponent for now. "Turn back now, Pain. Turn back now, and I might spare your life. I will protect my allies and village no matter the cost. Go," said Naruto impassively, not really expecting for his request to work. The Reikage however was incensed at the sight of the two who had marauded through his village. "I will make you bleed, Itachi. How dare you attack my village and dare to face me? Traitorous scum like you should never have the fortune to die at my hands," he snarled. Itachi did not even look at the Reikage, instead choosing to stare at Naruto. Pain was doing the same and they completely ignored the Reikage. "This time, you are ours Naruto Uzumaki. Submit to God's judgment and save yourself suffering. This is my final warning," said Pain as he clasped his hands in the serpent seal. Naruto's eyes widened as he sensed the otherworldly chakra Pain was creating with that seal. "This man does not play around," he thought as he scoffed at Pain. "You, a god, don't flatter yourself. You may have the eyes but you know nothing. I will teach you the difference between us," he said with resolve. Killing Pain would be hard enough, but with Itachi maintaining his cover it would be nigh impossible. But he could drive him away for now. Without wasting a single moment he attacked Pain with his favorite technique, Jukai Kuden, he said calmly holding up the half-rammed seal. He could see the wreckage disappear from view and attack Itachi with unbelievable speed and power. Itachi would be hard-pressed to counter absolute speed of the wreckage combined with lethal Raiden techniques. Trees as large as the Hokage Tower blasted out of the ground in hundreds and rushed towards Pain, crushing everything in its path. Buildings were crushed to pieces as the rapidly expanding and branching trees rushed towards Pain with terrific force, and the Kumo shinobi leapt high to avoid early deaths. Pain's eyes glowed blue as he opened his clasped hands to reveal a ball of absolute blackness, which he sent floating high into the sky. The trees were almost upon him, nearly condemning him to a painful death when he shouted, "Shibaku Tensai!" Within seconds, the huge main square began to splinter and crack with sharp reports. Then with a huge rush the earth that made up the large area disintegrated with a huge sound and rushed upwards towards the black ball, taking the hundreds of trees with them. Naruto's eyes widened as even he was sent floating towards the black ball at an alarming pace. This is Rikodu's planetary jutsu. But it is far from having Rikodu's power behind it. Pain, you do not know what you are playing with. Yugito watched with terrified eyes as humongous pieces of the village of Kumo began floating upwards rapidly, attracted by the black ball Pain had thrown. Naruto himself was buried in the huge sphere that was forming up in the sky, shining like a small planet. Slowly, the debris and rocks stopped rising and a large crater stood where the main square of Kumo once was. "This fight, it is beyond cage level," she murmured, amazed at the techniques being used. She knew she could do nothing against the Rinnegan wielder, and nothing against Itachi, who was easily matching the wreckage. "He is countering Asama with very skilled genjutsu," said Darui, watching both battles for any opening. A seemed to attack Itachi with the speed of the yellow flash, but he never actually hit the rogue Uchiha, who seemed to anticipate every place the wreckage would flash to. 8 says you don't need to worry about the Uzumaki. He says he is not yet dead, said B, for once coming out of rap mode. Yugito was stunned at that. Naruto was most likely dead, being buried under thousands of tons of earth did that to people. But the battle had not yet ended, for a rumbling sound was beginning within the huge earth sphere floating in the sky. It escalated to painful proportions as rocks were crushed within the sphere, causing Pain to narrow his eyes in frustration. With an unbelievably explosive report, the heavenly body created by Pain broke in half and fell to the ground, destroying a huge section of the village. Floating high in the air was a massive wood dragon, Naruto standing upon its head. The dragon began to shine silver as its creator slammed his palm together and shouted, "Mokuden, Ryuko no Jutsu," and from the mouth of the wood dragon descended a huge beam of solid silver light that lent its brightness to the entire devastated landscape. "That is Hashirama's dragon light. I was hit by that once and it took me a week to reform," said Nibi, causing Yugito to gasp again. This was too much, no man should have such strength. She watched with her heart beating erratically as the two shinobi in front of her wielded powers that should never be. The dragon light descended with rushing force and slammed into the ground where Pain was standing with an explosion that rattled her teeth and sent shockwaves in all directions. When the huge cloud of dust cleared, it revealed Itachi standing over the prone form of the wreckage. Darui's expression became extremely alarmed, if Asama himself were unable to subdue the invaders. It also revealed Naruto staring down both Pain and Itachi as he stood upon his wood dragon. The detail in the structure of the dragon amazed Yugito to no end. She would say it was real with no hesitation save that it was made of wood. Naruto sighed as he saw Itachi defeat the wreckage. It seemed as if the eternal Mangekyo was a little too much even for the leader of the cloud. Only he had ever defeated an eternal Mangekyo user, but Itachi was different from Madara. In skills and sheer genius, Itachi surpassed Madara, who in Naruto's opinion was an embodiment of power. Itachi had both enormous skill and power. "So it comes down to us three," murmured, looking at his two opponents. Pain extended his palm and announced in a deep voice, "Bansho Tenin." Naruto felt himself pulled toward Pain brutally and saw the Akatsuki leader pull out sharp chakra rods to pierce him. A few yards shy of death by impalement, he twisted in the air and kicked Pain with all his considerable strength, causing the Akatsuki to slam into the ground with terrific force. At the same time he heard Itachi's voice proclaim, "Amaterasu." A tree sprouted in front of him to take the brunt of the heavenly flames. Naruto winced as he felt the tree burn to nothing and stared at Itachi's eyes, looking at his eternal Mangekyo for the first time. And he gasped in surprise. He never knew that a Mangekyo could take on this shape, for sitting in the middle of Uchiha Itachi's red pupil was the symbol of the Uchiha clan. Is Itachi the perfect Uchiha? Wondered Naruto. Is he my counterpart from the clan of hatred? These are not trivial opponents, you idiot. To match both of them at once, you need to take them seriously. That Itachi fellow with the Uchiha Mangekyo is at least as dangerous as the Rinnegan wielder. I know that, Kurama. Mokuden. Hote no Jutsu. Said Naruto, and massive hands of wood burst out all around Itachi and Pain, seeking to crush them. Pain blasted them to smithereens, but Itachi unveiled something intimately familiar to Naruto. Golden fire materialized in front of Itachi and spread to form a huge skeleton of chakra with 4 hands. In its 2 hands it bore legendary weapons, the sword of Totsuka and the Yata mirror. In the other 2 hands it held the fires of Amaterasu. Looks like I will have to get serious, mused Naruto. That is what I am trying to tell you, you overconfident moron, snarled the Kyuubi. With a single slash of the Totsuka blade, all of his invading wood hands were sealed into it permanently. Naruto watched as Pain appeared beside Itachi, who was wreathed with a still incomplete Susanoo. This time, he would not let Pain go. With a roar, his wood dragon rushed towards the duo. Silver light blasted out of its mouth in a raging torrent as Naruto unleashed the dragon light once more. But it was to no avail as the beam split into 2 as it met the Yata mirror, and collided with the ground separately, causing debris to fly everywhere. Itachi met the onslaught of the wood dragon with the Yata mirror, which Naruto could not penetrate. Simultaneously, Pain appeared smoothly beside the large wood dragon and laid a hand on its body. Shinra Tensei. Naruto leapt off his wood dragon as it was sent careening into the distance, crashing through several buildings. This was getting ridiculous, he thought. The longer this fight went on, whatever remained of Kumo would get ground into extremely fine dust. As he looked around, he saw the devastation this fight had caused to the Cloud Village. It made the creation of the Akatsuki response force even more vital than before. It could only be hoped that the hot-headed Raikage would see sense at least now. But for now he would end the fight. He had to convince Pain to let up on his offensive for a time. The sky grew dark as he summoned his strength and intoned powerfully. Mokuden. Kami Soko. His chakra sang as he melded Mokuden to rise up from the earth, forming a huge wooden skeleton that encased him completely. He could see Itachi's stunned face as he created a Mokuden version of the Susanoo. He had created this technique specifically to battle the Uchiha who were so proud of their Susanoo wielders. This is my technique, the God Armor. I will warn the 2 of you again, leave. I won't hold back from here onwards, as I don't have to worry about saving the village. The citizens are all safe and evacuated. You both are but children playing with things that should be left alone. Go back to your village. He abjured them. Tall words, said Pain, who had recovered from the momentary shock of seeing the Uchiha jutsu imitated by Naruto. I will tear apart the wood easily, Uzumaki, or Itachi will cut it to shreds. Submit to me or die, he said in a certain voice. I will strip this man of his god complex, resolved Naruto as he pumped his extraordinary chakra through the highly conducive god armor. His skeletal construct shone a blinding silver as the wood turned transparent, making it look exactly like the Susanoo. It even towered over Itachi's Susanoo as its own 4 arms began to manifest various weapons. The 2 upper arms bore enormous long swords of bright silver chakra, and blue chakra began to swirl in the palms of the arms below. Now for the hard part, thought Naruto as he caused Udama Rasengan to appear in the lower arms. The eyes of his Kami Soko began to shine with white fire as he turned to face a flabbergasted Itachi in Pain. I told you I would stop holding back, he said gravely as his god armor raised its swords and swung them towards Pain, the force of its slash ripping up the ground everywhere. Pain managed to repel the force slash with gravity manipulation and rushed towards Naruto, whose Kami Soko slammed an Udama Rasengan with terrific force at Itachi's Susanoo. I expected that, thought Naruto as a terrible explosion ensued once more. Itachi's Susanoo stood unscathed as it held out the Yata mirror. Naruto met the swing of the Totsuka sword with one of his own long swords, causing the air to ripple all around them. He slammed the remaining Udama Rasengan at the rapidly approaching Pain, but the Akatsuki leader held up his hands to meet the massive attack. You used Preta Path, just as I thought. Time to show you the real meaning of power, thought Naruto as pain drained out the Rasengan with the Preta Path. The massive Kamisoko made fists of its now free lower two hands and slammed them with unbelievable force on the Akatsuki leader, who had clearly not expected that attack. The already wounded ground exploded once more in a large circular explosion as Pain's body was crushed completely. He felt the life force of the fallen Akatsuki return to the real Pain far away. Itachi's Susanoo wavered and dissipated as he appeared next to Pain's now crushed body, gathering it easily in his arms. Before leaving, he looked at Naruto with his eternal Mangekyo and caught him with Tsukuyomi. Naruto released his god armor as he felt reality waver around him. This time, Itachi's Genjutsu was very strong. He doubted he could break out without his Sage Mode or Kurama. Itachi's Tsukuyomi was now not a world of racing white and red. No, it was a bottomless black void they stood in, a void that would probably render the mind of the weak into pieces. Naruto turned as Itachi appeared in front of him with a whisper. Why did the two of you attack Kumo, Itachi? Though I think it will help in mobilizing the nations against Akatsuki, he shook his head as Itachi stared at him. It was fortunate I was here to stop Pain. He is still not used to unifying the 6 paths in another body and using all of them at once. Where is he learning all this? I found it quite hard to fight him. Itachi considered his words for a time, and replied. Firstly, the temptation of having to Jinchuriki with such ease was too appealing to Akatsuki. The impostor seemed to think having to Jinchuriki in reserve beforehand would accelerate his plans. I am sorry I could not do more, Naruto. My cover is the highest priority, as you well know, sighed Itachi. Indeed, said Naruto, but you fought extremely well, Itachi. When the time comes I have no doubt we can keep Konoha safe from Akatsuki, he said with a distant look. I noticed the shape of your eternal Sharingan. It is extremely fitting, Itachi. Perhaps it is fate's way of marking the true heir of the Sharingan, he mused. Itachi just smiled and said, that may be, but I never knew you could match my Susanoo with one of your own. How many aces do you have in your sleeve, Shodai Hokage? He asked with a kind of amused wonder. Naruto just grinned. We all have our secrets. Then his face grew serious. I cannot let another village experience the aftermath of battles between me and Pain. I will try to find some means of rapid communication between us, Itachi. Itachi nodded at this. I must leave, Naruto, he said. Naruto nodded, readying himself to return to reality. Before Itachi let go, he asked, one last thing, Itachi. Why do you call me Naruto suddenly? I thought you wanted me to be Hashirama. Itachi just shook his head and answered, the past haunts us all with its weight, Naruto. It is in the future we can hope to redefine ourselves and gain hope. The future is real, and the past is gone. Naruto smiled wholeheartedly at Itachi's answer as the Tsukuyomi wavered and Itachi disappeared into the distance with the remains of Pain's Diva Path. He understands. He understands completely. The Raikage walked through the village of Kumo, surveying the damage to his village with a frown. The north half of the village completely demolished after Naruto fought Pain and Itachi, testifying to the level of their fight. His entourage looked at the broken buildings and the large craters with sadness and a hint of wonder. Shinobi knew when to appreciate strength, and this was probably the most awe-inspiring battle they had ever seen. It seemed the rumors of Uzumaki Naruto's strength was not really an exaggeration. If anything, it is an understatement, snorted the Raikage to himself. Though he was extremely angered at the loss of half his village, he supposed that he owed Naruto for containing Pain's assault within just the northern half. It was thanks to the young Uzumaki that his people were saved, and thanks to the highly efficient organization of his shinobi. Raikage-sama, rebuilding all this is an enormous task. We will have to commission specialists for the task, and that will take resources we do not have now. We will have to increase mission intake, said Darui lazily. I suppose, started the Raikage, but was interrupted by the arrival of his guests. Naruto stood in front of him with Sasuke, who was wearing a sullen expression. Naruto turned to survey the utter and widespread devastation his fight had caused, and said, I will construct the northern half as you wish it. Consider it a gift of goodwill from Konoha, Raikage. Naruto. exclaimed Yugito as B sent him a thumbs-up sign. Naruto smiled at them but looked at the Raikage enquiringly. A seemed conflicted, but Naruto continued. I assume you now see the need for alliance. I was able to stop them for now, but this war will not be all about me. We need rapid response forces to deal with Akatsuki in all the allied nations. We need our 3 nations to join, for there is no other way to counter the rising power block of the Akatsuki, he said solemnly. A's expression cleared as Naruto spoke, and for once the Kage spoke with a calm voice. You speak the truth. I will see what I can do to convince the council of this. I will never let this happen to my village ever again, I swear it. Chapter 16. The Yondaime Raikage stared at his newly reconstructed village with an awe he did not show on his face. He truly had not expected for the old village to be duplicated so perfectly. After its destruction, his village had been ravaged by fire and forest, by overwhelming force. But now it was as if nothing had happened to Kumogakure, as if the attack by the Akatsuki was but a bad memory. He turned to Uzumaki Naruto, who looked at him enquiringly. My construction is to your satisfaction, I believe, Raikage? He asked politely, as if he did things like this on a daily basis. The Raikage was startled out of his wonderings, and replied hastily, yes, it is excellent. It appears Kumogakure owes you a great debt, Uzumaki Naruto. For stopping the Akatsuki onslaught and for reconstructing our home, we owe you much. Admitted the Raikage, who truly did not like being in the debt of a clearly more powerful village such as Konoha. Naruto sensed the man's feelings, and graciously let him off the hook. No debts, Raikage. All I request of you is that you accede to Konoha's request to form a response force. The need for which you have already seen to be necessary. And I do not need to explain politics to a sly old fox like you, now do I. The Raikage gave a barking kind of laugh and Naruto grinned as the Raikage slapped him on the back in a comradely fashion. Certainly not, young man, at this Naruto felt Kurama's amusement. And I have important news. Tokigakure has allied with Akatsuki completely and that makes alliance with Konoha all the more important. Tell Tsunade that we will have to meet soon with Mizukage to form a triumvirate alliance. Naruto inclined his head in acquiescence. As they walked on, they came across Sasuke who was sparring with Yugito. Naruto sighed as Sasuke redoubled his efforts, trying to win a Kenjutsu match against an experienced Junin. Just tell the brat who you are, Hashirama. At least it will stop the runt from trying to think he can match you in even another 100 years, said Kurama in a bored voice. Naruto had considered the idea. But he could not let that secret go around too much, the fewer the people who knew the better. He winced as Yugito skillfully disarmed Sasuke. The blast of anger from Sasuke washed over him, and he could see the Uchiha about to reveal the Mangekyo Sharingan. With barely a whisper he appeared between the contestants, turning to Yugito. Hello, Yugito-san, he said cheerfully. Sasuke seemed to slump at his appearance and sheathed his sword tiredly. Yugito looked at him with a nonplussed expression. Yes, I need to borrow Sasuke for a minute. Sorry to interrupt your practice, he said, beckoning for Sasuke to join him. He waved to Yugito and the Raikage and walked on with Sasuke. The Uchiha sullenly stared ahead as they walked, and Naruto immersed himself in Sasuke's emotions. What bothers you now, Sasuke? He asked calmly. He could guess, but he preferred to hear it directly from Sasuke. Sasuke's face cycled through a variety of emotions, finally settling on one of open desperation. I need to get stronger, he whispered desperately. Naruto could actually feel the burning desperation in Sasuke, the unnatural craving for power. Sasuke, it seemed, was unable to let go of that one desire, something that he had carried over from before. Looking at Sasuke's pained expression, and feeling his torrential desire for more strength, Naruto chose to believe that Sasuke would not abuse his strength. Compassion rose in him like a tidal wave for the young boy who had been irreparably changed by his younger days' happenings. I am the leader of the Senju clan, though I know much about Sharingan I cannot teach him of it. Naruto flared his senses, reaching as deep as he could into Sasuke's emotions. Why do you want power? He asked curiously, looking directly into Sasuke's eyes. The young Uchiha stared right back for a few moments, then looked down with an expression of shame. I just do. I want to match my Nissan and you. I want to be able to stand alongside you and not feel inferior anymore. When you fought them yesterday, all I could do was stand and gape. I am a true-blooded Uchiha, not some stupid clanless nuke nin, said Sasuke passionately. Naruto only closed his eyes and opened them again, feeling Sasuke's emotions verify the veracity of his claims. I can help. Not in the way you think, but I can help, he said, a seed of an idea being born in his head. Wait until we return to Konoha, Sasuke. We will have to change a few plans again, but if you want to learn how to truly master your eyes, there is only one person who can teach you how. Leaving a stupefied Sasuke behind, he strode onwards thinking how to incorporate this new idea into his existing plans. Traders are such a good breed, are they not, Itachi? Especially skilled traders, said Toby happily, nudging at a figure shackled to the ghetto statue. You should have told me of this, said Itachi with only a slight hint of anger as he saw what the Akatsuki had done behind his back. He stood in front of the ghetto statue with pain. And the imposter, concealing his utter rage with enormous effort. God only knew how this would affect Naruto, he knew all too well how it felt to have those you loved ripped away from your grasp. Did you know that the Uzumaki are distantly related to the Senju? Asked Toby curiously as he moved to the prisoner shackled to the ghetto statue. He lightly ran his fingers over her flawless face, causing her to shake slightly in her unconscious state. Itachi just watched stoically, for once unable to decide. Senju and Uchiha, continued Toby musingly. Rikudo's blood flowing in two lines, Yang and Yin chakra in their true splendor. When they are unified, the original power that birthed them emerges to an extent. How is this relevant? And I assume this entire situation was engineered for Uzumaki Naruto? Questioned Itachi. He could never have anticipated for Toby to play them all so ruthlessly. Toby let out a short laugh as he turned to Itachi, but his hands went to the captive's hair and pulled it out of its bun. Itachi's hand shook slightly at this. Yes, Toby said humorlessly, as his gloved hands ripped the fuinjutsu tags that adorned her ears. That boy is potentially too dangerous to be left intact. Akatsuki is in no shape to neutralize him. So, we do two things at once. Break him mentally, and if that backfires we need to gain the strength to oppose him with no problems. Thus was this plan born. Uchiha Itachi, why not use Uzumaki Kushina? Itachi asked in a disinterested voice. Toby chuckled lightly at this. Some Uzumaki are of purer blood than others, Itachi. As are some Uchiha, he said, the one Sharingan he revealed glowing malevolently as he faced Itachi. There was a shift in the air, causing them to turn and face the new arrival. Itachi's eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. The real Pain himself had appeared, his Rinnegan shining blue as he leant upon his aide Konan. You are here, good, said Toby in a business-like voice. Pain and Konan slowly strode forward, coming towards the prisoner. Itachi's mind raced feverishly as his superior intellect tried to come up with viable solutions to the problem. Has she woken up yet? Asked Pain in an authoritative voice. Toby replied in the negative, both of them staring at the woman with contemplative eyes. Slowly, her eyes fluttered and shot open. Taking a few moments to absorb her situation, she laid her eyes on Itachi and then went on to observe her other captors. Welcome to Akatsuki, Uzumaki Mito, said Toby in an overly cheerful voice. Itachi's eyes shone red, ready to unleash Amaterasu upon him. But his mind was still caught in a painfully excruciating dilemma. I sacrificed my own family to keep Konoha safe, can I sacrifice Mito-sama as well? If I blow my cover I save her but condemn Konoha. If I leave her be, and she is killed, Konoha has its greatest informant still, but he shivered slightly. Naruto will never forgive me. I see you have noticed what holds your chakra back, said Toby, moving to stand in front of her. Itachi hissed softly as Toby pulled down the front of her robe, consciously suppressing his raging chakra. He dares to touch Senju Hashirama's wife, he thought with cold rage, his Sharingan morphing back and forth from its eternal state. Itachi could only stare indecisively as Toby revealed a shiny silver collar with engraved seals around Mito's neck, and an intricate black seal inscribed upon the slope of her left breast. Mito only gasped in shock as she looked down, seeing the artifact that so constrained her. How did you get this? These seals are Uzumaki clan secrets, drawn only by those of the Uzumaki blood. Those of pure Uzumaki blood. How is this possible? She asked calmly, paying no attention to her situation. Toby laughed morbidly, nodding to pain as a spiraling distortion swallowed him up. Itachi watched with growing indecision as Pain was brought face to face with Mito by Konan. He watched as Pain laid a hand directly on Mito's heart, causing her to flinch. Itachi saw 1,000 emotions in Mito's eyes as she looked straight at him. Before he could catch her in a Tsukuyomi, Pain had already begun. With you returning to where you belong, Uzumaki Mito, peace will be assured, said Pain in his deep voice. Itachi could feel Pain's immense chakra in the cave as the one who called himself Pain intoned, Gakido. Itachi's Sharingan now morphed into the Uchiha symbol and he could only barely restrain himself from acting as Uzumaki Mito slumped. Itachi's highly developed Dujutsu could see Pain leeching even Mito-sama's entire chakra. He could see Pain's age disappearing as the old face of the real Pain was replaced by that of a youth. He could feel Pain burning with energy and vitality, feel him leeching the last of Mito-sama's chakra. Carelessly taking his palm off Mito's chest, Pain covered her and looked down at his hands with an expression of utmost satisfaction. Almost as if by an afterthought, he glanced down at Mito who hung unconscious by her shackles, and her robes were restored completely. Banbutsu Sozo, Pain whispered, looking down at his mangled legs. Before Itachi's surprised eyes, life returned to the legs in a burst of white light. In place of Pain's weakened, wounded legs were two healthy legs worthy of a wielder of the Rinnegan. He could see chakra running through them, as strong as it ran through Pain's upper body. I do not have her chakra anymore, but it was well spent. Even my own chakra's potency does not match hers. Pity I could not retain it, said Pain casually, looking at Itachi. Konan gasped as Pain disappeared with incredible speed and appeared upon his place on the Gedo statue. Itachi felt true concern as he took in the scene in front of him. Mito-sama was captured, he had no idea how. And Pain had used her chakra to heal himself. Pain was no longer crippled. Pain's enormous chakra began to saturate the cave completely, and the Akatsuki leader disappeared once more only to appear beside Itachi with a whisper of a sound. Itachi, said Pain, looking almost regretfully at the imprisoned Mito. It is your task to return her to Konoha. We have no further use for her. Make sure to leave her lying in front of the gates of Konoha. Itachi felt rage he had not felt for a long, long time. Pain had become even stronger, and now was not the time to pit his strength against the leader. But relief rushed through him as he observed Mito's chest rising and falling slightly. She was alive, and it was not yet time to act. Only his supreme control of his emotions stopped him from unleashing the full power of his Susanoo, something he did not intend to reveal for a long time. When the time comes, I myself will seal Toby and Pain into the endless dream of Totsuka for what they have done today, he promised himself coldly. Akatsuki had taken the first steps to the real war now. He shuddered to think what would have happened if they had killed Mito, and at the same time wondered why they had let her go. I will, he assented. Pain nodded, and walked back to Konan who was wearing an expression of utmost happiness at his recovery. Itachi picked Mito gently up, and disappeared. Oba-san, why do you think Danzo is in the right? He is an abominable man. You agreeing with him openly undermines my rule as Hokage. I am sorry, but you may have caused irreparable damage to my standing, said Tsunade angrily, looking at her grandmother with narrowed eyes. It angered the busty Hokage all the more when Mito remained silent, examining her fingernails studiously. Tsunade cursed loudly, and slammed her fist onto the table. The shards of the breaking table cut into Mito's face, causing her blood to flow. Still the woman said little. Tsunade couldn't contain herself anymore. Vaulting over the table, she kicked hard at Mito, and was beyond surprised when the kick sent the Uzumaki woman barreling into the wall. She stared hard at her grandmother. Never before had this happened. She turned when the doors to her office slammed open and Kakashi entered urgently. It's all right, Kakashi. My grandmother must have been sleeping, she said regretfully staring at the hole that contained Mito. Kakashi stared at the hole in the wall as well, and then looked back at the Hokage with a very serious expression. I am sure she is, for we found Mito-sama unconscious in front of the east gate, said Kakashi with no sign of his trademark laziness. Tsunade's eyes grew wide at this. Her grandmother was right here. True, she was a little worse for wear, but she was right there embedded in the wall. Impossible, said Tsunade flatly. I just kicked Oba-san into the wall. True, it has not happened before. If she were a clone of any sorts, I would have sensed her. Kakashi sighed. Nevertheless, there is someone in our healing division that looks like Mito-sama or as her. We should resolve this affair soon, Hokage-sama. Tsunade's expression firmed, and she appeared before the crumpled form of the woman she had kicked into the wall. What happened to my father? If you are who you are, then you should know. Tell me, she asked in a deadly quiet voice. Mito got up slowly, and threw herself at Tsunade with a snarl. A blur of moment. Later Kakashi retracted the elbow he had buried in her abdomen, and watched as Mito morphed into a weird white humanoid. Tsunade's face whitened considerably. Oba-san, she whispered, and vanished with a shunshin. Kakashi too followed with a heavy heart. He had alerted Jiraiya-sama as well. It was best to get to the bottom of this affair before Naruto returned. He did not want to be at the receiving end of Naruto's anger. Or worse, his disappointment. A quarter hour later, he joined Jiraiya and Tsunade in the Hokage's healing chamber. How can this be? How is it that we were deceived so completely? I noticed no difference. Did we, the elite ninjas of Konoha, get suckered by appearance and imitation? Said Jiraiya in a low voice of outrage, watching Uzumaki Mito lying supine on the bed. Shizune and Tsunade were feverishly looking through numerous stacks of books, huge books. Kakashi just sat in his chair looking truly despaired. Her chakra was suppressed and even her life force was sucked out of her body, said Shizune with outrage. Jiraiya snarled at this fact. No doubt this was Akatsuki. Shizune beckoned for them to approach further, and pointed to the seal on Mito's chest. That seal suppressed willpower, and this collar, she said, holding up a burnished metal collar, suppressed her chakra to a large extent. I have no doubt she could have overcome both given more time, but what was done to her happened before she could mount a defense, she said with pure anger in her tone. Tsunade was saying nothing, only leafing frantically through various books. Kakashi's anger only increased as he began to see with his Sharingan the damage wrought to Mito's chakra network. In truth, her body was unable to generate any chakra. She's dying, isn't she? Asked Jiraiya in a somber tone. Tsunade snarled out a denial, and gathered medical chakra in her palms and slammed it onto Mito's barely rising chest. Kakashi and Jiraiya watched with sorrow as her repeated attempts failed. Summon Naruto, immediately. I don't care what happens to Konoha, summon him now, shouted Tsunade as she began to mold medic chakra in complex ways to heal Mito. Shizune joined her in increasingly difficult attempts to save the Shodai's wife. Kakashi did not even wait for acknowledgement, simply disappearing to dispatch a message to Naruto. If anyone could heal Mito-sama, it was her husband, the greatest healer Konoha had ever seen. I do not see the need for any alliance, Reikage, said a council member stubbornly, making the Reikage want to pound the man into the ground. But it would not do for Kumo to lose its entire council to one of his tantrums. He leaned forward forcefully, and said loudly, "Did you not see what happened to our village, fool?" He ground out, "It was due to this young man here that we even survived. How could you oppose what we are trying to do? Here, Akatsuki is a real threat. What if this boy's nation has staged the entire incident?" said another member maliciously. Naruto laughed out loud at this ridiculousness. Stage the entire incident? What are you implying, that we cooperate with Akatsuki? He asked amusedly. The council member snarled, "That is exactly what I am implying, you arrogant boy." Before Naruto could make any sort of coherent reply, a blast of golden light occurred in the middle of the room, causing everyone to jump in alarm. But Naruto sensed the arrival of 3 new chakras, and all of them were familiar. Shiranui Genma stood with 2 other Konoha ninja, focusing only on Naruto. "What is the meaning of this?" shouted the Reikage. But Genma only walked solemnly to Naruto and handed him a scroll. With a horrible feeling in his gut, Naruto opened the scroll. The entire posse watched with bated breath at this abrupt turn of events. Naruto scanned the scroll once with a stone-cold face, and stared at Sasuke who stood behind him. "We are going to Konoha," he said in a final voice. The obnoxious Council Junin sneered and Naruto turned towards him and met his eyes with his own. Moments later the fool lay writhing on the ground when hit by a killer intent so purely malicious that it would probably stop a lesser ninja's heart. Ignoring the man, Naruto said, "I apologize. We need to go to Konoha. Genma-san, can you manage to transport 2 of us with my father's technique?" Genma nodded gravely, and Naruto and a bewildered Sasuke stepped into the enclosed space between the 3 shinobi. Naruto inclined his head to the raikage, and signaled to Genma. With a flash of golden-yellow light, they disappeared from Kumogakure. Naruto winced slightly as the disorientation from the Hiraishin hit him for just a moment. They were in Konoha's Hokage office, and it was relatively full. "You may go, Genma. And thank you for your service," said Tsunade gravely. Genma bowed and he and his 2 comrades disappeared. Naruto turned and said to Sasuke, "This is a personal matter, and it does not concern you at the moment. Please leave." Sasuke looked mutinous for a moment, but nevertheless he left. Naruto took a deep breath and turned to those remaining in the room. He could feel the depth of the sorrow in Jiraiya, Shizune, Kakashi and most of all Tsunade. "Where is my wife?" he asked them in an urgent voice. Tsunade looked steadily at the window, refusing to look at him. After a few tense moments Kakashi said, "In the room of observation. She has not yet regained consciousness," he said hesitantly. Naruto walked briskly towards the door, blowing it apart with a minor earth technique. Angry thoughts raced through his mind at the speed of light. How could this happen so fast? Where were we deceived, and how could they capture my wife? A Junin moved to stop him at the hospital, but a branch sprouted out of the ground and whipped him far away. Tsunade cried for him to calm down, but he did not listen. The only thought running through his mind was that he had not made much of his second chance to be with his wife, he had not respected what was given to him. Again and again he chose duty and village over blood and family, and again he paid a dear price. "And now my wife is dying," he thought to himself miserably. He could sense very faint traces of Mito's chakra in the room beyond him and just barged in. The sight of Mito lying there pale and helpless, with what little life force she had fading fast brought tears to his eyes and raging guilt to his heart. He rushed towards her, taking her in his arms and extending his senses to such an extent that he was almost one with the nature around him. He quested for Mito's chakra, and he found nothing. "Do not interfere," barked Jiraiya to the alarmed medic Nin as he and Tsunade watched Naruto trying to heal his wife. Naruto made a complex seal sequence, melding chakra in impossible ways. "Iryo ninjutsu. Kami no Fakatsu," he intoned, straightaway using one of his most powerful techniques of healing. Green chakra fountained around him in a nimbus of bright light. As he sought to heal Mito, the light grew brighter as his desperation increased, causing those present to cover their eyes. He gathered every shred of chakra in his body, and forced healing on his wife, but it was to no avail. He slammed his palms together and called forth 8 wooden pillars, his wife resting on a smooth wood platform in the middle. This time, the green glow could have well been seen everywhere in Konoha, for the entire building was filled with it. After a few minutes, the extremely bright light subsided, leaving Naruto in front of his motionless wife. Tsunade looked on in extreme sorrow as she saw the man in front of her yell out in anger, the short burst of chakra causing cracks to appear in the walls. For hours they saw Naruto use healing techniques beyond their imagination, the pain in their hearts increasing every time he failed to achieve his goal. Finally, Naruto knelt tiredly on the ground and his wood pillars dissipated. The platform did not though, and Uzumaki Mito's beautiful form lay undisturbed and serene upon it. "I am useless," said Naruto with self-loathing. "Whoever did this to her broke the very center of her chakra network. My healing relies on the chakra of the recipient as support. She has no chakra to give." "None," he whispered, a single tear sliding down his eyes. Kakashi closed his eyes, and Jiraiya hung his head. Tsunade stood motionless at this unbelievable turn of events. Her family was falling like a pack of cards before she even knew it. Pain, came the whisper. Naruto stood up with surprise and delight at the welcome sound of the voice, but his face fell horribly at what met his sight. The light was leaving Mito's eyes, which were now open, and they were fixed upon Naruto's watery forest green ones. Pain is whole, and impostor. Preta path, traitor. Here her barely aware eyes seemed to sharpen and alighted upon Naruto, who was openly shedding tears of anguish. Be careful, husband, she gasped out with difficulty. Naruto just held her hand, tears flowing continuously down his face. He thought this life had given him a chance, but that chance was taken away before he could even properly consider it. His wife was in the throes of death. The only woman he had loved in both lives was being taken away from him, and he could do nothing to stop it. Of what use was all the healing he could do when he could not even save the love of all his lives? Tsunade came to the other side and held Mito's left hand, also crying at the cruel farewell they had to bid. Mito's slender body arched, and she slumped spread-eagled on the wooden platform. As the life left his wife, Naruto felt as if his soul was being torn as well. I love you, Hashirama, she whispered with her rasping breath. Naruto bowed his head, letting the grief and utter guilt swallow him whole. Tsunade was taking him away from his wife, and he did not stop her. When he had not stayed by her in life, what right did he have to stay by her in death? As anger, guilt and sorrow rushed through him in terrible proportions, he felt his mind folding in on itself. Though it was unbecoming for a shinobi of his stature, he let the blackness take him, happy to be away from the pain of it all. When he came to, he was lying in a private ward in the hospital. He was alone, that was good. As he stared up at the ceiling, his eyes watered and he controlled himself with an enormous effort. The pain of losing his wife so abruptly had not truly hit him yet. The pain of losing a second chance with her killed him inside. He tried to think. If he were just Hashirama, he would have been sad and moved on for the sake of the village. The village, he snorted. He was no longer just Hashirama to dedicate his entire life to Konoha. He was a reborn Hashirama and a new Naruto who wanted to live for himself and his loved ones. The loss hit him all over again, and he screamed. His chakra went loose again and the hospital started shaking violently from the force of its release. The door banged open, and Tsunade came in frantically. Calm down, Oji-san, said Tsunade, hugging him tightly. Naruto immediately stopped flaring his chakra at this contact, and disengaged himself. His emotional control was slipping rapidly, and barriers he did not know existed were being destroyed. Who was he? He gripped his head hard to avoid the crisis that brought to his soul. Who was Mito to him? Wife from past life, or a beautiful woman he was slowly growing to adore in this one? He shook his head. The barriers went back up once more, and his mind cleared. But he felt something in him change irrevocably as he turned to Jiraiya. All the joy in his voice was gone. It was dead. It was remarkable how a person could change so much in a matter of hours. Who killed her? He whispered. Jiraiya winced, and began to draw seals of privacy all over the room. Tsunade only waited gravely as Jiraiya activated the seals with a single gesture and turned to Naruto with a hopeful face. She is not dead, blurted Tsunade. Naruto turned to her with rage-filled eyes, causing her to step back slightly. In a deceptively calm voice, he asked, I felt her life fading to nothingness, you stupid little girl. Do you claim to know more healing than me? A small flash of anger ran across Tsunade's face, but was replaced by understanding immediately. She took Naruto's hand in hers, and said softly, the healing techniques you used were so powerful, Oji-san. They kept her alive when she should be dead. Reach out with your senses, can you feel her faint life pulse? She is in the next room, after all. Naruto desperately closed his eyes, reaching deep into the sensory perception. Mito, there she was. Like the flutter of a butterfly's wings, he could feel life and a faint chakra pulse in her. Relief ran through him so powerfully that he thought he would faint again. He got up and rushed out into his wife's ward, Tsunade and Jiraiya hot on his heels. It almost brought tears to his eyes again, the sight of his broken and unconscious Mito. He turned to Jiraiya and Tsunade, and gestured firmly to the door. Leave me with her. I need to see if I can fan the sparks of her small chakra into the raging fire it should be. He knew he was being abrupt with his friends, but this was the woman he loved. Finding the pure chakra of nature all around him, he reached out to Senjutsu. 2 hours later, Naruto came out of the room causing Tsunade and Jiraiya to stand up frantically. Tsunade looked at him with a desperately anxious look, a look that literally begged him to answer. She will not wake, said Naruto in a rough and tired voice. When Tsunade looked about to break down, he held up his hand. I said she will not wake, not that she was dead. She is in a coma. Her chakra network was destroyed too completely, as was her chakra source. I merely connected her to the flow of nature chakra. Nature will feed and sustain her. For now. Tsunade slowly opened the door to Mito's room and entered, gasping loudly. The bed was gone and trees filled the large ward everywhere. But in the center were 8 pillars that connected floor to ceiling, and in the middle lay Mito serenely. They could feel nature chakra in the room, running through the pillars and into Mito. You made her a sage? Asked Jiraiya in a flabbergasted voice. Naruto shook his head in morbid amusement, which quickly gave way to solemnity. No, that is impossible for anyone. In their unconscious state, ninjas with great and potent chakras have the ability to tap imperfectly into nature chakra. Sages can use this property to keep such people from dying, even with the gravest of injuries. It is something I discovered a long time ago. He trailed off. Amazing, whispered Jiraiya. Tsunade nodded, once more sampling the rejuvenating purity of the chakra that sustained Mito. Naruto quietly ushered them out of the room, and shut the door behind them. He slammed his palms together and trees thrust out of the ground to bar the entrance. He laid a palm on the trees, and seals appeared on them, engraved into them permanently. If only I knew the Hashiramas, he thought wistfully. Drop your blood onto them, he asked the duo. Tsunade and Jiraiya did so, and the seals disappeared. Naruto turned to them in satisfaction, and said, now only the 3 of us can enter this room, Tsunade. On to more important matters, he said with an authoritative voice, causing them to pay attention. I can actually heal Mito completely, he said. Jiraiya and Tsunade's confusion was ignored as he continued. But I am still not as strong as I was at the height of my power. I once had the ability to reconstruct a person from the ground up, even his chakra network itself. I need to train now, like never before. Only when I am satisfied with my own strength will I attempt to heal Mito completely. Her safety is more important than my desires. Heal even chakra networks, grow it back, whispered Tsunade with round eyes. Her grandfather's might was often dismissed as a fairy tale, but this was too much. No one had even considered such a feat. The precision required would be stunning. Yes, I can do it. Now I need to know a few things, a few important things. Here his visage darkened. He turned to Jiraiya. I know you two have contact with Itachi. Did he communicate with you? Yes. Then tell me, what the hell was Itachi doing when my wife was being killed? Did he just watch? Naruto asked, feeling rage slowly bubble up. Why yes, said Jiraiya, causing Tsunade to close her eyes. His cover. Naruto opened his eyes, and for a moment it was the slitted red eyes of Kyuubi that sat there. Damn his cover. I don't care about his cover. He should have rescued my wife. He shouted with anger, causing the hospital to shake again violently. Jiraiya looked alarmed and hurt at this baffling new personality of Naruto's. I will never forgive them. Was Pain the one who drained out Mito's chakra and broke her source? He asked in a voice of deadly control. Jiraiya nodded again, for once cursing. Itachi's desire to do the right thing, and knowing in his heart of hearts that the Uchiha had once more proved to be the greatest Anbu operative they ever had. Naruto remained silent, gathering his thoughts and composure. I assume you can reopen channels of communications with Itachi? He asked Jiraiya, seemingly regaining calmness. Tsunade nodded. Tell him not to interfere when I come for Pain. But Konoha is not ready, she began. Naruto cut her off with a single wave of his hand. Not Konoha, me. he said firmly. Pain took my wife away from me with the sage's eyes. I believe he too has a female aide, doesn't he, Jiraiya? Asked Naruto coldly. Jiraiya nodded, seeing where Naruto was going. He often did not like such actions, but they were shinobi. They had to send certain messages to their enemies, and vengeance really had nothing to do with it. Conan, a former student of mine. My spies have confirmed that she aids Nagato, he said sadly. Naruto turned to Tsunade. You said you have my armor? He asked. Tsunade nodded, wide-eyed at this. Naruto continued, oblivious to their reactions. Then I will have it back, for I might need it someday. I may have to attack Iwa sometime in the future, take the fight directly to Pain. I need to train hard anyway, what better way to supplement that training with the occasional battle with the leader of the Akatsuki, he chuckled humorlessly. Jiraiya looked at him as if he were insane. You plan to track Pain himself. Do you have any idea of how hostile Iwa is at the moment? And you say you plan to fight him eventually? Yes, but only if I can confirm Pain's presence there. Or else I will have to search the countries looking for him, said Naruto. Plans formed in his mind rapidly, and he somehow knew that this idea of his was the only alternative. The Council of Three will never agree, said Tsunade, speaking after a pause. Naruto smiled a chilling smile. Somehow it did not look right on his face. No matter, I am beyond their power, he said. I will get my wife back to health again, no matter how long it takes. We have the time for Mito, that much I have ensured for. Now, he announced with total determination. He was going to get his Mito back whether he was Hashirama or Naruto. She was a precious person irrespective of any identity crisis he had. The three sat in silence for a time, pondering the effect this new development would have on the future. Tsunade, I need to ask you for a huge favor, he said. Tsunade looked at him inquiringly. Naruto continued, feeling a modicum of calmness return. I will need your official permission to leave Konoha for an indefinite time, until I can find Pain. Mito said Pain was whole. I can assume therefore that Pain has become even stronger. It will be best if I can face him in a duel, he mused. Tsunade asked harshly as well. What if you do find him, what then? I have a plan. I will not go seeking him for now, I will only track him. When the time is right, I will face him, said Naruto. Here he smiled a wintry smile, and whispered. And then, I will extract from him the price of attacking my wife. He will know the consequences, soon enough. Him and the Akatsuki, they will understand. He looked at Tsunade, and got up to leave. Send my armor to my apartment. I may not use it, but it is an anchor to my past, he said, but stopped when Jiraiya announced firmly. I am coming with you as well. Kakashi will train Sasuke in Mangekyo Sharingan. But Minato would kill me 100 times over if I let his son walk into this kind of foolhardiness. Alone. Not even you cannot do everything by yourself, Hashirama. Only Rikodu could do that. Take the pervert with you, and I approve of your hastily conceived plan. It is worthy of the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Came the voice of the Kyuubi. Naruto just acknowledged the voice, and turned to Jiraiya. I will not risk my mother after all this, so you may accompany me. It will be good to have a companion in my travels, said Naruto. We leave at first light tomorrow, to Iwa. Tsunade, please take care of the formalities for now, it may be a few years before I see you again. Something tells me Pain already has anticipated my reaction, there is more to this situation than is obvious. He may be hard to find and keep track of. Lead Konoha well and make it strong. Tsunade nodded to Naruto, and surprisingly to Jiraiya as well. Be safe, both of you, she said as the two shinobi walked out of the hospital briskly. Itachi may not have broken cover for Oba-san, but he will if Konoha itself if threatened. When Oja-san is gone to train, we will still be defended, she thought. Be safe, Jiraiya, Oja-san, please be safe. You are the only hope for Mito Obasan. Chapter 17. 3 years later. The Hokage Tower. Konohagakure. Shikamaru stood in front of the Hokage as she read the proposal with scrutinizing eyes. The Chunin was nothing if not intelligent. he was being touted as a potential tactical prodigy of the likes of the Nidaime Reikage, the greatest tactician to ever live. He was being mentored by his illustrious father Nara Shikaku in the technical aspects of battle tactics and had risen high in that command structure. There was no help for it, though, not with the delicate balance that held the nations together. The so-called Rookie 9 Feet had specialized in their own strengths, making their graduating batch renowned as the strongest and most talented batch of genins since Uchiha Itachi had himself graduated. Some had even made Junin, thought Shikamaru idly as he observed the Hokage perusing his report. Neji had maintained his reputation as the most talented Hyuga to ever grace their clan as he made Junin in just 2 years after Genin. Hiashi often claimed in the council that the purity of Neji's Byakugan was alike to the first of their clan. His thoughts were pushed aside as Tsunade looked up at him with a considering expression. "It is an interesting proposal, Shikamaru. Rather bold, I dare say. You know that Orochimaru has holed up in Oto with all those missing nins surrounding him. He has not been seen for the last 3 years. It will be an exceptionally tough mission if approved," said Tsunade sternly, peering up at the Chunin. "That is true, Hokage-sama. But we need someone to infiltrate Otogakure to acquire information on its defenses. My father has received intel that Orochimaru has acquired a battalion of Iwa nin to bolster the outer wall structure. Akatsuki are building their strongholds quite slowly, but they are doing so surely," he said. Tsunade nodded slowly. "True, Orochimaru is secretive and sneaky, and I am afraid he is planning nothing good. Who would you suggest to go on this mission to Oto?" "Any ninja specializing in stealth would do, Hokage-sama," said Shikamaru, but his fact tightened as he emphasized, "An ideal team would be composed of Anbu. This is a very high-level mission. But we might need an S-class ninja to participate, I am afraid. Orochimaru is too sneaky not to anticipate such an attempt." "S-class ninja are in short supply, Shikamaru," said Tsunade acidly. "Kakashi might be one, but his sole responsibility for the moment is training Sasuke. People would laugh if I started doing missions myself. There is really no one else capable of handling Orochimaru in Konoha except a very select few." "What about Jiraiya-sama?" asked Shikamaru curiously. "We have not had word from him or Naruto recently. They seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth," said Tsunade with frustration. "Even Kushina knows nothing. She has her hands full with that Mizukage. I want to go and give that stupid cage a piece of my mind for keeping a foot out of the door for so long." "We must make do with the Reikage and Kumo, Hokage-sama," said Shikamaru. Despite Kushina-sama trying her hardest to bring Mizu, despite the friendship the Mizukage professed with her, Shikamaru shook his head. The village of Mist was turning out to be the one wild card in the entire affair. They were choosing neutrality in this time. "I think so," said Tsunade. "Akatsuki will be making their move soon. We must be ready to send teams to Kumo at a moment's notice. The Ikibi should be protected at all costs, as should the Nibi. I have received intel. Most likely the attack will not be large-scale. An ambush is expected. I can help predict attack possibilities, Hokage-sama. It should help to make our deployment more focused," said Shikamaru. Tsunade nodded. "Do so. I expect the report in 3 days' time," she ordered, and Shikamaru disappeared immediately with a shunshin. He ran through the main streets of Konoha towards the library, jumping up and above several rooftops as he did so. His mind ran several scenarios to solve the problem posed to him, considering and rejecting several possibilities simultaneously. "Shikamaru!" shouted Yamanaka Ino, bounding forward from his left. Shikamaru turned and waved at his bubbly teammate. Ino stopped in front of him and bonked him on the head. "Well, there you are. I thought we were going to have barbecue with Choji, you know, watch him scarf down the entire restaurant, but we have been waiting for too long and I simply cannot bear Choji's tantrums." "I'm sure," said Shikamaru weakly. "It was too troublesome," Ino interrupted him with a spitfire look. He paused right there, eliminating his sad excuse immediately. With a sigh, he followed his former teammate towards the one place he seemed to frequent more than his own home. His trained shinobi senses picked up something odd as he traveled through the village. There was absolutely no wind, yet the trees in Konoha were rustling indiscriminately. Ino looked at him quizzically, also noticing the same thing. It was odd. "What was that?" asked Shikamaru as the faint rustling sound seemed to pervade Konoha increasingly. Ino pointed to the streets, noticing several faint blurs race through the village towards the west gate. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Anbu, and all the elite Junin, he whispered in alarm as he saw Mitarashi Anko, Genma and Rado dash through the village. To his left he could catch Aoba and his team running full pelt towards the gate. The rustling of the trees increased tremendously. Every tree in Konoha seemed to sway in its spot, and Shikamaru's eyes widened as he could see new leaves sprout upon the branch he stood upon. "No way," said Ino, staring at the continuously blooming flowers to above her. The two shinobi of Konoha seemed to stand still as they felt a sense of happiness and belonging wash over them, and the trees began to shed their blossoms a season too early. He heard 3 Shunshins to his right and observed Aburame Shino, Hyuga Neji and Rock Lee coming up to him with urgent expressions. "Shikamaru, Shikaku-san requests your presence at West Gate. All the Junin are assembling there, along with Anbu. I assume it is a force of invaders." Shikamaru shook his head. He knew exactly who was coming, and it sure as hell was not invaders. Nodding to them, he rushed towards the west gate with a sense of euphoria and hope as Konoha began to be blanketed with flowering blossoms of every type. The west gate was teeming with ranks upon ranks of Junin and Anbu, and he could see his father standing impassively at the Hokage's right. To the Hokage's left stood Hitaki Kakashi and his current apprentice Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke had grown tremendously as well. His skill was being touted in all quarters. Kakashi's apprentice was known to have attained mastery of the Sharingan, and his Shunshin was possibly the most acclaimed technique in his arsenal. Already Sasuke had completed several borderline S-rank missions without too much effort, and his enterprise and skill had gained him several accolades. Shikamaru rapidly made his way to the Hokage, and was quite surprised as he saw the Rookie 9 gathered with the Anbu. As Ino and the others went to join them, he made directly towards the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, Chu-san, what is the situation?" he asked crisply. Tsunade said nothing, only pointing to an empty spot in front of them 100 yards. All the Junin's and Sasuke's eyes were fixed on the same spot, but he saw nothing. "What?" Before he could reply, a great puff of white smoke appeared at the exact spot Tsunade had pinpointed, but no one seemed to be alarmed in the slightest. Shikamaru recognized the phenomenon, and found himself frowning. "Hello, Tsunade," came a shout within the cloud of smoke, and Shikamaru frowned even more. This was just too troublesome. He could hear coughing sounds within the smoke, and a voice that seemed to be trying to speak but was cut off by the sheer amount of white smoke that was wafting everywhere. "Jiraiya, your theatrics are old just like you buffoon," said Tsunade in an angry voice as a tall figure with copious white hair became visible. More alarming was the fact that he seemed to be doing a ridiculous dance, hopping around singing praise of himself. "Privileged to meet me, the gallant Jiraiya," he shouted as he lifted up his hands in a pose not really awe-inspiring. Another figure stood to his right, just as tall as him. As the smoke cleared, Shikamaru could see a youth, built every bit as powerfully as Jiraiya himself was. "Could you please give me warning before you throw that smoke pellet?" demanded the youth in a frustrated voice. "That smoke tends to choke me too much," he coughed, and Shikamaru felt the utter silence from the Junin of the village. "Forget it, Gaki," said Jiraiya. "You will never understand the meaning of epic entrances. You have no clue how to awe your audience to submission." The youth gave a disbelieving scoff and with a final cough lifted up his head to face them all. Tsunade stepped up and whispered, "Naruto, is that really you?" The Rookie 9 were also frozen in surprise. The young man next to Jiraiya was the spitting image of Namikaze Minato, but with differences. He was of sturdier build than the deceased fourth, and was much taller. Sleek golden hair fell down to his shoulders, held in place by the headband of Konoha. His face held much of his father, a trace of his mother, and something he could not put his finger on. Naruto's forest green eyes seemed to be blazing like green embers, and Shikamaru could only barely see past the deception. He could see Naruto had grown tremendously, and he dared not guess how much. "Oh, hello," coughed the young man sheepishly, as Jiraiya banged him on his back. "Hey, Sasuke, I see you have become stronger, and look at all of you," he exclaimed, pointing furiously at each of the Rookie 9. "No longer kids, huh?" They simply stared at him. "Well, Dobi," smirked Sasuke. Kakashi's eyes smiled as only he could, and Sasuke continued, I see you have finally grasped the concept of people becoming older. Never thought you of all people would understand. Shikamaru said nothing as Jiraiya laughed heartily at the joke, and a few Junin too laughed. Even Tsunade smiled, and turned to the assembled Anbu and Junin with her orders. The alarm was false. Tell sensory unit that it was not an assault. You may all leave now. With curious and elated looks all the masked Junin dispersed with blurs, leaving only Jiraiya, Naruto, Kakashi, Shikamaru and Sasuke with the Hokage. Naruto strode forward to meet the Hokage with a serious expression. I am ready to heal her. Heal who? Thought Shikamaru, but Tsunade nodded. I am glad, we were getting worried. The hospital has been left alone, and we have sealed it to all shinobi. She is ready for your healing. Did they know? Asked Naruto, gesturing at Sasuke and Shikamaru. Tsunade shook her head, but Shikamaru must be told as soon as possible. He is our top strategist, and Sasuke I think you will tell yourself. Tell what? Asked Sasuke curiously. Naruto nodded to Jiraiya and turned to Shikamaru. Hey Shikamaru, I know you know several secrets being the chief strategist, but mine is more important than you could possibly imagine. Tell him after the procedure, Naruto. Said Jiraiya and Naruto nodded. Shikamaru followed them with a puzzled expression as they moved toward the old hospital, and he could see the puzzled expression mirrored upon Sasuke's as well. But the others knew, for they held not puzzlement but hope and satisfaction. What could Naruto be hiding? With a few lazy shunshuns, Naruto stood in front of the hospital that was declared off limits to all shinobi but the Hokage. 3 years, it had been 3 years since his awakening. 3 years since his wife was laid low by the treacherous attack of Pain and the impostor. He could feel the emotions of the entire village pressing on him gently, knew that his arrival had created a furore that would have to be dealt with later. Why are we here, Naruto? Asked Shikamaru. Naruto turned to the Chunin, immersing himself in his sensory abilities. He could feel absolutely no deception in Shikamaru except for a well-concealed readiness. 3 years had turned them all into youths, not quite men but close enough. He of course was a different matter. Glancing at Tsunade, he said, I believe them to be worthy of my secrets, Tsunade. I will tell them. Sasuke here deserves to know, and Shikamaru is according to you a potential planner of Konoha's strategy. Tsunade nodded in assent, and Kakashi's eyes smiled as he saw Sasuke look quizzically at Naruto. Shikamaru remained silent and followed as Naruto led the way into the very leafy interiors of the hospital. A strange chakra pervaded the entire building, seemingly rejuvenating its occupants like a dose of soldier's pills. Naruto strode purposefully through the corridors to the place where his wife awaited healing, focusing his chakra as he did so. Mito had suffered far too much, and he would not let her do so any longer. Within moments, he had reached the room he had sealed with wood release, and felt the wonder of Sasuke and Shikamaru. The place was awash with the power of his senjutsu and he could not help but feel a sense of pride at a job well done. True, 3 years ago his control of his chakra was abominable at best as he used to release chakra whenever he got stressed in any way. But now he was better. Much better, and closer to the supreme skill he had once possessed as Hashirama Senju. What is this place? Whispered Sasuke. To his Sharingan the tree-covered doors were absolutely blazing with a silver chakra that made him want to laugh with ecstasy. Such was its efficacy and power that even the one labeled the Emo Uchiha cracked a wide smile. My own chakra, said Naruto absently, as the trees parted for him. The door was pushed open and the shinobi filed in after Naruto to see another stunning vision. Tsunade and Jiraiya watched closely as Naruto briskly made towards Mito, and laid a palm upon her forehead. The earth shuddered as the 8 pillars of wood was returned to it, and the trees in the room began to return to its source. Tsunade leaned to whisper into Jiraiya's ear. Can he do it? Jiraiya scoffed. Tsunade, he is who he is. If the last 3 years of traipsing around with him have taught me anything, it is to not doubt him. Just watch. Mito-sama will be healed even though it is theoretically impossible. Naruto heard that and smirked at Jiraiya. The man knew more about him anyone except perhaps Mito. His meetings with his mother were few and far in between, and those were fraught with such tension that he was often shunted to consider Kurama's doubts about his mother. What is happening here? Questioned Shikamaru discerningly, looking around the place with his trademark bored look. Kakashi stood with Jiraiya and Tsunade, and they only watched silently as Naruto joined his palms in the tiger seal. "That woman is close to dying," observed Sasuke quietly, but no one even turned to him. His Sharingan was at the Mangekyo stage, and he could quite clearly see pathways. What had happened to her was truly atrocious. Sasuke whispered to Kakashi, "Her source of chakra has been broken, I have no idea how. Trying to heal her is folly." Shikamaru's eyes widened at this, but Naruto opened his eyes to stare at them with a determination that silenced their objections immediately. This time, there was no visible manifestation of chakra around Naruto, but Sasuke could see just how much chakra was contained in his body. It was a wonder he did not explode, taking out the entirety of Konoha with him. "She is my wife. Mito is my wife," said Naruto quietly, and saw Shikamaru making the connections fast. Sasuke just stared at him with puzzlement, but Naruto could see the faintest inklings of comprehension steal over him. He had waited 3 years for this moment, learning and training in ways that had almost put him to the ground. Mito began to breathe heavily in her prone form, and Naruto turned down to face her. He had created this technique after 2 years of painstaking research, a culmination of healing techniques all over the countries. Tsunade watched anxiously as Naruto's hands flashed through seals in a sequence even Sasuke could not follow. "Sasuke, I need your help," said Naruto as he blurred through the seal sequence. Sasuke started at that. Naruto was never one to ask for help. With a glance at Kakashi he strode forward, standing at Naruto's side in an instant. With a final seal, he separated his hands and laid one on Mito's chest and one on her brow. "Can you do shape manipulation of lightning and fire?" he asked intently. Sasuke nodded, and held out his hands. The room was lit up as fire and lightning crackled into existence in his palms and Naruto nodded approvingly. He turned to Tsunade. "I need Sasuke because I will fuse all elemental natures to fuel my jutsu. That is how the human body is composed, as you well know," he said, and proceeded to continue. Kakashi interrupted, however. "What about yin and yang?" Naruto smiled mysteriously, and held out his hands widely to the side. Sasuke could see earth chakra and water chakra take shape in both palms, and Naruto intoned softly to the earth, "Mokuden, Hote no Jutsu." 4 huge hands of wood burst from the ground, towering all around them. Their palms held glowing chakras of green, white, silver and black. A gasp of pure surprise came from Shikamaru, who knew exactly what it took to split chakra in so many ways. His suspicions were all but confirmed as he saw the spectacle of Naruto consciously molding the 8 different pure chakras into one single sphere that hovered above Mito. "You all had better close your eyes," Naruto advised them calmly as the sphere's brightness grew to painful levels. It seemed to be fed by the chakras in the hands of Sasuke, Naruto and the arms of wood. Shikamaru could only stand with growing certainty as the Hokage and the 2S rank nin simply watched solemnly. "Tentai Omoyari," he heard Naruto's voice, and the light of the sphere consumed everything as it fused with Mito's slowly diminishing body. Shikamaru closed his eyes tightly, wrapping himself with the shadows his clan used so well. "I could never have expected that Naruto was him of all people," he thought as he staved off the painful light with the shadow manipulation of the Nara clan. He saw Jiraiya's hair elongate and expand to shield himself and Tsunade from the jutsu, and he thought he saw a skeleton of some sort encase Sasuke. Kakashi he could see nowhere in the room. What a twist of fate. Of all the people in Konoha, Naruto is him. Of all the people. Itachi, came the sibilant whisper from Orochimaru, as he manipulated some unknown compound in his laboratory. The snake Sanin turned to face the Uchiha who had seemingly appeared out of nothing in his laboratory, lowering his hood disdainfully. "Orochimaru," replied Itachi quietly. "Have you finished recreating it? Pain is expecting it to be in his hands very soon." He did not risk using the creation of all things just to indulge your imaginations of the 6-path sage's power. The dank basement seemed to grow moodier as Orochimaru chuckled his dark laugh. Carefully replacing the vial of a bright red liquid in its holder, he wiped his hands and turned to Itachi. "Pain demands much. That metal is not very easy to make malleable, Itachi. It will take time," he said condescendingly. Itachi stared at him disquietingly for a time, and then nodded slightly. So be it. Pain has a message for you. If you think you can betray us again, you will be destroyed without hesitation, said Itachi as he wavered out of existence balefully. Orochimaru just laughed at the Uchiha's words. He knew all too well how testy pain could be. A dark corner in the lab stirred, and out came his promising subordinate Kabuto. Orochimaru-sama, what do you think Akatsuki will do with the item? He asked curiously. The Rinnegan has the ability to manipulate all the elements without such a crutch. It seems like inordinate effort to get something they already have. Orochimaru's face grew pensive. Despite all his intelligence and acumen, he had wondered the selfsame thing. Why on earth would Pain ask for such a thing? There were things going on he did not know about, and not knowing something was a great irritant to the snake Sannin. I do not know, Kabuto, he admitted distastefully. But I will find out. Naruto had just finished activating the powerful seal of privacy in the Hokage Tower, and made to sit down leisurely in a rather comfortable chair. Relief was written all over his face. The healing of Mito had gone better than he had expected. They had all gathered in the Hokage Tower, with Shikamaru staring at Naruto with a white and amazed face. A wide smile suddenly split Naruto's face, and he suddenly started dancing around with anime tears streaming down his face. They stared at him, Shikamaru looking so surprised that he might as well faint. She is healed, Naruto kept chanting continuously as he performed a rather disturbing jig. Jiraiya face palmed, and Sasuke stared right into Naruto's eyes. Shut up. At this Naruto's face fell, though the cheer remained in his eyes. Sorry about that, he said, scratching his head diffidently. It is just, I am so happy. They heard a brief croaking kind of sound, and turned to Shikamaru who was making a series of said sounds with an indignant hand pointing at Naruto. You, he sputtered, his face so white that Naruto was sure he would go to radish-level whiteness. What? Asked Sasuke irritably, somewhat alarmed by the unflappable Shikamaru's extreme reactions. He looked at Naruto with a discerning expression. True, the healing was extremely impressive. Jiraiya and Kakashi looked at Shikamaru with a smug amusement, enjoying the young Chunin's reaction. Oh, you have deduced my identity, haven't you? Asked Naruto happily. Sasuke stared at him with a deadpan look. Dobi, Shikamaru is not that dumb. No, you don't understand, choked out Shikamaru. He is not Naruto. He is Senju Hashirama, said the Nara in a faint voice. Sasuke stared at him as if he had gone crazy, not noticing the knowing looks of the others. You have finally gone insane, haven't you? Not that you Nara people were any saner in the first place. And you call Uchiha unstable. You've lost it, said Sasuke, shaking his head miserably. Then he looked up at Kakashi. Sensei, did you hear that load of CR? He paused. You don't actually believe him, do you? He asked in an incredulous pointed at Naruto furiously. You don't believe that the Dobi here is actually Hashirama himself, do you? He cannot be him. That would mean he is stronger than even my ancestor Madara. That is impossible for someone like him. Hey, said Naruto indignantly. I defeated Madara every single time we fought, you know. I used to be better than him. Not to mention you defeated me along with him, came Kurama's rather put-out voice. That wood release of yours is really annoying. I have much more chakra than you, but you got me all too easily. This is insanity, said Sasuke. You are all insane, he said in a blank voice and tried to make out of the room. Tsunade stood up immediately. Stand down, Sasuke. This is an SS class secret, and we will not let you walk out freely with it whether or not you believe in it. Listen carefully, said Tsunade, and laid forth the evidence that supported Naruto's claims, all of it. An hour later both Shikamaru and Sasuke stared at Naruto with amazement. Naruto grinned at them weakly. Pleased to meet you, Sasuke. For your information, you are nothing close to Madara, he said reassuringly. Sasuke's eyes narrowed dangerously. Naruto waved his hands around frantically. No, not like that. You are not of Madara's darkness. You are much better than him, he shouted, causing the Uchiha to calm down. Shikamaru said weakly. Senju Hashirama. That's me, said Naruto, raising his hand cheerfully. Kakashi stepped forth. This is getting us nowhere, he said calmly. All these reactions are funny to watch, Naruto. I even look forward to seeing other people's reactions to the truth of your past life, he said, causing Naruto to smirk. But we do need to know a few things. We can't tell you everything at once, said Jiraiya immediately. We will only cover the important points for now. It would take a long time to tell you all everything. Right? He asked an agreeable Naruto, who was still basking in relief and happiness. Yeah, but be brief, replied Naruto, and returned to his relieved lounging. Jiraiya turned to them, and began. We spent the first year traveling around to hone our skills, infiltrated Iowa in the late portion of that year. Early next year we were detected by Pain, and I had to literally drag Naruto out of the village for fighting Pain in the middle of his own base was foolishness. We were in hiding near Oto for the next few months, during which I met Orochimaru and nearly killed him. I too had suffered serious wounds and took another month to recuperate. Finally, for the last year we wandered the nations of Mizu and Kumo, occasionally meeting Kushina. It was during this time that training yielded the most result, finished Jiraiya, to a room that was blinking after the overly simplified account. I see, said Tsunade, blinking once in surprise. Naruto palmed his forehead. Not that brief, you perverted hermit, he exclaimed. Jiraiya smirked at him, causing him to turn to Tsunade with an exasperated look. That was pretty much what happened, he said. Tsunade shook her head, glancing at Jiraiya with an angered look. You idiot, that is why we could not draw out Orochimaru from his hidey hole. Now it turns out that it was you doing a half-baked job that cost us so many Anbu. Naruto was on immediate alert. They had lost Anbu to Otogakure. Jiraiya's face showed utter surprise at the fact. What happened? Asked Naruto seriously. Tsunade sighed, and Naruto felt a deep melancholy take hold of the room. His senses could feel a particular sadness from Sasuke, a kind that felt very familiar. A kind that felt. Whom did you lose? Asked Naruto in a soft voice to Sasuke. Kakashi shot him a warning look, but he needed to know. Sasuke looked down to the ground, and the fact that he was so controlled in his emotional display brought home to Naruto how much he had grown. My sensei, Azuki Yugo. She taught me how to use the sword like a true shinobi, said Sasuke, his fist clenching briefly. Shikamaru was also highly poignant, and Naruto noticed it. What happened? He asked again. The Anbu station near Orochimaru's base were getting blasts of extremely strong chakra, said Tsunade. They were ordered to investigate the base as soon as possible, and it was termed an S-rank mission. We have lost contact from them, a year ago now. We assume Orochimaru killed them all, she finished with a sad tone. But we almost died in that fight, both of us, said Jiraiya harshly. Even that creep would take some time to recover from that fight, so it could not have been him. It was most likely someone else. Not Akatsuki, or else either I or Naruto would have felt their presence. Not necessarily, said Naruto. I have searched for Pain for a long time now, and he has managed to evade me every time I think I have him. For the last year I have been aware of Orochimaru's unnatural behavior, not that it was ever natural, he said with a hint of disgust. I wanted first to attack Oto, snarled Sasuke, as his eyes burned red. But she, he pointed to Tsunade with fury. She would not let me go. Told me I would be considered a nuke nin if I disobeyed her orders. She was right to do so, Sasuke, said Shikamaru quietly. Before they could bicker too much, Naruto intervened. Kakashi, he said loudly. How strong do you think Sasuke is? Everybody quieted down, looking curiously at the Junin. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and then back at Naruto. After a few moments he said in a low voice, he can awaken Susanoo. Naruto's eyes widened, memories coming to him from his other life. Memories of a battle when he and Madara had fought as just boys, the moment when Madara had showed him just what it meant to possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had little doubt that if one took the trouble to trace back the lineage of Sasuke and Itachi, they would be lead inevitably to Madara. Why? Asked Sasuke hollowly. My strength is of no use if I cannot use it to help my precious people, he said, shooting a dirty look at Tsunade who stared back firmly. Naruto held up his hand, drawing attention. Do you think he can hold off Orochimaru if it comes down to that? He questioned Kakashi intently. The one-eyed Junin frowned, considering his reply. Sasuke remained silent. He can, said Kakashi shortly. Not for long, but he can do it. Naruto nodded briefly. I will not send him, said Tsunade firmly, causing Naruto to turn to her. I will not send that boy and allow him to get captured by Orochimaru or possibly killed. No need, said Naruto and smiled grimly. Jiraiya's eyes widened, he knew that tone. Before he could say anything, Naruto had said his piece. I know you want to flush out Orochimaru. He will not be flushed out unless there is a reason. I can be that reason, said Naruto in a serious voice. Sasuke needs to rescue his Kenjutsu sensei. You need information on Orochimaru, and I really do not like Akatsuki. If I create a distraction you can slip in even Sasuke. I occupy those Otogaker for enough time to let the nin complete their missions. Everyone wins, except Oto, said Naruto triumphantly. The room was too silent. But it was broken eventually by Shikamaru. Your plan would be good, but for the fact that the moment you use Mokuden it would alert the Akatsuki nations into premature actions. We are not yet prepared for a war. He is right, said Kakashi. Naruto shook his head slightly. I will not use Mokuden, then. I could defeat Izuna without it and I damn well killed Kakuzu without it. I can definitely handle Orochimaru's ragtag army without it, he said firmly. Are you quite sure? Asked Tsunade in a grave voice. Naruto nodded, but Jiraiya shouted desperately. You cannot be serious. You have not seen those diversions of his, Haim. He will raise Otogaker to the ground again. Trust me, I would know. Why else do you think Orochimaru is reinforcing it with earth walls? You perverted hermit, shouted Naruto in return. Orochimaru had stabbed you with Kusanagi and I had to do something. Killing that snake would take too much time and you were dying fast. It was the best I could come up with at the time. Fine, grumbled Jiraiya. Everyone was looking at them with amazement, Tsunade with exasperation. Really, that was the reason why we are in this mess. Your solutions are sometimes too drastic, Oji-san. She exclaimed. Naruto held up his hands in surrender. I said I would help, didn't I? So what do you say about my plan? Asked Naruto curiously. Everyone looked to Tsunade who asked Shikamaru. I find no real debilitating consequences. Can you? She asked. What if Akatsuki come? Asked the Nara. Naruto's eyes became filled with a terrible anger. Let them come. They have escaped me for quite some time now, they have been steering clear of me quite prudently. If they come, I will tear them to pieces, he promised viciously. Sasuke looked alarmed at this side of Naruto's. The truth about the Uzumaki had not yet sunk in. But now he could see traces of something far older and more powerful than he could possibly imagine in the Dobi's face, and could begin to accept the impossible truth. That Naruto was Senju Hashirama reborn into the world. I am sure you will, Shodai-sama, Shikamaru managed to say. Naruto waved his hand at the Nara, calming down immediately. Do not call me that, Shikamaru. I am him, but not entirely. It would be an abomination for the dead to reclaim themselves in this manner. I am Hashirama, but Naruto describes my personality better. Shikamaru nodded diffidently. The time is coming, said Jiraiya suddenly. Intel has reached me that Akatsuki is beginning to make a move on Ikibi and Nibi. This means Kumogakur is under danger. All for the better, said Naruto calmly. Tsunade turned to him incredulously. How can you say that? She demanded. Simple. I attack Oto, we cripple their presence in that area. They will not strike back until really necessary, not until they are threatened directly. Pain does not care about such peripheral support as long as he is fixated upon the Biju. This is our best chance to take out Otogakur with a minimum of interference, he said, with eyes shining in their excitement. So, as long as Akatsuki concentrates on the Jinchuriki they will not concentrate too much on Oto, said Tsunade musingly. It will not escalate into a war we are not truly prepared for. At best it will be a minor battle, she said, mirroring the cunning look in Naruto's eyes. I don't care, said Sasuke. I only wish to rescue my sensei. And rescue her we will, said Naruto pleasantly. And along with that, we will deal Orochimaru a nice surprise. I still haven't forgiven him for almost killing the pervert here, nor for resurrecting my family in such an abominable manner. Will you be taking a team with you? Asked Shikamaru curiously. No, said Naruto firmly. I will cause widespread panic in Oto with my attack, and they will all pile up on me in their hurry. Sasuke will blend into the confusion and search the base to complete the mission. I would appreciate Kakashi here with me, though. You have business here, don't you, Ero Sennin? I do, said Jiraiya. I have important things to do. If you try to peep on Shizune or me once more, threatened Tsunade with cracking knuckles. Jiraiya denied it vehemently. I would be honored, Naruto, said Kakashi loudly. Naruto nodded. Excellent, he said, and looked at Sasuke, who shot him a look that said, do you even have to ask? We'll leave tomorrow then, shall we? Asked Naruto to Tsunade. The Hokage nodded with anticipation. Bring him down, Oji-san. Let us end Orochimaru once and for all. They are nothing in front of my eyes, said Sasuke arrogantly. Naruto laughed out nostalgically, causing Sasuke to turn to him with a perplexed look. After a few moments of short guffaws he said, in many ways you are like my old friend Madara. He said the exact same thing when the two of us fought the Yatsuki clan's original army. But that was when we were friends, he reminisced sadly. Shodai Raikage's personal army, just after Konoha was built? Asked Shikamaru with wide eyes. On Naruto's nod he said, that army was 7,000 shinobi strong. Naruto scratched his head, remembering him and Madara standing by each other's side as they literally slaughtered the entire army. He had only sought to incapacitate them, but Madara had not hesitated. No, I think it was more like 9,000, confessed Naruto. Sasuke let out a shocked exclamation. 9,000. He choked out in a stunned whisper. Kakashi shook his head resignedly. Madara was almost about to kill the man who would become Shodai Raikage. The man had surrendered, he was too afraid of our strength. Said we were not of this world, reminisced Naruto. I had everyone in my half restrained and incapacitated, and Madara had killed everybody in his half of the army. I mean everyone. I was sickened by his actions, and stopped him from dealing the final blow. From then he always took to calling me a soft-hearted fool, who did not know to kill his enemies. You stopped your half of an army of 9,000 shinobi, without killing them? Asked Shikamaru in a faint voice. If that is true, then I do not think we will have too many problems with Oto. I am inclined to agree, said Kakashi with his understated humor. Naruto looked at Tsunade seriously. I wish to be back before Mito awakens, for which I give a week. It will take time for her body to recuperate completely. We must begin our preparations. Chapter 18. Kurama, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. So you aren't balking like I expected you to. When will you do it? I would release me right upon Orochimaru, you know. I could wreck up that. For you, you know, a parting gift of sorts. I appreciate the offer, truly I do, but I prefer not to let the world know that you are free. If they come after you desiring power, I will not be able to stop them. Present. Raikage has the amber sealing pot, and shinobi exist who are adept at sealing. True indeed. Will you release me here right in sight of Konoha? It might be fun. For you, perhaps. No, I will release you the moment we are at a safe distance from Konoha. I swear it upon my forefathers and my grandchildren unborn that me is an opponent again, not of my own choosing. What? I think, you are actually serious, aren't you? About releasing me and the promise not to seek me out for power. No jokes, Kyuubi. I never break my word. I am a previous Hokage, after all. I hope you remain hidden when you are free, Kurama. If pain comes at you with your infinite chakra cannot save you. A long hour of silence ensued as Naruto rushed through the trees, Kakashi and Sasuke following him easily. And then, I know, he wields that power too well, it is what created me, and it can cause me no end of trouble. That's why. No, don't tell me, shut up, that is why I will help you in your endeavor. Peace is conducive to me as well, Naruto. I can fade into obscurity that way when me for my power. I will have you as my Jinchuriki for now. But I will hold you to your promise when the time truly comes. Fine, I wouldn't want you to be captured anyway. And I will honor my promise to you when you demand it. I will one day make sure human malice will never again. Normally I would laugh heartily at such a declaration, said the Kyuubi quietly. But if anyone has a chance at such a thing it would be you. You rem grandfather. A lot, What with all your ridiculous idealism and convictions? Grandfather, you mean the Rikodo Sennin. But the Kyuubi had gone silent, causing Naruto to go silent as well. Kurama's sudden faith in him was moving, he could faintly understand the uncounted scent. Tailed beasts must have gone through. It filled him with great shame that he had also once been party to conquering them for their power. The balance of power, huh? He murmured softly to himself, shaking his head disgustedly. Using such originally pure beings as pawns in a feudal games for pow. Been insane in his other life. I can see your soul, Kyuubi, since it resides within mine. You are not a mass of hatred as I once foolishly thought you to be. You were made that way by us, be ashamed about it. I would let you free right this instant but for your own decision. The warm acknowledgement from the strongest of the Biju put a smile on his face, and he raced forward with a renewed vigor. When he had asked Mito to s. within herself, she had done so with little hesitation and without asking him why. Mito could not be faulted, his beautiful wife was always there to support him. Possible, just as I was not there for her in this life. I keep failing continuously it seems, he thought to himself sadly. It was his fault that day, his fault that so much suffering had been spread around to maintain the balance of power. His fault that he had foolishly, naively distributing the Biju-like weapons to the other nations would hold the balance. He shook his head sadly, the very act of distribution was wrong. How could an act, born out of ignorance and neglect, yield anything inherently good? He had begun to regret that fact now, an entire life later. The fact that he had even disturbed entities like the Biju. Foolish pride of his first youth, no doubt. Of suffering that had thrown a huge wrench into Rakudo's intentions for the Biju. It was direct disrespect to the father of ninja, and to his own ideals. But I will end it in this life, he promised himself. He would one day gather all the 9 Biju, earn their respect, and give them a choice to be free. He had ma. In letting the Biju be used as they had been, and the nations were paying a terrible price for it now. Dobi, are you fine? Asked Sasuke in a voice of faux concern. Naruto nodded as Kakashi called a halt in the middle of the forest. We will pause here for the night. At least we are within sight of Hino Kuni. We also need to plan how we are going to go about this mission, said the copy nin. Wood rose out of the earth in tall pillars, molding itself into fantastic shapes to form a beautiful house of traditional architecture. Flowers bloomed across its SL. Detailed sculptures of stone rose on either side of its entrance. Thank you, Naruto, said Kakashi genially, as Sasuke gawked at the palatial house Naruto had built in seconds. Well, are you coming or not? Asked Naruto to the house he had created. As he slid open the doors, a smile came onto his face. It seems my attention to detail has improved, he said, pointing to the carvings on the roof and walls. The roof of the building was transparent, and allowed night sky in all its glory. Browse just in Community Forum Beta's story. Anime Manga Anime Naruto. Plus. But the make of the house itself was quite royal. Sasuke shook his head, feeling deeply touched by the things Mokuden could create. As a tool to build, or a foe. No equal, he bent enough of his pride to admit that not even the Sharingan could achieve something like this. Sharingan was only about never-ending conflict. Not like Naruto's Mokuden which could spawn beauty such as this. Even when Mokuden destroyed, it created. Even when it took several lives in the battlefield, it created several living plants. He had begun to think of the Susan. Ultimate destruction. Several times he had used it to destroy hapless ninja he had encountered in the other missions. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, feeling in the Uchiha an all too familiar emotion. It was a tiredness of conflict, a loathing of malice, and at the same time an urge to necessary to end the suffering. But therein lay the choice. The fine line between Madara and himself lay in that choice, the fine line between pain and himself. Choice. The choice of how to end the suffering. I will put up intruder alert seals over the perimeter, said Kakashi and vanished from sight. Naruto seated himself on the bed with a sigh, and turned to Sasuke. Organizing his belongings. I know it is not my place, but I can sense your melancholy. Talking will help, you know. It is never good for a shinobi to bottle our feelings, he said gently. Hand the effects of such actions, it would drive the shinobi into despair and anger, and that would be the beginning of death. Sasuke laid out his bedspread neatly, and also sat down on his bed. He looked around the large room with a sense of envy, feeling the beautiful wood that was furnished with all amenities required for a house, some so ostentatious that he doubted whether even the daimyo's house had such things. For one, he did not think a makeshift camp warranted a highly polished teak dining table. His Sharingan could tell easily that such a thing would fetch 100 Ryo, even he could find no faults in its structure or smoothness. He turned to Naruto, and indicated the entire house with a wave of his hand. "All this," he said softly. "I begin to feel a lack of pride in my Sharingan," he confessed, drawing an absolutely shocked look from Naruto. That was certainly no expecting to hear, that too from an Uchiha fanatic like Sasuke. "What the? I know, it is amusing to you. But I begin to feel tired of our life of anger and killing. Is that all there is to it? Kill, gather power, kill, become powerful, be vicious cycle," said Sasuke with sorrow. Naruto waited, knowing Sasuke was suffering deeply. Konoha had failed once more in following his edicts. Long ago he had made it law that children were not missions, and yet Sasuke had been forced to do so. There was no help for it, but it was saddening to see the despairing face of old veterans upon a young face. "Killing fellow shinobi, I know that is a necessity," said Sasuke in a quiet voice. "I had to kill several in my missions with Kakashi. But when I was forced to kill older than me and many times younger than me, one was barely 12 years of age, it was horrible. They came at me to kill me, and I killed them in return. Leaving their eyes, terrible," said Sasuke, shaking his head. Then he glanced around the opulent castle Naruto had called up with his technique. "Seeing your Mokudan being used in such a manner, it is changing my conception of the world," he confessed. Naruto's eyes widened, looking at the Uchiha wit. "Oh, how so? For once, I have no wish to destroy things. Seeing this beautiful house so easily shaped, I too want to do something like that. Sharingan can only destroy, nay, destroyed and destroyed, repeatedly. I have killed children." Here his mouth twisted in self-loathing, and his eyes grew haunted. "You say you are Hashirama Senju reborn, so you may understand the joy of building everlasting things," he said after a few moments. "How did you build Khan? The story, I will hear that another time. I mean, exactly how did you build Konoha?" "With Toshi no Jasho," said Naruto softly. "As the assembled clans of Uchiha and Senju stood there waiting, I used Mokudan to create what you know to be the today." "I see," said Sasuke, trying to picture such a scene. "With your Mokudan, you can build things. You can rid entire lands of their drought and your healing can be near their deaths. You have the strength to turn this world into a paradise," he said passionately. Naruto sat stunned at the fervent proclamation of the Uchiha. He had never ever heard any Uchiha speak that way. He had never suspected Sasuke to have 3 years, no he had not. These were profound thoughts Sasuke had put forth, and it touched something in him that he had thought was lost in endless Khan. "My Sharingan is nothing more than a weapon," said Sasuke dismissively, as if realizing it just now. "I only now understand what Itachi was trying to tell me. I begged and pleaded with him to tell me how he mastered those eyes at merely 8 years. Uchiha are not defined by their dujutsu," he said, "but by someth. Something beyond even chakra." Silence fell over them as they heard a faint whisper come into the room. Kakashi watched Sasuke with a visible pride that shone strongly on his face. Something felt. He could count on his fingers the number of Uchiha who had come to the same epiphany as Sasuke. He knew that the young Uchiha would never fall to the will of fire, said Kakashi softly, staring at Naruto. Naruto nodded, and his forest green eyes shone with a wisdom that stunned Kakashi and Sasuke. He said, "There is no excuse for killing. We shinobi do it as a matter of course, giving various justifications," he said in a weary voice. "But a garden cannot grow if pruned. It is only this belief that has sustained my sanity in both lives, Sasuke. I have tried to avoid killing as much as I could, only doing so in defense of my. Sometimes there is no choice. You must not let those demons dominate you. Sasuke and Kakashi sat silently, letting the words of the reborn first wash over them. Naruto continued. The sage of the six paths was a peaceable man, and used chakra to aid humanity and to help it reach a new stage of bliss. But fools that we are, we used his gift and turned it into a weapon. Chakra was never originally. Minato-sensei once said the same thing, reminisced Kakashi. He said fire existed to give life, and not burn it. Water to nurture life and not drown it. Lightning, and not vaporize it. Earth to beget life and not bury it, and wind to convey life, not to cut it. My father was a wise man, indeed, said Naruto softly. Sasuke seemed to be mulling over the fourth saying. He spoke the truth. Sasuke. You say you cannot build. I remember my subordinate, Uchiha Kyoshi, who used illusions of Sharingan to alleviate insanity. I remember Uchiha Ita who used the Sharingan to an extent that it once made Mito shed tears openly, such was the pathos in his paintings. But I also remember Uchiha Madara, my best friend, who used his kinsman from all harm. Silence enveloped the room at this. Naruto stretched in his bed, working out kinks calmly before he turned to Sasuke. Words cannot soothe regret, Sasuke. But perhaps actions can, and even better our own perspectives can, he said, before letting himself being taken by sleep. Due in the morning, and he hoped he had brought some peace to the beguiled mind of the Uchiha. Good night, everyone, he murmured. The morning shone bright and crisp, shafts of sunlight penetrating the beautiful house Naruto had erected. The trilling of forest birds made the air even more usual, but the air was darkened by the menacing nature of the discussions happening in the room of dining. Is guarded at all times by those sound ninja. The outer walls are reinforced heavily with earth, and it is held actively at all times by a dozen powerful Doden. Himself lives in a secret underground base and no one exactly knows where it is. Sasuke will need time to search the base, even with Sharingan, said Kakashi. Fruit provided to them by Naruto. These apples are delicious, he added generously to Naruto, who grinned. Thank you. But coming back to the subject, I can overwhelm Doden users. But all our hopes rest in making Orochimaru frantic with our assault, so much so through our ruse. He will sense my chakra the moment I am within sight of Oto. The last time I was there really scared him, I think, said Naruto. Kakashi-kan. Sasuke spoke up first. Then flare your chakra. He will be so prepared for you that he won't see me coming, said Sasuke. Naruto could see his emotions had changed considerably. Somewhat lighter feel to his thoughts. No longer were Sasuke's thoughts riddled with their usual melancholy and sadness. His chakra felt warm and hopeful, and forbidding cold. He felt happiness that he had ignited hope in an Uchiha. Turning to Sasuke, he replied. An excellent idea, Sasuke. As long as I am a diversion, let me be a proper one, he said. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and said firmly. If you encounter Orochimaru or Akatsuki, do not use Mangekyo Sharingan. If you do so, they might send Itachi against you. Even if he fights half seriously, you without even meaning to do so. I have no intention of fighting Itachi, said Naruto bowing his head. In fact, the lesser we meet, the lesser our association will be suspected. So Kakashi is Rig. Have faith enough in your abilities that you can easily complete this mission. I won't fail, said Sasuke with certainty. But if my sensei is threatened, I will not hesitate to use Mangekyo Sharingan. If things get too dangerous, I will also use Mokuden, said Naruto reassuringly. Chances are that Akatsuki won't care anyway. I am pains equal at the very risk his real subordinates being wiped out by me. Kakashi here is also well versed with the Mangekyo. Together, the three of us are more than equal to this conviction. I believe so as well, said Kakashi. Orochimaru is gathering force at Oto however, and we would be wise not to dismiss them as the usual rabble. I agree, said Naruto. We must attack in the night, though. Most shinobi are less aware during the night. I say we make the move tonight. Sharingan can see. And this will give Sasuke an added advantage. My sensory skills care not whether or not it is light or dark. So do we leave now? Oto is quite a distance from this place, said Sasuke. Naruto nodded, standing up as he finished his berries. We leave now, and we make to Oto with as much speed as possible. Orochimaru needs plenty of warning for this plan to succeed. I will also have enough defenses and shinobi, and that more than anything will give us a real edge in this mission. Hidan has been sent to Tokigakure. Their Jinchuriki has escaped from her prison, it seems. I have no doubt Hidan and Kakuzu can deal with that problem. Stood in Akatsuki's sprawling base at Iwa, amazed as always at how an organization in the shadows had become such a real factor in the forging of the nation. Pain himself had erected the base when the Tsuchikage had refused to help them, literally shaping the huge structure out of the bare bones of the earth. The Rinnegan had been evident then, as had the supremely augmented power of the Akatsuki leader. Perhaps of all the earth users, only the Tsuchikages are Hashi. Or surpass that feat. Good, said Pain in his deep voice. Orochimaru is delaying. He is. I just think he wants more time to experiment with your creation. I have no idea why you have not destroyed him, said Itachi. The air rippled next to H. Black-robed man with an orange mask and a single Sharingan revealed. Because, said Toby, he is a valuable pawn, and possibly the only one who can understand how to shape that particular metal. As long as we threaten him to our will, I am not so sure, said Itachi. He is as slippery as a snake, and about as deadly. I predict that his being alive will bring us little good. Already my Sharingan see traces of deception in his manner. Much more than usual, I mean. Perhaps I must go there and teach him a lesson, mused Pain absently. He has long delayed the delivery of my staff, and I cannot hear of it any longer. Or I see. Has been raring to go after Orochimaru for quite some time now, ever since his blood sample was taken in his sleep. Itachi's mouth twitched at that. Orochimaru had stolen Kisami's blood as the shark-faced shinobi slept, and only the interference of Pain had stalked Kisame. Orochimaru into a decoration for Samahata in retaliation. Kisame might go to the extremes, said Toby silkily. I do not want to alienate Orochimaru, only threaten him subtly. He is too important a resource to do so. I wish to capture the Aikibi as soon as possible. But if Naruto Uzumaki interferes it will be a problem. Toby, can you just not steal into the place and get Aikibi? Chuckled. Aikibi is too powerful to ferry through interdimensional space. All that chakra is too heavy for any one man to carry, said Toby. Pain frowned. But do not worry, said Toby cheerfully. All we need to do is draw the Aikibi out. To do that we need to hold his siblings, for some reason they all come runnin'. Masked shinobi. Itachi kept his disdain hidden. One day soon he would take great pleasure in burning Toby slowly in the fires of Amaterasu. Problems, Itachi? Asked Toby jovially, but Itachi could see the wariness in the man. He shook his head. None, Toby. I only wonder at the fact that Uzumaki am involved. As Pain says, that might be an issue. Toby laughed darkly as his jutsu swallowed him up. That is the beauty of taking hostages, my dear Itachi. You get to demand whatever you want. Itachi was sickened by the man's callous disregard for the most fundamental aspects of life. Pain turned to him, his tall and powerful frame literally glowing wi. Sharingan. I hear Uzumaki Mito has been revived. She has, said Itachi, and felt a burst of true happiness at the fact. Naruto had done it once more. He had shown just who the Akatsuki were dealing with not. This fact more than any other had made Pain wary in his approach, for not even he was skilled enough to heal a person in such a state. Not even with all the Rinnegan. Then Akatsuki should be alerted to take care. We captured her through luck the last time, and a vengeful Mito Uzumaki will only add to our obstacles. 7, 8 and 9, said Naruto quietly to Sasuke and Kakashi, who were watching from the fringes of the forest as night fell and caught the now visible gloom. 9 shinobi are constantly watching this sector. All of them are fire-natured, no doubt to take advantage of the combustible nature of the forest. His eyes did not like people harming trees, and not just for the obvious reasons. He looked at Kakashi as the Junin stood perfectly still in the falling dusk, evaluating thinking of changes. This makes it imperative that we attack first, Naruto, concluded Kakashi. Or else, Sasuke can never make it in. Do we invade the city, or do we fight from Wi? Naruto frowned. That was a good question. If they went in, there would be problems with attracting the brunt of the Oto shinobi. But it would definitely cause. To begin with, we attack from outside. Once there is enough confusion, we force our way in and act as backup for Sasuke if necessary, said Naruto firmly. Sasuke said solemnly. Thank you for your help. I do not care who you are, but thank you. I will not forget how you pulled me out of madness, healed my eyes and body, and now Gratefully, Naruto just slapped him on the back comradely, causing his knees to buckle. Sasuke glared at him for a moment, then rolled his eyes. Shall we begin? Asked Naruto with gleaming eyes. Kakashi nodded, and they rushed through the forest towards Otogakure with rapid shunshuns. Naruto Su. Cover at the edge of the forest, and as he turned back he could see nothing of the Uchiha. He could only sense him. Orochimaru has really bolstered the defenses of his city, hasn't he? Observed Kakashi. Naruto could only agree as he saw the high walls of Otogakure, and to them, he was thoroughly impressed by the workmanship of the wall. He has, said Naruto, not bothering to whisper. He could see the attention of the shinobi patrols shift towards his voice, and he nodded to Kakashi. Shall we signals? They seem to be rather dull on picking up on the voice and intent of enemies, he grinned. Kakashi nodded, and began to flare his chakra and killer intent. Shouts began to go up around the village, rending the night with its urgent dirges. A bell bega. Village and Naruto could hear the frantic milling of shinobi, urgent to get to their location. They had placed themselves neatly in front of the south gate of Oto. Sensed a good concentration of the patrols in that direction. Within seconds, 30 shinobi had surrounded them completely, and a tall man had drawn a sword, pointing it balefully at Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, you will not survive your arrogance, he stated. Naruto smirked as he saw Kakashi blur into action, mercilessly cutting down the offenders. No. They shot at Kakashi, they did not even put a scratch on him. As the sounds of metal cutting through flesh rang through the night, he stared up at the tall walls of Orochimaru's village. He could certainly blast the gates up into the village, but that would not be a real distraction. He glanced at Kakashi, who effortlessly dodged the onslaught of 3 blurring swords and disappeared. Moment later, 3 opponents lay dead in the grass with shurikens embedded in their backs. Just eliminate them. That Sharingan fellow is taking far too long, grumbled Kurama in his mind. Naruto said nothing, only watching as Kakashi dealt Wi. Nuke Nin, using the Sharingan to effortlessly dodge their strikes. One man seemed to suddenly observe him, and shouted to his fellows. Naruto sighed as 5 seemed to split off from Kakashi, and rushed towards him. They were simply annoyances, and he had an entire city to assault. As a Kaden, him in the hands of a yelling shinobi, he seemed to fade into the night. Using his sensory skill, he disappeared in 5 perfect shunshin to incapacitate his opponents with accurate strikes to their vital points. As he looked around their first victims, he saw Kakashi appear at his side. Do we begin? Yes, the clamor in the village is increasing. They know someone is invading them, but not much else, he said, pointing to the fully shut south gate. He could. Of the entire village, there was no more time to be lost, for he had to get all the attention on himself if Sasuke were to have a chance. Everyone on the village focused upon him, including Orochimaru and all the other Akatsuki present. He could sense several chakras massed behind the gate, and knew that they would attack any moment soon. Kakashi, you were in the Anbu. Yes. Then you are highly trained in the katana, correct? He asked intently as he drew his own sword from its sheath on his back. He had deliberately worn a long Senju trident symbol painted on its back. Jiraiya had told him that he was the spitting image of Namikaze Minato. He was sure that it was Yondaime Hokage Life. I am, said Kakashi, his eyes gleaming as he too drew his sword. It was a concession the copy ninja had made upon Naruto's request, for it was far easier to enemies when a real sword was used. The gates suddenly burst open and dozens of shinobi poured forth from it towards them, pausing dead as they saw They saw only 2 men. Naruto nodded to Kakashi, and they began to walk forward impassively. The enemy shinobi buckled slightly, visibly trying to throw a mighty chakra as a nimbus of silver surrounded him and made him glow slightly in the night. He could feel Sasuke waiting anxiously for the chaos, and quickened his steps into a run. The masked shinobi in front of him broke into a run as well, drawing massive dirge of steel. In an instant he had covered the distance between them, leaving Kakashi behind him as he threw himself into the oncoming ninja fast. React to. Multiple swords slashed at him from all directions, but he parried each and every one of them, returning deadly blows. His speed was phenomenal as his enem. Die as his sword rose and fell faster than they could react. He could see Kakashi rushing the ones behind him, and was sorely disappointed with how weak the become. A barrage of kunai flew towards him and he effortlessly dodged each and every one, allowing his sensory skills to guide him in evading the chakra-imbued shinobi who attacked him from behind by his arm, and kicked him back with such force that he collided with 3 others painfully and smashed into the wall. He disappeared once more in a burst of speed, and simply clove through the masked shinobi like a hot knife through butter. What happened to these people? Surprise as he cut his way single-handedly to the gates of Odo. Is this some sort of trap? No, idiot, this is the effect of that piece you forced down their throats. They have become fat and lazy, nothing compared to the ninja of old. That was probably true, he thought as he incapacitated 10 shinobi by simply touching their vital points. He was not even trying. He began to feel bad about T. Simply picked up an offender by his neck and threw him like a rag doll into the wall. He was standing in the center of what was probably all the force of Odo, as he countered multiple attacks effortlessly. He heard a shout from behind him. He could see Kakashi standing with a cut in his shoulder, streaming blood. Oh, he is going to massacre them, he thou. Proved right as Kakashi flashed through his seals and shouted, Chidori. The night was lit by Kakashi's lightning, and Naruto watched as Kakashi cut down every ninja in his way, and waved as the copy ninja made his way to him. How are you not tired? Asked Kakashi, panting slightly. He had killed more shinobi than he could count and was quite tired, thanks to that Sharingan. It was too much chakra from his body. Naruto steadied him and he felt vitality flow from the golden-haired ninja into him, and he felt himself standing straighter. I am a Senju and Uzumaki, Kakashi. My physical energy is not trivial, he said, looking around disappointedly as the Odo shinobi poured on them from all sides. I think I have played around enough. I hate to say it, but these shinobi are not worth my time. There is something I have wanted to try for some time. He clasped his hands in the ox seal, and Kakashi's eyes widened as Naruto flashed through dozens of seals in a matter of an instant. He seemed to be molding difficulty, literally forcing it into shape. Kaiden. Fire. Was not the Shodai traditionally weak in fire affinity? Kakashi had no answer as Naruto shouted. Guka Mekyaku. The night turned bright as the day when waves upon waves of fire flowered out from Naruto's position, literally frying all the ninja who were outside the gates. Immense that it actually poured into Otogakur from above the walls, and Kakashi could only watch dumbfounded as the offending shinobi were literally vapor of the fire, and he saw Otogakur being set ablaze by the monstrous flames. Naruto did not relent in his attack as he spewed blazing fire that seemed to cleanse the surroundings of Odo of every shinobi except them. Otogakur was now a huge ring of blazing fire that towered above even their walls, sometimes pouring inside to cause confusion and death. What was that? He asked shakily, as Naruto let go of his jutsu, panting. The destruction was nearly absolute as he saw no traces of life anywhere around. The cries of fear inside it. Naruto seemed to be winded as he turned to Kakashi with a satisfied smile. I tried to imitate my old friend, and failed. Fire chakra is very hard to control, he said as he looked around at the fire-ridden landscape. Kakashi nearly failed. I think you succeeded well enough, he said as Otogakur seemed to bar their gates firmly. Kakashi saw sealing jutsu take effect on the walls and gate. Sharingan, a huge barrier, take shape over the village. It would be very hard to force their way in now, for they had gone on the defensive after Naruto's attack. Madara would have melted the walls with this technique and could do it in one seal. I did not even come close to his prowess. Ah well, my affinity is not fire. Years to perfect this technique, he said disappointedly. Then he brightened considerably. I did take care of our attackers well, did I not? Did you feel Sasuke slip in? He asked happily. Kakashi nodded. But we need to get in as well. Oto is sealed up so no one can get in or out now. That fire technique of yours really frightened them, I guess, said Kakashi dry. Devastation of Naruto's failed technique. He definitely did not want to be on the other end of Naruto's successful ones. Oh, don't worry about that, said Naruto smilingly. He did not seem bothered in the least as he lifted his hand with palm facing upwards. Their seals are very. If they can stand up to this. To his eyes, a kind of Rasengan seemed to materialize into Naruto's hand with a sound like a whistle. The sound was so keen and sharp that he winced, and he saw what Naruto was holding in his hand. It was a shuriken-shaped Rasengan with enormous amounts of wind imbued in it. The chakra shuriken was huge, and it seemed to literally sing as it grew in S. The Rasengan, thought Kakashi, feeling nothing new from Naruto would surprise him anymore. Fuden. Rasen Shuriken, yelled Naruto as he threw the jutsu at the walls of Oto. Kakashi watched as the three-bladed Rasen Shuriken cut through the air but he could also see the highly reinforced walls of Oto. He must have a wind nature in this life, concluded the copy ninja as the Rasen Shuriken met the walls with an explosive report. The fire from the previous tech into frenzy as it whipped around the large explosion created by the Rasen Shuriken. He covered his eyes for a moment as the light and fire grew too bright, and opened them a moment later. Naruto grinned at him as he pointed to the section O. Destroyed completely. Shall we visit dear old Orochimaru, Kakashi? Sasuke cleanly slipped in with the shinobi Naruto was destroying by the dozen, his highly honed stealth allowing him to blend in effortlessly with the Oto Shino. Simply killing the Oto shinobi, it was as if he were not even trying. So this is Hashirama Senju, he thought with awe. The physical strength was nothing short of stunning, he thought, as he cleverly stayed out of Naruto's way. At Naruto's hands as the reborn Shodai ripped through their ranks easily. He saw Kakashi throw off his attackers with the Chidori, and join Naruto. A shinobi behind him pushed, and Sasuke elbowed him in the gut. He fell gasping and the Uchiha slipped through the ranks and into the gate, roughing his suicidal shinobi. He felt a rising chakra behind him and was just in front of the gate as he saw Naruto shout. Kaden. Guka Mekyaku. He had no time to be surprised as his vision was consumed by white-hot fire. The purple skeleton of Susanoo protected him from the dangerous and immense every shinobi outside the gates die along with the gatekeepers. This is my chance. He disappeared with a shunshin and just cleared the closing gates, appearing within Otogakure. Sighing in relief, he substituted his Konoha Hitai 8 with an O. Search around the gloomy village. He would hardly be out of place as Naruto's attack had put the entire village on the burner, quite literally. Smirking at his own sense of humor, Sasuke ran through the streets, using the Sharingan to search for familiar chakras. He could see powerful seals being AC defense, but he was not concerned. Naruto was who he was, after all. Sure enough, the village shook violently, and when he glanced back he saw a huge hole in the walls. Following the most Molly sure belonged to Orochimaru, he ran towards the base as fast as he could. Oto reflected Orochimaru's personality, thought Sasuke as he observed the gloomy fear that pervaded the village. Truly, it was not a village in the real sense. Was a large garrison. His Sharingan could see the concealed entrance in the ground, and made towards it. Halt! What business do you have here now? Came the voice of two guards. Sasuke turned and observed them. They seemed to be Junin-level guards of Song. Presence only confirmed his suspicions. He did not hesitate as his eyes morphed into Mangekyo. Amaterasu. The heavenly black flames fell upon the hapless shinobi, a technique that was far beyond their ability to counter. He knew they would be ashes soon enough. The concealed trapdoor, he began to consider as to how to open it. He ground his teeth in frustration as no solution seemed to hit him. This was supposed to be a clandestine mission. He had to keep as low a profile as possible. As he heard a long drawn-out scream of pain from within the base, he did not want to know what it meant, for he recognized the voice well. The purple flames of Susanoo materialized and formed the skeletal warrior, and raised its sword high in the air. With an enraged yell, Sasuke caused it to cleave, stood upon into pieces and landed amongst large quantities of rubble. One look around the overly clean and dimly lit place told him where he was, along with scream from his captive sensei. He was here. The hatred of the Uchiha that burnt in his soul flared, and he ran towards the sound of the screams. Those screams were muted by the sounds outside, and he saw the entire village falling into a state of upheaval. Soon enough he could hear only the sounds of powerful jutsu and dying Oto shinobi. If it was the last thing he did, he would make Orochimaru pay for his actions. Chapter 19. Oto shinobi were dying, dropping dead like useless flies. The wide main street was clearly divided. On one side there was a veritable army of shinobi trying to defend their village, but they were only driven back, taking dreadful casualties. Uzumaki Naruto was tearing through their ranks as he countered every move with lightning quick and fatal blows. His long golden hair whipped around as he cut through 7 Chunin rapidly, seeming like a blur even to trained Junin. Still they came upon him, almost stubborn suicidal nature. He was not even breathing hard as he effortlessly kicked away another shinobi, so hard that he was flung through another platoon them with him as he smashed into a house. Kakashi had already resorted to ninjutsu, and Naruto could see flashes of lightning and fire a few streets to his left. He could feel the copy ninja's life force as knew that he was in no real danger. "Who are you?" shouted an Oto Junin as he led a new group of shinobi. Naruto closed his eyes as he felt another 36 surround him, hiding in alleys concealing themselves behind houses. His sensing had developed to such an extent that he could even tell the composition of a jutsu by just feeling it. "These really hide from him. Who I am does not matter," he said calmly, and he sheathed his sword disappointedly. "Are you truly all that Orochimaru has to offer? Is this what Akatsuki H? This time? If that is the case, I must say I am sorely disappointed." "Fool, you will die for attacking us so," shouted the shinobi angrily. "We will show you the consequences of attacking our village so brazenly." "Everyone, change," ordered loudly, and Naruto could feel a familiar evil chakra shroud the entire street. Markings were coating the skin of all the shinobi, and he sighed as he faced about 40 shinobi who used the cursed seal. "Pathetic, just pathetic," said Kurama derisively in his mind. Naruto had to agree upon that point. He could even sense a corrupted form of senjutsu coming. Earth shook for a moment, and his eyes widened as he sensed Susanoo being used. He needed to end this fast and go to help Sasuke if he needed it. "You do not know who I am," he warned quietly. "Leave now. Those weak seals of yours won't really help you." A foul purple shroud of chakra covered the street, and its malicious essence seemed to force itself on Naruto. He smiled grimly, and disappeared with a sigh. Shinobi swung at him confidently, but he caught the arm with his palm and looked at it critically. "You are a bit stronger than before, but not really by much," he observed. As the other curse-sealed ninja dashed towards him, he flung the one he had stalled. He flowed into the nature style, catching punches effortlessly and returning fatal blows. It was continuous, like the flow of wind over a forest, like the flow ocean. He flowed through the mass of shinobi, and they were flung all over the village by the force of his taijutsu. "Use Mokuten and be done with it. Or at least let me out. This game of yours is really boring, you know," complained the Kyuubi. Naruto rolled his kunai aimed at his head without even looking and tossed it back at its owner. The abrupt fading of life force told him that it had found its mark. "They are running away from me now. Finally they get the point," mused Naruto as he felt the shinobi of the village retreat from him and felt several large different locations around the village. Maybe they were making up a new plan to attack him. But they are not what I would want Konoha shinobi to be. Their is not exactly what I would call astounding. They are nuke nin, you moron. Wearing an Oto Hitai does not make them Oto shinobi. Their first loyalty is to themselves," said Kurama Dista. "Evil emanating from that ground under there. It could even be that Rakuto cursed Susanoo. I hate that thing." He could feel Kakashi approaching him rapidly, and began to walk towards where he felt Sasuke's chakra. No one attacked him for the moment, but he could and suspense cloud over the entire village. You are telling me, Fox. I had to fight that thing more than I care to remember, said Naruto dryly as he walked faster towards Sasuke's location with senses at. Would not do for him to shunshin into one of Orochimaru's traps. They seem to be rather afraid of you, came a lazy voice from behind him. Naruto turned and found Kakashi cleaning his katana and sheathing it slowly. Of about 200 ninjas strewn around like crops devastated by a tornado. I guess, my strength has increased greatly in these past 3 years, admitted Naruto. The trail of destruction he had left behind was not as much as Madara. His old friend was just naturally destructive when it came to battles. But then again he was not deliberately destructive like Madara used to be. Tell that all you want to yourself, snorted Kurama. I remember the time you released all 9 of us onto that village that ordered your daughter. No one alive there as far as I can remember. It was just a large crater in the ground after you were done with it. It was one of my darker moments, sighed Naruto and cast those thoughts away as he cleared his mind. The past was not real, at least that was what he kept. Time he thought that Kurama would laugh at him in merriment. Here he was, denying the past willfully, when he himself was a legend of the past come back fr. Are you all right? Questioned Kakashi gently, seeing that he was somewhat troubled. Naruto nodded. There was little time for psychological soothsaying at that. Foolish shinobi might attack any moment now. That would be detrimental to the plan. I am fine, said Naruto. I can feel several clusters of opponents skulking around in various areas of the village. Our job is over. Sasuke is inside Orochimaru's. Point to our distraction anymore. Yes, said Kakashi. The longer we keep them off Sasuke's back, the easier a time he will have. Unless he encounters Orochimaru, of course, he said with a frown. Kakashi, a simple plan forming in his head. Let us take this distraction one step further. Then, he said, as he raised his hand in the tiger seal. We make enough noise that Orochimaru himself will come. Deal with that snake and his subordinates here and now. We finish our mission and go back to Konoha, he proposed proudly. Browse just in community forum Beta's story. Anime Naruto. Plus, good plan. Except if pain comes, you will turn this fight into another natural disaster. Do not forget that even he has had 3 years to hone Itachi will accompany him as well. The outcome of that fight will not matter very much if you level several kilometers of the surrounding fertile. Kyuubi seriously. By the looks of it even Kakashi had come to the same conclusion. After a moment of doubt he had made his decision. This is a gamble we have to take. If think of something, he finished lamely. Kakashi nodded disbelievingly at his reassuring reply, but did not stop him as he gently laid his hand on the earth. Doden. Jimin Karadanashi, he intoned, and the village shuddered as its foundations shook violently. The buildings crumbled despairingly as what would be. Earthquake rocked the village, several weakly built dwellings collapsed in a heap as Naruto unleashed destruction upon Otogakure. Screams of disgruntled shinobi were drowned by the noise of the breaking earth. He was careful enough not to extend his jutsu to Orochimaru's base, where Sasuke's life force. But then, another voice yelled out a counter technique behind him, its voice ringing out in the village. Doden. Ante no Koa. He released his jutsu immediately and the remaining tremors were quieted down by the intruder's technique. It seemed that his plan had worked quite well, The snake Sanin from his hidey hole, as Tsunade had put it. Orochimaru stared at him with absolute anger and Naruto cracked his neck as he stared at the S. Hello, Orochimaru. I seem to be making a habit of razing your village to the ground, greeted Naruto cheerfully. Kakashi looked at him with a resigned express. Was one of the very few who could taunt Orochimaru so openly and get away with it. Naruto-kun, hissed the snake Sanin, his long and very wet tongue dripping snake saliva as he licked some non-existent thing. I have no idea how you can thing repeatedly and fail to achieve your goal. If I were the one assaulting Konoha, then I would have finished it by now. Can you please make up your min? Oh, I have made up my mind, said Naruto. Your village is irrelevant to me. I can destroy it any day I want, as you well know. I want something else, Someth. Important than the destruction of one of your bases. Ah, murmured Orochimaru. Sasuke-kun is here for her. I see. It is all going as planned. What plan? Asked Kakashi lazily, but both his eyes were watching Orochimaru quite alertly. Orochimaru chuckled creepily, and Naruto raised his brow. You can stop chuckling so creepily, Orochimaru. I believe that your forces are all dispersing like the cowards that they are. Sorry about that, by the way, yes. Sorry at all. Orochimaru did not even seem remotely concerned that his village built with such painstaking effort was being reduced to nothing more than an O. They have served their purpose, said the Sannin dismissively. Then he licked out again, looking hungrily at Naruto. I can feel your physical energy, Naruto-K. Wanted to ask you, how did you get that body of yours? Naruto looked confused at this question. The usual way, I'd assume. Quit staring at me like that, Orochimaru, he snapped at the snake Sannin. Orochimaru shook his head, still chuckling. You Remen. Down to his idiocy and incompetence. Did you know that your precious Sasuke-kun is currently fighting Akatsuki? I hope you are familiar with a certain Hoshige. You are not going to take that, are you? I would ask you to save yourself a lot of trouble and just kill that creep. But you are bent on honorin'. Wish, aren't you? True, concurred Naruto. Orochimaru, thank you for your information. I will now go and help Sasuke after I leave you to bite the dust, he said kindly. He glanced. Disappeared with a nod. Kisame is no one Kakashi can take on and win, Naruto-kun, said Orochimaru. I fear you will be losing two on your side today. There is certainly no way I will. Now, he stated, and Naruto was appalled to see that he was only playing. As the Shodai Hokage, such wanton evil was beyond his understanding. He did not could throw away their subordinates so easily. Yamata no Jutsu, said Orochimaru with a ram seal. Naruto stared as the snake Sannin morphed into a large white mass, which then transmuted into a huge. Orochimaru had turned himself into an 8-headed snake that towered high in the air. If he were to make a guess, he would say it was as big as Shukaku. Oh. Chakra seemed to literally leak off the massive snakes, and he could feel the remaining shinobi of Otogakur leave the village discreetly. Not wasting much time, he said, looking at the huge snake whose centermost head seemed to open with a huge hiss, and he saw Orochimaru slither at him gloatingly. This was getting a little out of hand, and he could feel flickers of the chakra of Samahata below him. He had expected Orochimaru slither away like a snake, not fight like one. He stared impassively at the massive snakes, unless he wanted to bury Sasuke in mountain of debris. He could not simply defeat it with Mokuden. Until their mission was complete he had to keep up with this jutsu. I need to fight it cleverly, without causing much damage to the earth. Once they are done with their mission, I will defeat Orochimaru. Mokuden. Mokubunshin no Jutsu, he said, and one wood clone was born out of him and rushed out in towards Kakashi. He had to find Sasuke and Kakashi and how he could. He jumped high into the air to avoid being crushed by the flailing body of a massive snake and ran up its length rapidly. Another snake rushed at him, and another. He dodged them all with little trouble, using their convoluted lengths to stymie their attacks. The main snake with stationary, and the snake Sannin scowled as Naruto skillfully dodged the crush attempts of 7 massive white snakes. Otogakur shook at the intensity of became more concerned about the ground's stability. Is running around all you can do, Naruto-kun? Asked Orochimaru sarcastically as his 7 snakes devastated Oto completely in their attack. Naruto flashed. In his mind, hearing the same thing as he dodged a succession of dangerous Bijudama from the Kyuubi. He once again heard Madara's voice shouting at him. Is running around all you can do, Hashirama? How he itched to enter his sage mode and crush Oto into oblivion along with Orochimaru. Hurry up, Sasuke, Kakashi, he thought grimly as he jumped high int. Snake's head as leverage. Twisting in the air he brought down a hammer kick upon the main snake with all his considerable physical energy, the huge snake B. Explosive report. It then reared up angrily, and he felt Orochimaru's strange chakra permeate the air once more as all the 8 snakes stared at him balefully. Earth dragons will not work against this thing, thought Naruto grimly. A nimbus of bright silver chakra surrounded his form as he readied himself for a constra moment. They are finished, I will deal properly with Orochimaru. Sasuke rushed through the labyrinthine and irritating passageways of Orochimaru, paying little attention to where he was going as long as he ran towards you. Tortured screams. He feared what he would find, what tortures Orochimaru had subjected her to. After Naruto had left with Jiraiya, only she and Kakashi had responsibility to train him, teaching him more than just jutsu. He could not see her dead or harmed. She might be Anbu, but it was she who had made him begin to question the purpose of their strife-filled lives. She was older than him, but she was Anbu already. The Azuki clan was rumored to be great masters of kenjutsu, supposedly descended from the great samurai Swo. She had taught him many things with the sword and they had together shared life and death in many missions. His fist tightened and his Mangekyo Sharingan. As he raced through Orochimaru's ridiculously convoluted base. As he rushed around a corner, a blurring object with small spikes came rushing at his head and only his supremely trained Sharingan allowed him to evade the mastery of Sharingan was perhaps not as absolute as his brother's. He did not think he would ever reach Itachi's simply stunning skill with his eyes, but it was. He kicked out with strength, but was stopped cleanly by a firm hand. He disappeared with a shunshin only to appear a few paces away from the opponent, each other in the dimly lit passage. Sasuke's eyes widened as he recognized Hoshigaki Kisame staring at him with his customary playfulness, and had to const. Frustration. Give way, Kisame. I have little time to fight with you. He snarled in a low voice. Kisame chuckled as he held Samahata menacingly towards him, and Sasuke. Absolutely enormous chakra reserves of the ninja. It far surpassed his chakra. This would be a close fight indeed. Look what I found, said Kisame with relish, Itachi-san's younger brother. You have the same eyes as him right down to the Mangekyo form. I always hand against those eyes, he said musingly. Sasuke did not hesitate. His hands blurred through several seals, and he roared, Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. A huge fireball blasted towards Kisame who negligently batted it away with a wave of water. Sasuke disappeared with a shunshin, appearing behind Kisame and at his back with blinding speed. He swore softly as the impaled Kisame dissolved into a water clone, the real one laughing behind him. Not bad, I had just enough time for the clone. You were very fast with that shunshin, he praised. Sasuke disappeared once more, using all his skill with the shoe to attack Kisame from all sides. Kisame frowned as he concentrated, skillfully parrying what seemed not like one sword but 10 attacking him at once. The air seemed to scream as the two kenjutsu masters swung their swords blurringly, Kisami's experience holding easily against Sasuke's speed. Samahata D. constrained Kisame at all as he swung the huge sword around as a child might swing a reed, meeting each and every one of his swings effortlessly. He slipped under Samahata as Kisame swung, and instead of taking the opening he feinted and appeared behind the shark man. Kisame gasped as Sasuke bu Kisami's shoulder and blood poured down the Akatsuki's back. Kisame roared with rage as Sasuke drew his sword back for a final blow. His wound was beginning to close slowly, and Sasuke evaded his angry slash with a appear behind him. Kisame turned to the Uchiha with an unholy anger on his face. Sweden. Bakusui Shoha. He shouted and waves upon waves of water seemed to surge towards Sasuke forcefully. In that confined space he had no escape, and would help him. As he floated in the flooded corridor, his eyes widened as chakra sharks drifted towards him dangerously. There were about a dozen of them. His heart constricted as he heard a final desperate scream from the chambers ahead of him. Then her voice went still. The sharks seemed ready to tear him up. Mangekyo shone red, and the Uchiha yelled, Amaterasu. Black fire exploded from the Uchiha in raging torrents and Kisame shouted in alarm as his water was simply evaporated along with his sharks. The heavenly Florida. Denied, not by the pitiful jutsu humans could create, not by the ordinary forces of nature. Sasuke screamed as his eyes hurt him, but sent walls upon walls of Amaterasu in all directions and felt the water vaporize along with that section of the ba. Melted into slag where the flames hit them, and Kisame yelled in unmistakable pain as the black flames buried him. Sasuke slowly let go of his Mangekyo as he saw Kisame burning limply in his flames, glancing around at the devastated passageway. He was several levels down. Think the entire structure would be stabilized. He walked up to Kisame and nudged his body with a foot. These eyes are not something that can be defeated, he murmured, and shot forward. But he was stopped dead as he heard an enthusiastic clapping from Beth. Eyes widened as he saw a very healthy-looking Kisame applaud him. How the Samahata is not just some sword, Sasuke-san, said Kisame. I admit, if it were not for Samahata I would have most likely died today. Now the real fight beg. He hefted his huge sword. Sasuke spat, his eyes morphing back. His anger knew no bounds as he observed the frustrating Kisame. You are dead, he said in an emotionless voice, and the purple skeleton of Susanoo began to cover him and the mythical warrior came into shape. His skeletal him completely and held two swords of purple chakra as Sasuke glared at his enemy. Susanoo, whispered Kisame in absolute surprise. You really are Itachi's little brother, Sasuke-san. It will be a pity to kill you, you know, he said mournfully. Make a single move, he saw Kakashi and Naruto appear behind Kisame. Let the jutsu go, Sasuke, said Kakashi briskly. And go find her, we will take care of him from here. Sasuke immediately let it dissipate, and looked at them. Looked at Kisame blankly. How many times should I defeat you? Haven't you had enough? He asked calmly. Kisame laughed. You idiotic clone, I can smell your diminished chakra quite easily from here. Uzumaki Naruto, do you think you can kill me with only that much chakra? Naruto stared back and a shroud of red chakra surrounded him. Kakashi held out his hand, and Reikiri crackled up his palm in a blinding shaft as they both fack. I am a Jinchuriki, you stupid fish. I defeated you with a clone the last time. I can do it now as well, said Naruto's clone as they dashed forward to meet Kisa. Thunderous sound. Kisame snarled as he countered the attacks of both Naruto's clone and Kakashi at the same time. Go, shouted Naruto's clone, and Sasuke nodded as he shot off towards the chamber he had pinpointed. He cut down mercilessly the few shinobi who were and came to a set of stairs that led down to a room. In an instant, he was at the door and kicked it open. The sight that met his eyes would have driven anyone mad, but he had seen Orochimaru's bases before. The earth outside shook violently, but Sasuke paid no. Took in the sight of shinobi who had been used in inconceivably cruel ways. He looked away as he saw Yugo's Anbu team upon various tables with several them. Even without Sharingan he knew they were dead. A cold pit of fear formed in his chest as he looked at a table with Yugo lying in it. She seemed to breathe in. Was standing over her, scratching something on a pad. The lab was silent as Sasuke approached warily, and the man looked up. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he recognized Kabuto, and Orochimaru's subordinate Smil. He saw Sasuke standing opposite him. Ah, Sasuke-kun, he said cheerfully. Nice of you to join us. Your sensei here has made for some truly delightful experiment material, he said happily, as he breathing Yugo. Truly, she has pulled our efforts up by leaps and bounds. Tell her she will have my gratitude when she wakes up. What have you done to her? Ground out Sasuke in a rage-filled voice as he stared at the prone form of his sensei. Kabuto chuckled, his glasses glinting softly. Them to stare better at Sasuke. Ah, that is the question, said the medic gleefully. Simply putting it, we embedded in her a shard of metal and are observing the effects. It is a fascinating PR. Sasuke sighed in relief. That was something Naruto would be able to heal easily. He had literally brought his wife back from death's door, and this was child's play. Kabuto shook his head, as his laugh escalated to maniacal levels. You are thinking about Naruto-kun, aren't you? He asked derisively. It won't be easy, Sasuke-kun. I pride myself on accurate work, this particular experiment. As easily as you think. We'll see, said Sasuke, as the purple skeleton of Susanoo came into being once more around him. Kabuto's eyes widened in alarm as the spectral warrior raised the air. It is time for you to die, growled Sasuke. I am no fool, said Kabuto as he stared at the Susanoo with fascination. I know at the moment that you are beyond me. See you later, Sasuke-kun, he said himself in the gut with a kunai. Sasuke watched with wide eyes as Kabuto fell forward, his face changing to one of some other nameless Oto shinobi. The air was displaced slightly as Naruto and Kakashi came in panting. Sasuke nodded at them as he let Susanoo go, and appeared in front of Yugo's table. Movement he had gathered her, also listening to Naruto's clone as he stated. My original is battling with that disgusting snake. I am near to dissipating, I am afraid. The battle with Kisame has taken up all my chakra, said the clone URG. Is accomplished. We have retrieved what Anbu are alive, and unfortunately that is only Yugo Uzuki. Original cannot unleash real strength until we are outside. So there is no time, said Kakashi as he stared at Sasuke who was trying to revive Yugo. Sasuke, we must leave. We have the greatest healer ever born on. Worrying about her for now. Let's go. The clone dissipated into the ground, and Sasuke and Kakashi disappeared with Shunshuns, dashing through the maze-like structure as fast as they could. The screech of some dying animal above them as sand fell from the ceiling of the shaking base. Faster, murmured Kakashi as they dashed through the now collapsing base. Naruto and Orochimaru were battling far too violently for them to remain in a saw. They had to get out fast. He had killed each snake several times, but they seemed to regenerate every time he damaged it. He had cut off their heads with Rasenshuriken, slammed it. Udama Rasengan and literally pounded every inch of the monster to the ground. The wrecked village of Oto stood in testament to that fact. As he stood upon a roof, he saw Orochimaru's annoying snakes hiss at him. Objectively, he could only admire the technique. He could respect Orochimaru's te. Literally like his own. In fact, in Orochimaru's body he could sense a good amount of his own life force. No doubt that added a considerable increase in the san. I must say, this man is just strange, commented the Kyuubi offhandedly. That jutsu, I have never seen anything like it in all my years. Did you n? Orochimaru guy is also a sage. He is using senjutsu to keep up this technique. I noticed it, said Naruto. He was not really tired but the battle was really frustrating him. Those snakes, they are really annoying me. Only if Itachi were here. Would have sealed up Orochimaru with a lot less fuss. Irritating isn't it? This thing seems to regenerate no matter what. You need something powerful to deal with it. Either I fire Bijudama on it or I use Mokuden, finished Naruto as he felt a familiar sensation. He closed his eyes as he felt the knowledge of his wood clone coming back to him. Kurama, they are done with the mission, he said with relief coloring his tone. Kisame has fled for some reason, and they have the Uzuki. They should be out. Then let us show this useless excuse of a snake what it means to face the Kyuubi and the Shodai Hokage at the same time, growled Kurama men. Grinned as he felt Kakashi, Sasuke and another chakra approach rapidly. His ability with Mokuden had increased vastly after his long sabbatical from Konoha, inching closer to what he had been during the height of his power. He calmed himself, and held out his palm towards the 8 snakes headed at him, plundering and savaging through the remains of the city. His relief only NCR. Teammates, chakra out in the open, and shouted, Mokuden. Mokuryu no Jutsu. The village shook as the wood dragon rushed out of the ground, roaring its mighty roar as it intercepted the onrushing white snakes. It circled over the monst, trapping them securely in its coil. Naruto grinned as he caused the wood dragon to tighten its hold even more and saw Orochimaru trying to release his Tekken. He dropped down to the ground and rushed through the wrecked village towards the trapped monster snakes. The snakes had stopped struggling as the wood leached the chakra of its prey, falling uselessly to the ground even as Orochimaru struggled within the mouth of the controlling snake. Naruto stood before the massive spectacle, watching with a grin as Orochimaru continued his futile efforts to escape. He was quite proud of his technique as power of the dragon. He glanced high as Orochimaru grew still, electing to examine the huge dragon that had so effectively stopped his snakes. It's over, Orochimaru, said Naruto loudly. You cannot release your technique when the dragon is actively draining chakra from you. You have caused enough. And I am afraid it ends here for you. A slight stir in the air later, Sasuke and Kakashi stood at his sides, the Uchiha carrying a purple-haired woman in his arms. Ignoring Orochimaru at the alarmed face, Naruto rushed towards the prone woman. One sensing told him there was a foreign object in her body, something that did not belong there. Lay her down, he commanded. Putting a hand on her abdomen, he sent tendrils of chakra throughout her body even as she convulsed. Finding the shard in H. Pull it out with Iryo ninjutsu, and stopped immediately as the Anbu screamed out into the sky. Stopping immediately, he drew conclusions fast. That shard had reacted strangely. This was bad. Very bad. He looked at Sasuke urgently, and spoke. I cannot heal her here. That shard reacts to chakra, it burrows deeper inside her, it is constructed with fuinjutsu and it requires patience and expertise to d. Tsunade should all work together to heal this woman, he said crisply. Sasuke nodded with closed eyes, opening them only as he turned towards the trapped O. I will kill you, he said in a quiet voice, and his eyes morphed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru chuckled from within his snake as the other 7 fell. Ground after all their chakra had been sucked out. The snake Sannin himself was staring at Naruto with a kind of absorbed fascination as, not caring as even H. Leached out by the wood dragon. Kuchio's no jutsu, said Naruto loudly, and Kakashi and Sasuke stared surprised as a large frog materialized. Naruto looked at the frog, who had 2 swords, and spoke firmly. Gamahiro, this shinobi is important to me, he said pointing at Yugo. Get her to Myobokuzen immediately and try to sustain her as best as you can. I will immediately when I reach Konoha. Go, now, he shouted. The frog took the Anbu with his long tongue, tucking her safely within his body. Then with a glance, dragon and trapped Orochimaru, he disappeared with a huge puff of smoke. Don't be so hasty with Orochimaru, said Naruto as he stopped Sasuke with a hand on his shoulder. I have no doubt Akatsuki is watching right now, and I do. Pain when your sensei awaits healing so desperately. Perhaps some other time, he said, glaring at the snake Sannin whose face was growing pale and sickly. 8 snakes' chakra was leached out. The 8 snakes suddenly morphed back into Orochimaru, and the snake Sannin dropped to the ground with a thud. Kakashi and Sasuke watched silently as dissipated back into the earth, leaving Orochimaru gasping and prone upon the ground. Is she safe? Asked Sasuke desperately, and Naruto nodded. The toads will keep her safe. Myobokuzen is soaked in senjutsu chakra and she will be stable. He looked around the devastated village. The destruction of Odo was complete once more, but he had no doubt that it would once again be brought back to STR was far too strategic to leave it otherwise. Your strength is not ordinary. I knew I was right, gasped out Orochimaru as he looked at Naruto from his position on the ground. Naruto looked at him. About what? I know who you are, he choked out, even his considerable life force drained out by the wood dragon. I have suspected it from the moment I was unable to. Hashirama with Edo Tensei, it was too convenient, he said faintly, and Naruto stared at him with foreboding. All the evidence points to it. I cannot summon the Shodai from the dead, and here you are with power and skill uncannily like his, he gasped out as he tried did manage a slumped standing position, so severe was his loss of chakra. He stared at the 3 Konoha shinobi, his face paler and sicker than ever. Today only confirms my theories. My body is fully made of his cells. When you used wood release, I felt a resonance I have never felt before. It is 2x. Be anyone else, he concluded as he looked up with a great effort. He did not flinch, not even when Naruto's sad green eyes met his. I never thought I would meet you this way, slurred the snake Sannin, never like this, Senju Hashirama. Reborn into the body of a useless Uzumaki child. Ever to walk the earth after the sage himself? Asked the Sannin wildly as he stared at the impassive Naruto. I am afraid you must die, Orochimaru. I cannot keep my word to Jiraiya, said Naruto grimly. You will die now. Violet streaks suddenly ran across Orochimaru's face, and Naruto cursed at his own inattentiveness. During his monologue, the snake Sannin had been sneak. Senjutsu chakra. The Sannin was surrounded by plumes of violet chakra and his mouth opened impossibly wide, spitting out another Orochimaru who looked rejuvenated. What a turn of events, chuckled Orochimaru amidst the wrecked remains of his once teeming village. I did not expect this of all things. The legends were no. It seems. What unearthly might, what strength, Kukuku, it is a good time to be alive. What are you slavering about? Asked Sasuke disdainfully. Orochimaru looked at them with his inhuman eyes, and spoke in a hissing caress. Firstly, I have no intention of telling Akatsuki about your identity. Naruto and the others wore openly shocked looks at this declaration, and it took them a few moments to gather their minds. Naruto looked at the Sannin calm. And why should I believe you? Because, said Orochimaru, we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement. I dislike Akatsuki, I hate the elemental nations, and I loathe Konoha. They are my goal. To learn all the jutsu in the world? Asked Kakashi snidely. Orochimaru shook his head, still looking wonderingly at Naruto. All the jutsu I can learn won't help me against you, will it, Senju Hashirama? He asked in an almost delighted voice. His entire bearing seemed to speak of exhilaration as he set his eyes on the reborn Shodai. Naruto concluded that the Sannin was most likely insane, but nodded anyway. Who was he to dispute the? Probably not, he agreed, and Orochimaru nodded. I thought so as well. I am more useful to you alive than dead, he asserted. I will be quite frank with you, will not come between you and the Akatsuki if I can help it. No one can do that and stay alive for notable amounts of time. It matters not to me whether you owe victors, what matters to me is my goal. And what is your goal? Asked Naruto calmly. I conceived it some time ago, and it has many components to it. No matter, he continued, what is important is that I can help you by giving you information. You agree? He asked. At this Naruto's eyes widened considerably. Let us kill him, said Sasuke angrily. He cannot cause any problems then. Please, Sasuke-kun, said Orochimaru urbanely. If you can manage to do that, my subordinate Kabuto will see to it that your secret will reach Akatsuki-im. Of this, he licked around with his overlarge tongue. No telling what he might do. He will most certainly bring down terrible wars upon the shinobi world. Ready to fight. There is much more to Akatsuki than even you, Hashirama, could possibly imagine. Your strength and wisdom are legendary, and I have no doubt. Wisely here, not much left to choose. This young upstart has you by the balls, snorted the Kyuubi, laughing at his own joke. Quiet, fox. Naruto was deep in thought for a few moments. Then he laughed out loud, looking at a faintly disturbed Orochimaru with highly amused eyes. Gahahaha, I have grown pretty dull in this life, laughed Naruto. Fine, I cannot really sense any deception from you now. Even the Kyuubi cannot sense no evil can escape his senses. All right, Orochimaru, we do it your way. But, he whispered, his face going dark as he unleashed his chakra. Orochimaru fell down to his knees, staring at Naruto with wide eyes. Something that seemed to weigh thousands of tons pressed down upon him, cracks spied. Naruto's position all over the village. Sharp cracking sounds filled the village as several pieces of debris were crushed into powder that floated away in the wind. But if you betray us a second time, you will die, said Naruto in a matter-of-fact voice, letting his massive chakra dissipate suddenly. Orochimaru licked his lips. The chakra of Hashirama. He fixed his gaze on Naruto and spoke silkily. Very well, let us meet upon the heaven and earth bridge after you finish healing that Anbu. Don't worry, he said to Sasuke, tossing him a piece of metal. Her body and hold this metal over it. The shard inside her will come out and join this one, a curious thing. It is not magnetism but something else. Something. Trailed off. I'm not so sure about this, said Kakashi quietly. Naruto turned to him, and said, there is no option. He knows how to negotiate, he conceded as Orochimaru. Then human smile. Then his face grew serious. We need to get back to Konoha. And soon. Chapter 20. I am sorry. I have something to take care of, things are not what they seem to be. Know that I love you, and I have taken upon myself this duty to shield you. Be gone for a while. Please forgive me for this seemingly cruel departure. Naruto stared listlessly at the piece of paper that bore his wife's handwriting. He could hardly believe that Mito had simply departed without a word to him, wandered the nations to be strong enough to heal her. 3 years he had trained like never before, reaching intensities in effort that Jiraiya often christened She tell you, Tsunade? He asked softly, looking up at his granddaughter who was looking despondently outside the window. She told me to take care of you. That she had something to do that only she could do, replied the golden-haired Hokage in a voice that shook ever so slightly. Just 2 days after you did, you know how hard she is to track, Uchiha are in short supply, and the other censors could not do much. She hid herself with Fui. She will be out of Konoha by this time. Naruto stopped himself from crushing the paper. He knew Mito as well as he had known himself. She always was fiercely independent, ridiculously so, but far. Believe she is not after the Akatsuki at all, Tsunade, he said with a humorless chuckle. She is much like Tobirama was in that regard, shrewd and canny enemies. She would have undoubtedly sought my help if she had gone after Pain. Whatever it is she must be reasonably confident of accomplishing it, he said. Look, getting up and donning his white cloak that supposedly made him look like a clone of the Yondaime. Naruto, said Tsunade suddenly as he walked towards the door. He paused, turning to look at her inquisitively, reconciling the images of the little girl he had. Knees as Hashirama, and the full-bodied cynical woman who he saw as Naruto was at best confusing to him. But there was no help for it. Tsunade was Hushish. Gained very little in confounding himself too much. Yes, Tsunade, you have been invited to the barbecue restaurant on Main Street by the rookies of your batch, to celebrate your return and the successful rescue of RANB. Recommend that you go, she told him gently. Since your awakening, you have had very little rest. Will you? Perhaps it is for the best, agreed Naruto resignedly. Already the euphoria of defeating Orochimaru was fading away, being replaced by anxiety for his wife. Anyone else that Mito could take care of herself despite that freak lapse 3 years ago. He was going to respect her wishes and let her accomplish this task meant so much to her. But he was not entirely foolish. Mokuden. Mokubunshin no Jutsu, he said weaving a hand sign. 8 wood clones were born out of him, streaking outside the Hokage's office in 8 differ. Have a chance of finding and tracking her. I cannot sit doing nothing. I want to be ready if she needs help, admitted Naruto sadly. Tsunade nodded to him. Lu expected nothing else. Before she opened her mouth to reply, Naruto had disappeared with a leaf shunshin. He appeared with a swirl of leaves near the barbecue restaurant Choji adored so much, feeling the ebb and swirl of a mostly content humanity around him. Citizens. No bowed happily to him, glancing appreciatively at his long white cloak and the double trident symbol of the Senju clan upon its back. Nodding politely to Shinobi, he made his way across the sea of citizens. As he pushed the door open, his eyes fell upon the large table that dominated almost the entire hall. Seat. So-called rookie 9 feet of his batch, along with a few other familiars. He smiled fully, unable to contain the sense of joy rising within him as the entire posse rose as one, cheering wildly as they caught sight of him. Shikamaru and applauding quietly, and Sakura's excitement was all too evident as he immersed himself in the joyful atmosphere permeating the restaurant. Azuki Yugo did notice as she sat demurely beside Sasuke, looking at him with a sublime gratitude. Thank you, he grinned as Rock Lee ushered him enthusiastically to a seat between Sasuke and Sakura. Perhaps for a few hours he could lay aside troubles of his 2 lives, and just be with the people he cared about. If only Mito were here. Then it would be complete, he thought with an aching heart as his arrival subsided, shunting aside his anxiety and fears with difficulty, he took in the sight his former classmates. So you have become Junin, he said to Neji, who nodded with a faint smile. Naruto had had minimal interaction with the Hyuga previously, but he had heard. Apparently Neji was to the Hyuga what Itachi had been for the Uchiha, a genius of the highest level. Then he noticed the attire of Yugo, and the underlying. Her emotions. She is mourning for her lost teammates, Kurama reminded him. Sorrow stabbed through him for the horrors the young woman had probably undergone, were the loss of her Anbu teammates. All eyes turned to him as he walked to the blue-haired Anbu, holding her gaze with his own. The floor beneath him buck. He extended his hand, stalks of several beautiful flowers blooming as everyone in the restaurant watched silently. For the ones you lost, he said quietly, handing her the bouquet of varicolored flowers. She accepted his gift with a grateful incline of her head, and he saw he Cheers for the smallest instant before she gained control. A measure of solemnity stole through the group at the poignant scene, but the ever-ebullient Rock Lee tabled and yelled, pumping his fist high into the air. Youth. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 watched as Lee's unwarranted interruption sent Choji's meal flying, sending the stout boy into a rage. "This is fun," he said saw their proper little meeting turn into a general brawl as Choji tried to avenge the loss of his meal. "Is it always like this?" Browse just in community forum beta's story. Anime manga anime Naruto. Plus. Pretty much, said Sasuke with a grimace. The brawl had devolved into a fierce food fight and cups of ramen and barbecue went flying everywhere in the res. For a quiet meal with friends. "I am never going to eat with that fatso again," he said disgustedly. The restaurant went so silent that Naruto could actually hear. "Heartbeat. Sasuke-kun," said Sakura with a dawning horror. Sasuke glanced from her to Choji who was bristling with anger. "Oh, crap," he muttered as the Akamichi slowed towards him. The next moment a splatter sound was heard, and Naruto sniggered as he saw Choji's soup emptied on Sasuke's face. Said grin was wiped out. Shikamaru's shadow hands empty a huge platter of rice on his head. He glanced at Sasuke, who glanced back at him. They nodded decisively to each other and turned back to the now apprehensive food fighters. "It's on," said N. Aizen reached for the remaining items on the table in a blur. "This really is fun. I must get together with these kids on a regular basis, they certainly know thought happily as he and Sasuke spilled a jar of juice each on Sakura and Yugo respectively. The whole thing devolved into general chaos and pandemonium from then on. "Would you please stop doing that?" said Tsunade as she leaned back on her chair, in response to Jiraiya ogling her impressive breasts. "It's already old, Jiraiya. You and Eiffel if you want right now," she said in a tired manner as her hands reached towards her strained top. Jiraiya's lecherous behavior disappeared in alarming departure from their routine, and he caught Tsunade's hand firmly as it traveled upwards. "What is wrong?" he asked seriously. "You have never, ever voluntarily exposed yourself to me. What happened?" he asked. He was shocked rudely for the say. Tsunade laid her head on his chest, and hugged him tightly. "Tsunade, I am freaking out here," he said weakly as he enfolded her in his embrace, not that he soft breasts pushed up against his chest in this manner, but this unnatural deviation from practiced routing was alarming him greatly. "It's bad, Jiraiya," she said softly and he felt her tears wet his front. "It's very bad. I read Obasan's letter, the one I was supposed to read after I spoke to OJ. Idea what to do now. There is too much at stake." Jiraiya interrupted her by gently pushing her away, and picked up the letter lying open at the table. His face grew pale with shock as he scanned its contents. Calligraphy of Mito-sama filling the entire page. He turned blankly to Tsunade, who was shedding silent tears. His grief was no less than what she was feeling. The letter and read once more to make sure it was not some illusion or his mind playing tricks on him. "Jiraiya and Tsunade, I am not leaving in such a hurry for no reason. During my captivity, I was constrained by an Uzumaki blood contract seal. In my youth in Uzushiogakure it was disabling criminals, and it was used by the aristocratic class only. I was the daughter of the Uzukage after all. I should know. I am sure you have already drawn conclusions. The only remaining Uzumaki we know of is Kushina, and her father was the head of one of our primary sealing. Evidence points to her. How the impostor was able to get past the sealing guards I had improved around Konoha, his exact information on my vulnerable posit. Seal itself. It was created by someone trained by the Uzumaki themselves in Fuinjutsu, and she is the only one I know of who fits these criteria. Kushina is a possible and likely traitor. If the one I consider husband comes to know of this, it might tear him apart. I know him, and I know him very well. The choice of whether or not to kill Kushin. Insane. The pulls of Hashiramas will to protect the village no matter the cost will work against the pull of Naruto's love for his mother. It might extinguish his will of fire, and I will die before I see that happen. Hashirama was reborn as Naruto for a reason, and I am certain that reason does know depths of despair, so it falls to us. It falls to us three to deal with Kushina quietly and efficiently, and without Naruto ever knowing of my suspicions. If he does, it might drive Konoha itself apart. You must lie to him. Remember that he can sense your feelings. Better yet, send him far away from Konoha and Kiri so that he cannot ever suspect what is him. I will deal with Kushina myself, and I will not hesitate to ask for help if necessary. I know wood clones will be following me soon enough. Don't worry, I can own use and manipulate what my husband hears from them. Consider me as a deep cover Anbu operative, on the level of Uchiha Itachi. I cannot reiterate Str. Husband should never know of Kushina's betrayal until I can find out more and act. Keep yourselves and him safe. For me. Jiraiya's hands shook as he dropped the piece of paper, and sat himself down on Tsunade's chair. It was a mark of Tsunade's distress that she did not punch high. Instead staring at him despondently. I cannot lie to him, Jiraiya. He can pick up fluctuations in my emotions like kunai from the air, she said, wiping away Impossible. Then we have to do what Mito-sama suggests, muttered Jiraiya. Then his face brightened somewhat. I know. He is Junin, isn't he? Let us give him a genin. Dying to have him as their sensei. Tsunade stared at him. Too obvious, she shook her head. He wants to be on the front lines and this will be like taking him down a notch from it. I think I have. She said in a preoccupied tone. Jiraiya waited patiently. She often did this to him. Throw out the promise of a solution and hold out on him. Tsunade suddenly smile lighting up her features. How happy do you think Yamato will be if I assign Naruto to his Anbu team? She asked with a smug voice. Jiraiya smirked for an instant, and then resumed. Problem of Kushina brutally in his mind as he replied moodily. I think we will start seeing a dramatic success rate in Anbu missions. Naruto lounged about leisurely in his apartment. They had had their first drinks of rather strong sake after the food fight, and Naruto found that his capability drink was very low unlike his previous life. He and his former teammates had somehow blundered into his apartment and fallen asleep in haphazard positions. Were out cold from the copious quantities of strong drink they had imbibed, it appeared he was the first one to wake. Before he made for the shower, a polite, "The door, come in," he said warily. The door opened inwards, allowing a man in Anbu uniform to enter sheepishly. The man was wearing no mask, instead wearing a FA. Possessed strong features. Naruto smiled at the man. He could sense something all too familiar in the man's chakra. So, you are the Mokuden user I sensed exams. How did you come to possess the wood release? He asked, waving aside the formalities the man was about to begin. I am Yamato, Anbu captain, said the man looking around the apartment with a faint distaste. I suppose you should know my story. Orochimaru cultivated lab experiments, and infused me with the first Hokage's cells. I survived, said Yamato shortly. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Orochimaru, he was beginning to wound. Evil, in the traditional sense of the word. The man simply was unbound by any moral code or ethics, his only ideal being power. Why are you here, Yamato-san? He asked carefully. Yamato grimaced as Sasuke let loose a particularly large snore, and Sakura murmured unintelligibly in outside if you want. I am not particularly fond of alcohol-ridden air either, he admitted. Yamato nodded and they disappeared with a shunshin each. Apiran. Training Ground 7. He took a deep breath of the clean air, the forest air that he loved so much, and immersed himself in the sensory perceptions. Earth and water nature, naturally. Strong in both natures, he commented as Yamato appeared behind him. This is an extremely unique situation, he said. Face his visitor. He had thought he was the only one who had ever possessed Mokuden, his bloodline was unique. I have never been attacked with Mokuden. Sensed a subtle shift in Yamato's manner. Me too, he replied stoically, but with strong amusement underlying his words. Naruto felt the presence of several other seasoned shinobi who he assumed The effects of his hangover began to subside steadily, and the soothing calmness of his chakra washed over him like rejuvenating cold water. This opportunity. Pass up. Show me what you can do, Yamato, he invited. The Anbu captain tilted his head, and disappeared with a burst of speed. The ground shook slightly as Naruto parried the man's kick just before it smashed in. Hands flickered towards his vital points in a series of potentially incapacitating jabs, and he batted them all aside gracefully. This is Anbu-style taijutsu, design. Very fast, strictly efficient but lethal, he thought as he flowed through the motions of his own nature fist. A bastardized version of the Juken just like mine, he thought wryly as he gracefully pushed away Yamato's knife-handed slash with an open palm. He bowed, the air being split by Yamato's kick as it passed over where him. He spun, delivering a roundhouse kick that struck the Anbu captain right on the face garden. Away a few yards. Wood clone, huh, he thought appreciatively as the clone showed its true nature. He sensed water chakra being molded behind him. Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu, shouted Yamato, and Naruto felt the Anbu captain draw water from deep within the earth. The water dragon roared high into down upon him like wrath itself. Shunshin no Jutsu, he said with a half-ram seal formed, disappearing as the dragon devastated the ground he stood upon. Water dragon circled around, rushing towards him with alarming speed. He laid a hand upon the ground, finding Yamato's connection to the ground water. Just as the dragon was about to fall upon him, he shattered that connection. What the? Whispered Yamato, reeling as if struck heavily. His jutsu simply disappeared, losing coherency immediately. What the hell was that? Hidema. Naruto dusted his hands busily. Sweden. Hahenryu, said Yamato again, and Naruto watched as a howling vortex of water took shape between them, rushing. Sinister whistling sound. Doden. Doryu Taiga, he said coolly, watching the water vortex being absorbed by the swamp that materialized beneath it. Now it begins, he thought within. Sensed Yamato's earth and water chakras combining in a familiar pattern. Yamato slammed his palms together to form the serpent seal, and suddenly several around him in a rectangle and combined to encase him in a large prison of wood. He was thoroughly intrigued at this new technique, not too bad, really. He laid a hand upon the wood, feeling its structure and potency. He had best inherited a fraction of my ability with Mokuden, he realized, less than satisfied with him. It looked impressive, certainly, and it was impressive to a layman, so to speak. He doubted if it could hold even Kisame. If there was anything he knew core, it was wood release. Kai, he said calmly, finding the weak points of the wood and forcing the prison apart at those specific points. The results were, too, spectacular. The wood prison exploded outwards in a hail of wood pieces, revealing a flabbergasted Yamato. Do not put the prison together so symmetrically. It is far too. You can visualize the structure with that much clarity, he advised the Anbu captain. Yamato said nothing, only shooting him a stupefied glare. Naruto held up. This is how you do it, Yamato-san. Mokuden. Teisho Kimusho, he said, and large branches of wood sprouted around Yamato, blending together in fantastic. Encase the man in a dome-like structure of wood. This is pretty unfair to him, you know. It is as futile as countering my Bijudama with Rasengan. Naruto shook his head. He had to know how good this person was with the wood release. He could feel Yamato's chakra surging and spiking as the Anbu tried. Prison. It's not that easy, he called out as Yamato's efforts doubled. It requires skill as well, skill you probably don't have yet. Do you give up? Suddenly the chakra surges within the dome disappeared, and Naruto cocked his head as he felt Yamato sealing chakra in ways that was almost as familiar to. Before he could react, his dome exploded into smithereens as hundreds of branches of wood rushed towards him, multiplying and growing by the second. Strange feelings rushed through Naruto as the deluge of trees rushed towards him. He could not help but admire the scene this technique made. So this is how. The other end of the deep forest emergence, he mused. He could feel Yamato straining terribly. The man was obviously at his limit with the use of this technique. Forest rushed towards him. He too answered with the same technique. Mokuden. Jukai Kuden. Massive trees were birthed in front of him, each tree far larger than the ones Yamato had created. Naruto watched as the two onrushing forests met each off. Sound, trying to force their way through each other. He growled with the effort, feeling Yamato manipulate his trees with surprising skill. But wood release wa. As the Rinnegan belonged to the Six-Path Sage. He yelled out, and slammed his palms together, his forest spilled out over Yamato's and over the entire training ground, crushing the much smaller trees and Anbu captain's technique with an explosive report. Sukumaru, he said loudly, and the opposing forest was completely uprooted by his and Yamato was Finn. The winding branches of his forest. To his surprise, he found himself breathing slightly heavier than before. A massive grin split his face as he dispelled his tech, heavily gasping Yamato to drop down to the ground on one knee. He appeared before the man, and offered a hand to him. Yamato grasped it firmly and stood up with some effort. Amazing, said Naruto shaking his head up. Surprisingly skilled with wood release, Yamato-san, though you lack the force with which the first Hokage used it. But it is a dangerous tool you possess, Neve. Fight more often, he said as he sent chakra into the man. Clapping sounds were heard around the clearing and he saw a team of 3 approaching him, all Anbu uniform of course. Sasuke, Kakashi, Yugo, he greeted, grinning at the exasperation he felt from them. The 3 took off their masks at his greeting, and Yamato thanked him. Good fight, yes, said Sasuke dryly. You didn't raise Konoha to the ground, that's a good thing. And do you know that we wear masks for a reason? You can't go around catch, said Yugo, and tossed him a bird mask. I'm not Anbu, if you remember, he said, examining the seals upon the mask curiously. Yamato show. You are, from this moment onwards, he said, and Naruto looked up attentively. Hokage-sama's orders. Our team consists of yourself, I, Kakashi, Sasuke and take an S-rank mission of high sensitivity in Sunagaku. 2 of the 4th Kage's children have been abducted, said the Anbu in a hard voice. As you guessed, it is a ploy by Akatsuki to draw out the Ikibi Jinchuriki Gaara. And has it worked? He asked, looking around at the pensive team. Kakashi nodded sadly. The latest intel from Jiraiya-sama's network suggests that it has. We are to join with a 4-man cell from Kumogakur near the border. Reikage is sending his own sensor type to aid in the mission. You are our strongest sensor type, and my ninja hounds are adept at tracking. Gaara was met by Akatsuki at Sunagaku's borders yesterday, continued Yugo. 2 unidentified Akatsuki captured him as he made a frantic bid to rescue. Hokage-sama would not ordinarily disturb you for this sort of mission, but there is a chance that the leader of Akatsuki might be present at the sealing of the Uchiha Itachi, or even worse, both. Say no more, said Naruto calmly. His blood began to race, he was itching for a chance to fight pain, and he was going to go even if there were the slightest present. When do we leave? He asked. Immediately, replied Sasuke. Naruto smiled grimly, this way he would be protecting Mito as well. Instead of waiting for the threat to go to her, he would go wipe it out if he could. Something is off here, something does not feel right here. What? An instinct. Can you actually handle a completely mobile pain with the vitality of the Uzumaki and bearing the eyes of Rikodu? It might be Clo. For comfort, you are not yet at the height of your old power, let alone what was added to it in this life. Defeat is a possibility for you as well if you both are now, so I don't want to get captured because of your arrogance, you idiot. It is not arrogance to do one's duty, he returned stubbornly as he followed his now teammates as they streaked out towards the gates of the village. He knew. Ridiculously strong, perhaps as bad as Madara himself had been. It was definitely good that he was going to have such excellent companions in this mission, with the Kumo team could definitely hold off Akatsuki, leaving him free to face pain if he was present. Uchiha Itachi was contemplating what was becoming an increasingly familiar scene at the Akatsuki base. Tobi had developed an unwholesome taste of Targeton. The Jinchuriki. Bound tightly and gagged were the siblings of the Ikibi Jinchuriki, Temari and Kankuro. Capturing those children had been no chore for the A. Had accomplished that task alone. Deidara and Sasori are prepared and are on standby with the captive at the other base, said Pain from behind him. As expected, the Ikibi Jinchuriki made over the Kumo border to attempt a rescue and was captured by them. But an unforeseen and extremely irritating complication has arisen, stated the Akatsuki. And Itachi saw the man's chakra surge in response to his rage. Yes, concurred Tobi as he materialized next to Itachi. Somehow Uzumaki Naruto has gotten wind of what we are up to. Our little bait at Kiri was useless, Itachi quietly observed the masked imposter. He and Pain had been talking about some bait they had set up at Kiri for Naruto. He knew not to ask of it, Thog. Him as well. He knew that if Naruto suddenly knew of this so-called bait at Kiri, then Toby would have reason to suspect him concretely. Games within games. Day at Akatsuki. And what of Orochimaru? He asked coolly. Otogakure was nothing but a front, something for Konoha to chew on as we implemented our Toy is taken away now, we might have to face them head on. It might complicate matters. Orochimaru is resurrecting his little village even as we speak, but around a different base this time, responded Pain. But he is of peripheral importance now. How to deal with Uzumaki Naruto? I have received intel that he will be joining up with a Kumo team consisting of the Junin Shi, Darui and the two remaining Kurabi and Yugito. Combine them with the Konoha team consisting of your brother, Uzumaki, Hatake Kakashi, and a couple other Anbu, we can safely say they'd not stand a chance. We must begin the sealing immediately. Send word to all the Akatsuki to arrive at the other base in projection form. It will be a race against time given what are throwing at us. We might have to resort to that technique. I will not allow the Ikibi to be taken from us, not now, said Toby decisively and spiraled out of two Sand siblings with him. Shukaku was always monumentally stupid and frankly a little insane, commented Kurama as Naruto and his team streaked towards the border in a blue. His Jinchuriki to run wild even at the threat of capture and sealing is beyond me. You humans are far too unstable as evidenced by Shukaku's instance, and you have the audacity to call us unstable. Yes, you have given me hundreds of examples of how Biju are far superior to humans. And I have agreed every single time, if you remember. But what? No is why they want the Biju. I mean, it is obvious they want it for power, but all power has a purpose. So this must have a purpose as well. Who knows? Commented Kurama idly. I mean, Pain is essential to this because only he can summon the vessel powerful enough to contain all Ni. The Ghetto statue. We have been over this line of reasoning several times already, and every conclusion I draw has me worried. This is all your fault. You should never have bothered with capturing us all those years ago. Just because you can do something does not mean. Now here you are, blundering around to fix the consequences of mistakes a century past. Just be thankful I am here, replied Naruto tiredly. Kumo team waiting for us straight ahead under cover of trees. Two strong chakras, possibly Jinchuriki. TW. Seasoned chakras, likely experienced Junin. We must take care, he alerted them grimly, receiving short nods in return. A few minutes later Naruto called alighted from the tree tops towards the ground together. The speed with which they were traveling was quite considerable, and they had reached the borders. Hours. Also, they had apparently reached the Kumo team who by the looks of it had been waiting for quite some time. They actually had a fire going, and a few tents. Massive banyan tree. Naruto raised a hand in response to the rap-filled greeting of the Hachibi Jinchuriki, and Yugito's dignified one. Darui seemed to prefer. Some people took laziness to a different level. Yamato, Kakashi, and Darui were speaking with a mutual wariness and respect. A little more interesting was how Junin Shi eyed Sasuke. It was pure venom on both sides. Uchiha Sasuke, I still have to pay you back for that genjutsu you caught me in last year. Count yourself lucky that we are ordered to work together, or I owe you. Squeal, spat Shi angrily. This is obviously not new to anyone here, he thought, observing how everyone ignored the little staring match Sasuke and Shiha looked at Shi as if he were something spawned on rotten meat, and turned away haughtily, provoking more insults from the Kumo Junin. What is their problem? He asked Yugo, who was shaking her head disappointedly at Sasuke. A rivalry during a joint Anbu exercise between Kumo and Ko. Got his ass handed to him by Sasuke after he insulted the prowess of the Uchiha clan. I have to go and make sure she does not get fried by Sasuke, she sighed. Disappeared after the rivals. Naruto sighed. I should have known, he thought. Uchiha were very touchy about their clan and honor, like crazy samurai sometimes. B-san, Yugito-san, Nick. Again, he greeted, turning to his fellow Jinchuriki who were observing him quietly. He liked both of them. Their emotions were simple and pure despite the Biju. Naruto-san, said Yugito with a slight bow, ignoring B's enthusiastic yells of unintelligible rap. Reikage-sama sends his greetings and thanks. We did not what is clearly our affair, but facts have to be faced. None of us are equal to the one who leads Akatsuki, or the Uchiha Nuke Ninitachi. We acknowledge yours. Debt once more. Naruto shot a glance at Yamato and Kakashi, who were deep in discussion with their counterparts. Right now, he had no intention of burying himself in tactica. Wanted was for someone to point him to pain, whom he would proceed to destroy with pleasure. Don't be so formal, Yugito-san, he said dismissively. Gaara. Like me, and I am responsible for him being placed at Kumo. He does not deserve the torment of extraction. I would help him even if we were enemies. 9-0 is cool but really a fool. How can you help that poor little whelp? Queried B curiously. I think he will be dead by now, agreed Yugito as they all see. Log next to the tense. Perhaps so. But if he is dead, we will avenge him and rescue his siblings if they are alive, but I do not think he is dead yet. I have a certain feeling when it's see. He replied quietly. I would know if Ikibi is sealed away from the world. And I admire your courage, Yugito-san, he said, looking steadily at her. You are next. List. What was the Reikage thinking in sending you, anyway? It is a gesture of trust and gratitude, she replied softly. He trusts in your ability to keep me safe, and knows that I would be of far more help against Akatsu. Black Ops. That, and I failed Gaara. He was supposed to be training under my supervision but he gave me the slip somehow, that makes it my responsibility. The Reikage is a pretty good guy once you get past his wild side, said Naruto dryly. B chuckled with Yugito at that, and Naruto heard clashes of swords the distance. One sensing told him it was Sasuke fighting rather enthusiastically with she, and he looked concernedly at Yugito. Will they? Oh yes, she smiled. They will settle down soon enough. She is a level-headed fellow, but for some reason Sasuke irritates him to no end. B and I know. Said, turning seriously to him. About who you really are, I mean. Nibi and Hachibi have reached a consensus on that by the way. It took us quite some time It makes sense. This was by far the most passive reaction Naruto had seen to the uncovering of his identity. He knew it was but a matter of time before Gyuki or Matabi Ray. Conclusion. He had actually quite liked the Hellcat during his time with them. Nibi used to make the most random and esoteric observations at times. He had conversations with the cat. Ah, he said, looking at B who had moved away from them as if bored by their conversation. You seem quite calm about it. I am now, she replied with a smirk. You should have seen me 2 days ago. I was so silent that Reikage was worried about my mental health. Nibi asks if why. Learning how to mold yin chakra, she said, looking curiously at him. Tell that stupid Hellcat to mind its own business, he grumbled back, causing her to giggle. I am weak at genjutsu, true, but that is only because of how much idiotic illusions won't work on me anyway, he shot at her. She raised an eyebrow. Nibi said without Mokuden, you are just an arrogant sod, she informed him. Oh really? He replied with narrowed eyes. Tell that useless tail-swishing little creep that Mokuden is part of my soul, just like her chakra is part of hers. Mokuden, the day you face me without chakra, cat, he playfully said, staring into Yugito's eyes. She seemed transfixed for a moment before she replied. Nibi said, all right, that's enough, sighed Kakashi as he and his 3 peers appeared around them. Yamato, she and Darui stood around them in a semicircle along On your own time. Orientation time is over. We need to decide how to proceed. The first order of business is to follow Gaara's trail. She and Yugito have a lock. Traces, correct? He asked, looking at the Nibi Jinchuriki who shot Naruto a bemused glance and then nodded to Kakashi. He is somewhere around this vicinity currently, replied Yugito firmly. B has gone on to scout further. He might not be a censor, but he can track just as Good, said Kakashi. Yamato, please send out a clone to help B-san in his scouting, he directed, and Naruto smirked as Yamato created a wood clone. The differences in how they both used Mokuden. His version seemed purer somehow, but that stood to reason. He knew it was not Yamato's fault, but he could know. Disdainful of the several shinobi who had tried to steal his strength. As if they could actually do that, he thought to himself. Kakashi has trouble with Sharingan because it is not his. Similarly, Yamato's Mokuden is but a very true strength. Not to mention Danzo, Orochimaru, Kabuto, idiots, all of them to think they could simply gain Mokuden with a few experiments, he snorted. Fooling around, he commented, feeling the spikes in chakra come from that direction. He should join us soon enough with his sensei and the other one. Yamato nodded to him. Naruto-san, we were discussing another thing you must know about Akatsuki. Our team and Darui's team have faced this before, saw. Darui more than us, I believe. Kumo has thwarted more than a few attempts by Akatsuki to capture the Nibi and Ikibi. Darui-san, he asked politely of the W. Darui looked gravely at Naruto, and began to explain. The Akatsuki have a certain kinjutsu they like to use a lot, he elaborated quietly. They possess another body and transform it into a replica of themselves from a safe distance. The only reason we were able to stop those things were because they could use only about a third of their powers in the possessed body. Faced Hoshigaki Kisame when he attacked B-san, and Uchiha Itachi when he tried to take both Gaara and Yugito during a training exercise. Raikage-sama intervened, and to his chagrin it was not Itachi he had seemingly killed but some Suna Chunin. Naruto remained silent, contemplating the new information. If this is true, then this is what they will possibly do to stall us, he said to the nods of his compa. Fought this kind of technique, though at a much higher level. Pain imbues each corpse with a path of his eyes, I have no doubt he will do it again to distract them. Along with one or more of those Akatsuki, it will be my fight, he said firmly. Even if all the 9 appear? Asked Yugito mildly. Even so, I think I can hold off all 9 if they come at me with 30% of their powers, he said casually. I really need to speak to Pain and make a few. Seems extremely likely this is how Akatsuki will oppose us, good information, Darui-san. It saved us an ugly ambush, thank you, he said gratefully to the cum. Waved away the thanks lazily. My pleasure, he replied. Oh, and can you please heal Shi before we leave, Naruto-san? Naruto turned his head to see a bleeding Shi and Sasuke being herded along by an angry Yugo, and felt Kurabi heading back towards their position. So much for the god of shinobi. Reduced to a simple Junin rank for all his accomplishments and towering strength. Why don't you simply bring humongous statue of yours and reduce Iwagakure into a pile of rubble? You certainly had no problem using it to pick me like I was a clueless. Fight with Madara. Kurama shot at him. Shinsusenju? Asked Naruto nostalgically as he moved towards Shi even as the others prepared to leave their rendezvous point. I already tried it when Jirai to infiltrate Iwa, and I fainted with chakra exhaustion. I think I will be able to summon it soon enough, though, as you said, I am still not at the height of I'm just waiting for after, though, he said with relish as he prepared medical chakra and held it over Shi's wounds. After, yes, as you know, this life's potential was added to my old life's, I can feel it. I will one day surpass the full power I once wielded as Hashirama. Mind-boggling. Tell this power was given to me for a purpose, he said musingly as the Kumo Junin's wounds closed and B arrived. He nodded to Yugito who beckoned him. Modest, are you? You used to blush like a little girl if someone complimented you back when you were Hashirama, the Kyuubi said wryly. Well, I am not really him anymore, Kyuubi. I am more than him. Of course, you are more irritating than he ever was. Scoff all you want, said Naruto as he finished patching Shi up and nodded slightly in response to the Junin's thanks. They both disappeared with a blur, stray forest behind their now joined teams with rapid body flickers. How I wish Mito had not left so suddenly, he thought with a slight melancholy. I would have loved. After these years, I can see what you mean by change. You certainly have gained the ability to talk yourself into a depression. Naruto scowled indignantly, but an involuntary chuckle escaped him at the Kyuubi's quip. You were right, he said as he raced past Sasuke. Mito has definitely this, and I know she must believe this errand of hers to be of the utmost importance, he thought. But no matter how he said it to himself, he could not help you. Mito hurt somehow. He infused his limbs with chakra and blurred past Darui and Kakashi, traveling just behind B, who was leading the team. He had a Jinchuriki to rescue. Chapter 21. I know you sent your wood clones to keep an eye on me. Do not worry, I have them with me right now. It is comforting to have your presence with me, even if it is only a clone. I know I must seem more than a little ungrateful by leaving without a single word after you revived me, after you struggled that much during the last 3 years. But you must also believe one other thing, I would never put my life above yours. Especially in this world where the only one who truly knows me is you. Your clone told me that you were intent on simply keeping track of me, of seeing that I did not come to harm. Your maturity is showing, husband. I cannot imagine the immense effort it would have taken to trust in me after the pain you endured the previous 3 years. I swear to you therefore that I will contact you immediately if I require any help, for with you there is no question of personal pride or ego. Your rebirth is not making things any easier for you, it seems. Please, I ask you to endure our separation a little longer. I will return to you as soon as I can, for I am dealing with a matter that is of great significance to us both. You have always been kind and understanding to a fault, and I have been the fortunate recipient of that love. I cannot apologize deeply enough for my seeming desertion. I beg your forgiveness. Please wait for me a little longer. Love, your wife. I will always wait for you, he murmured quietly as they sped through the forests of the Konoha border, hot on the trail of the Ikibi Jinchuriki Gaara. He carefully folded up Mito's letter, tucking it in the pockets of his long white cloak. With Mito's assurances, he could sleep that much easier at night. His wife never ever went back on her promises. B and Kakashi had taken the lead, with Shi choosing to be the sensors who tracked Gaara. Sasuke, Yamato, Darui, and Yugo were bounding ahead behind them as they brought up the core. Naruto had chosen to take the rear with Yugito, as they were sensory types almost peerless. You seem to be suddenly happier, observed Yugito from behind him. He turned to her and nodded with a smile. Yes. I received news from someone I care deeply about. It has put my mind to rest, he confessed, feeling lighter and happier than for a long time. Yugito acknowledged that seriously, and Naruto could sense her curiosity flare within her consciousness. She was a beautiful young shinobi, young but mature in an attractive way. Coming down from your high hill of morality to join the rest of your Cretan race, are you Hashirama? I know you would take the girl in an instant, but for all those principles you burden yourself with, the Kyuubi stated. Naruto coughed slightly to cover his incredulity at that particular quip. You have any idea how odd it is for you to be giving me marital advice? He asked the fox. But then again, you would know nothing of the sanctity of marriage, you depraved fox. You keep telling me how Biju are superior to humans, don't you? Well, you aren't. Oh, look at you. So properly outraged by being adulterous in a marriage that does not even exist anymore, the Kyuubi mocked. As I understand it, death breaks such bonds. You have already died once, and have been born as an amalgamation of lives. Have you even given thought to other females of your species? Never. Uzumaki Mito will be my wife even if you bring forth Kami's daughter in front of me and ask me to wed her. Now be quiet. You have little clue of what goes on in my mind. You have no idea what goes on in yours in the first place, he replied waspishly. How dare that meddlesome fox suggest such blasphemy to him? He sneaked another glance at Yugito, and found himself admiring her smooth golden braid, her pale and flawless skin, her. Is there something on my face? Asked the Nibi Jinchuriki curiously. Naruto hurriedly shook his head, focusing ahead only. He clenched his hands as the Kyuubi laughed in his mind. No doubt the fox thought all this was enormously amusing. Don't do that again. I am trying very hard to remain true to myself, and you are not helping. So dense at times. I knew Naruto very well, and I knew Hashirama too. But which one are you? You think you will discover that by aping your old life. What? Began Naruto, annoyed, clenching his fists even tighter as the Kyuubi's point validated itself like a splash of cold water. His face fell as he considered. Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito was a couple famous not only for their towering skills as shinobi, but also for the sublime and pure love they shared for each other. 80 years ago he would never have thought of another woman except in a generic manner. Mito was all he had ever wanted. What did it say about him now that he was noticing several other women? It was a fear that had been plaguing him for 3 years now. He knew the onset of adolescence would confuse him, but this he had not been prepared for. Troublesome thoughts, he decided, and drove them away with some effort. He had to focus. Did you actually destroy half of Iwa's standing army? Yugito asked to possibly fill up the silence. Naruto shrugged. He knew he had been lucky more than anything else then. Surprise was a major factor. Mokuden they did not expect at all, and were woefully unprepared for it. I think a lot of them would have escaped if they were prepared for it, he admitted. He was not at all in control of his chakra then, simply throwing around chakra and jutsu without his trademark finesse. Now he was confident he could finish an army of that size irrespective of their preparedness. Yugito however coughed disbelievingly. Really, I don't think the wood release is something anyone can prepare for, she stated. Naruto shook his head in disagreement. You can prepare for encounter anything if you are careful enough, he stated with firm conviction. Then his eyes widened as did hers. He knew she sensed them too. The motion of their team abruptly ceased, and they communicated via rapid hand signaling. Within moments they were arrayed side by side as they stared at the same spot ahead of them. They seem strangely diminished. They are not fully here. Must be that technique of possession they apparently use a lot, they Kyuubi remarked dryly. I can sense 4 chakras, though they are quite diminished in power. Pain is still very strong. He must have used the path split technique, he said softly, and they all tensed imperceptibly. Itachi is here as well. Also coming are Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, Pain himself. And wait a second here, he said, I sense that zombie Kakuzu as well. Pain must have meddled again, he concluded. Pain and his dujutsu were becoming far too dangerous. I sense them too, said Yugito and she simultaneously, nodding to each other. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt Pain's chakra mounting from somewhere to their right, and he knew exactly what was coming. The others tensed considerably, drawing forth their respective kunai and katana in a series of steely whispers. Defend yourselves, all of you, he whispered softly to them. I can feel Diva Path's chakra building somewhere around here, and I need to get a lock on him, he said, closing his eyes and searching out the traces of Akatsuki chakra. Doden. Doryuaheki, Yugo and Kakashi said together, and they were surrounded on all sides by a thick wall of earth. Mokuden. Mokujuaheki, Yamato continued, forming the serpent seal. The wall was reinforced by thick bars of wood that sprouted around and inside it, lending it an extremely impressive structural durability. Naruto smiled slightly, even as he pinpointed the locations of every Akatsuki. They have us surrounded. It is time, he told them quietly as he unsheathed his own blade. Very good, nodded Kakashi with satisfaction. We can carry out the plan with few problems then. Everyone, all at once, he said sharply to all except B, Naruto and Yugito. The 5 shinobi formed the tiger seal as one, waiting for Kakashi's signal. They suddenly heard Pain's deep voice speak and acted in smooth concert as they shouted out their technique. Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Even as they disappeared into the earth, Naruto felt Pain use his gravity-reinforced earth wall was blown into smithereens, the almighty push just stopping short of striking them. Pieces of the wall were hurled far into the forested landscape, revealing 6 Akatsuki ninjas surrounding them with grim expressions. Naruto felt Yugito and B's focus sharpen considerably, feeling them whip their chakras into alert. He felt Nibi and Hachibi awaken into readiness, their humongous chakras flaring to life around their Jinchuriki. Kisame, Kakuzu, Itachi, and Pain, he said softly, sampling their diminished chakras simultaneously. This means Orochimaru and the other Akatsuki will be guarding the place of sealing. Kakashi and the others will have their hands full, he deduced with a frown. Pain's chakra seemed to be strong, apparently he had poured more than half his chakra into this path. Itachi's chakra seemed to be down to about 1/3 of his original capacity, but the eternal Mangekyo was what made him so terribly dangerous. Itachi and Pain are my opponents, he told his fellow Jinchuriki quietly. They both nodded. They knew exactly what Itachi and Pain were capable of, had seen it with their own eyes at the raid of Kumogakure 3 years ago. Pain spoke to them, the arrogance in his voice apparent to all. "Uzumaki Naruto, you will not foil our purpose, not today." "Now," he barked to his subordinates. Naruto's eyes widened with recognition at how their opponents were stationed. The moment he saw the 4 Akatsuki at 4 corners around them, he knew what Pain was about. "Oh no, they are using a barrier technique, probably approaching Hokage level," muttered Naruto with dismay even as he saw them hold up the ram seal in perfect sync. "Shishienjin!" they roared, and the next instant a double-layered barrier technique towered high above them while safely ensconcing the 4 Akatsuki between its 2 layers. Naruto cursed violently as he recognized the same barrier Orochimaru's lackeys had used during the Chunin exams. No wonder these Akatsuki were able to perform it. Pain and Itachi would find such techniques trivial to learn with their advanced dujutsu, and Kisami's chakra was strong enough to simply force the technique to work. And who knew what tricks Kakuzu had picked up over the decades? "You are trapped for now. You will not cause any trouble until the extraction is complete," stated Pain sternly from his corner of the towering barrier. Itachi's face betrayed nothing as usual, but Naruto felt a sliver of satisfaction as he saw Kakuzu flinch slightly as their eyes met. "Next time don't leave a body to be revived," advised Kurama lazily as he assessed the barrier closely. He himself was quite capable of erecting barriers of this strength or even more, given the presence of 4 other Hokage-level shinobi. The problem lay in the fact that he had not spared much attention to the intricacies of sealing techniques, not like Mito who knew how to shatter almost any imprisoning seal. The only way he knew to break barrier techniques was just that, to break them. "Don't bother," he said with a sigh to be who he sensed was in the process of transforming to the 8 tails. "This barrier is a booby trap as well. Even if we destroy it with Bijudama, we will be incinerated in a resulting flash of terrible heat. We must find another way to exit this technique. I've heard of this. Anything that comes in contact with its walls will be set aflame," commented Yugito after looking carefully at the bright red double walls of chakra holding them captive. Naruto disappeared with a shunshin only to appear where Pain stood between the 2 walls, and stared right into his enemy's metallic purple Rinnegan. The more he stared into those legendary eyes, the more outraged he became at the current order of the world. What right did a loathsome shinobi like Pain have to wield the sage's dujutsu? What right did he have to claim the power that had originally brought peace to this world? "Mokuden! Jukai Kuden!" he snapped out of sheer frustration, forming the serpent seal with a slap of his palms. Yugito screamed as a deep forest burst out of the ground with terrible force, its branches twining and twisting in wondrous ways, always seeking to destroy the barrier that held it. Within instants the enormous space within the cuboidal barrier was filled with massive trees and flowering roots. Naruto cursed as he saw the barrier was unbroken by his technique. He flicked his hands and 2 enormous Rasengan manifested in his palms. "It is useless. Uzumaki sealing techniques are notorious for their durability. Even you cannot escape this," said Pain with contempt as Naruto slammed both Rasengan into the flaming red barrier. The air turned white for an instant and a fierce wind tore up the inside of the barrier. "You could let me out again," Kurama commented idly. Yugito and B were firing their own techniques at the barrier, but to no avail. As the barrier flashed white with energy, Naruto sneaked a glance at Itachi from whom he felt the slightest fluctuation in emotion. The Uchiha looked as stoic as ever, his emotions discernible only slightly even to Naruto's senses. The lowering of the prodigy's eyebrow was ever so subtle, forming a wink that Naruto was not quite certain he saw clearly. "Sneaky Uchiha, weakening the barrier like that to help you out. The boy is skilled," chortled Kurama as Naruto sensed a variation in Itachi's corner of the barrier. "Not bad Itachi," thought Naruto appreciatively as he slammed a hand into the trunk of the veritable forest residing within the barrier. "Mokuden! Kakujai Korin!" he said loudly, and the flowers bloomed all at once to release a yellow miasma of pollen everywhere within the barrier. Before the Akatsuki could even notice the discrepancy created by Itachi, the poisonous pollen forced its way out through the flawed corner and engulfed the 4 Akatsuki holding them captive. "That should do it," Naruto said with fierce satisfaction as he saw his 4 opponents fall down to the ground in a heap, taking the barrier with them. A pulse of chakra sent the golden pollen drifting away from them, causing them to merge into the surrounding forest and wind. Yugito was already extending her senses to identify the direction in which Kakashi's team had escaped, and B followed her as she shot forwards unhesitatingly in that direction. That was well done. You took them out really neatly, Yugito praised him, but her emotions told Naruto she suspected what had actually happened. But it could not be helped. Naruto inwardly thanked Itachi for his help with that barrier. Why on earth couldn't Madara have been more like Itachi? That would have solved every issue they were facing right now. Thank you. I believe we are nearing the place now, he said grimly, as they covered several miles within minutes. They found themselves facing a large cave-like structure with an enormous stone blocking the entrance. As they stopped in front of the obstructing boulder, Naruto spied Kakashi and the others appearing alongside, obviously somewhat out of breath. What happened? Why isn't Gaara rescued yet? He asked with frustration. He thought they would have finished with the mission by now. He could only sense two moderately strong Akatsuki within the cave, and the humongous life force of what he thought was Gedo Mazo. The extraction process was already complete, and he felt Gaara slip away every second they wasted here. Who have you been fighting? He asked them, noticing the agitation in their chakras. More Akatsuki-possessed bodies, and shape-shifting white things that can mimic our abilities attacked us after we removed the four-season seal upon the entry stone. I had to burn them off with Amaterasu, said Sasuke, rubbing his eyes. Naruto glanced at the forest surrounding the stone, and the heavenly flames were indeed raging fiercely at several places. Kakashi too was rubbing his left eye, obviously even the copy ninja had been forced to use his Mangekyo. Pain had gone to great lengths to interrupt them, and now they had failed in their quest. Shukaku is sealed away, I can no longer feel his chakra. The Jinchuriki is gone too. That stupid barrier delayed us, and these inept fools you call teammates don't exactly cover themselves with glory. Naruto did not respond, nor did he show the fury he was feeling within him. He was not used to failing missions as Hashirama Senju, and he would not start now. The two Akatsuki within were not moving at all, and he could sense the sheer desperation of their emotions. They were afraid of him. Good. It was time to make an example of the two villains within. Why is no one removing the rock in our way? He demanded mildly, but his furious gaze jerked the grief-struck shinobi into action. The next instant, the poor stone was hit by 3 different lightning techniques and 2 major fire techniques, blowing it inward with a humongous explosion. Not waiting for the dust to clear, Naruto strode into the cave briskly with his team flanking him on both sides. Yugito hissed in anger, and the cave seemed to fill with the sadness, horror and grief of the Konoha Kumo team. Sitting casually upon the husk of Gaara was the Akatsuki member Deidara, behind him stood the hunched form of Sasori. Why, look at this, Sasori-sama. Namikaze Naruto is here. Can you believe this fellow is the one who's been pulling the leader's pigtails? Why, my art can finish him within a blink, yeah, he said enthusiastically, eyeing Naruto with disdain. Naruto said nothing, his entire attention focused upon the dead teenager upon whom the scum was sitting. He had lost many people especially in his previous life, and enough in this one, but something about Gaara's death was heartbreaking to him. Perhaps it was the forlorn emotions that had persisted in the Ikibi Jinchuriki since the first time Naruto sensed him, or perhaps it was the fact that he felt that Gaara was his responsibility. The extraction was probably very painful. He died in terrible agony, I fear, said Kurama in a solemn voice. B-san, Yugito, take him back to Sunagaku. Only a Jinchuriki can understand another Jinchuriki's sorrowful life and death, and Gaara deserves to be buried by those who trained him, he said sadly, and looked at Deidara who seemed outraged at being ignored so completely, and held out his palm. Fuden. Rasenshuriken, he said quietly. The cave was lit with bright light as wind chakra coalesced smoothly into a shuriken shape, with a sky-blue sphere of energy shining in the center. Deidara screamed with fear as Naruto hurled the jutsu right at his face, and dived out of the way with all the speed he could muster. But he was not fast enough to dodge completely, and his screams elevated to sickening levels as his left arm was severed from his body. The blazing chakra shuriken flashed through the space of the cave in a second and cut through the stone wall like a hot knife through butter. The cave shook violently as the force of its explosion outside reached them, and they had to shield their eyes momentarily from its light. Take him, and go. I have a few things to do here, said Naruto grimly to Bi and Yugito, who unhesitatingly accepted Gaara's body from him. As they left the cave without a backward glance, Naruto turned to Kakashi and Yamato, who were grimly facing off against an almost curious-looking Sasori. Please take care of these two fools while I take care of something quite important. Pain has to be taught a lesson right here, he said, and began walking towards the Geto statue, which to his senses was blazing with supreme life force and the chakra of the Ikibi that was just fed into it. Thousands of poisoned kunai filled the air as he moved towards his target. Apparently Sasori was trying to intercept him. The sounds of steel striking steel split the cave as Kakashi, Yamato, Sasuke and Yugo appeared smoothly before him, parrying away the volley of kunai expertly even as the Cloud Shinobi chased a fleeing Deidara out of the cave. What the hell are you doing, Naruto? Shouted Sasuke as he leapt into the air and slashed his katana to send a kunai right back at Sasori. Walls of wood sprung up to the ceiling as Naruto walked casually towards the Geto statue, shielding him from the lethal kunai Sasori had hurled. Standing in front of the massive statue, he felt for a moment the awe at the sheer life force it exuded. Behind him, he heard the four Anbu engage Sasori in earnest. He had no doubt they were strong enough to overwhelm one Akatsuki. Oh no, you can't possibly be thinking of doing that. Getting engaged in a tug of war of chakra with something like that statue is not very wise, Hashirama. Unless you want to go back to Mito in a body bag, and want me to join dear old Shukaku, don't try it. No one else can do it. Thus it falls to me. And there is a good chance pain will come running if I start playing with the Geto Mazo, said Naruto intently. Fine, do as you wish. Even your yang chakra isn't equal to the Geto statues, at least not yet. Perhaps you can come close, but even you will die in a contest of life force. So, I've decided to help you out if you need it, said the Kyuubi self-importantly. Naruto grinned slightly at the fox's offer even as he sent it his assent. He may well need the help if he was to go head-on with the strength of the Jubi's shell. No time like the present. On alert, Kyuubi, he said, and formed the ram's seal. The battle with Sasori raged fiercely behind him, and he could feel what felt vaguely like manipulation of metal behind him. The cave was falling around everywhere due to the ferocity of the battle, but he did not care. His walls of wood held the section of the Geto statue stable, and shut him off completely from the ongoing battle. Mokuden. Mokuryu no Jutsu, he said loudly. The earth shook and rumbled as his enormous wood dragon burst forth, coiling and spiraling forwards towards the Geto statue. You have no idea how much I truly hate that thing, grumbled Kurama as the wood dragon coiled itself around the Geto Mazo's shoulders tightly, twining itself so that its horned snout was directly opposite the statue's still open mouth. Brace yourself, Kurama, it's going to get a little tricky now, warned Naruto as the wood dragon roared, the terrible sound threatening to causing gravel to fall from the high ceiling of the cave. And then, it clamped its jaws violently upon the open mouth of the Geto statue. Seriously, you made that dragon kiss the statue, sniggered Kurama. Naruto ignored the annoying fox, suppressing his own amusement at the situation even as he released his chakra. A small misstep here would guarantee his death, and the Kyuubi in the hands of his enemy. Bright white light burst through the open mouth of the dragon, and into the innards of the Geto statue, and Naruto probed deep within the demonic statue to find Ikibi's chakra. Kurama wordlessly joined him in his quest, and he felt the enormous awareness of the Biju surge through him into the wood dragon itself. The wood dragon shone red as the Kyuubi's chakra mingled with his, and shot into the Geto Mazo. Disengage the dragon, I have hooks into Shukaku's chakra. We have to pull him out now, shouted Kurama, and Naruto immediately slammed his palms together. The wood dragon reared back with a mighty heave, and he saw shining brown-colored chakra connecting the mouths of both his statue and the dragon. The Ikibi's chakra was too tightly bound within the statue, and he yelled as he exerted his full might. The wood dragon writhed in response, and arched back even further to pull out more of the recently assimilated one-tail chakra from within the statue. It flowed out like a continuous stream of sinuous brown light, pulled out like a leech from the statue's mouth. The one open eye of the statue began closing as the Ikibi almost came into the open. You actually did it, observed Kyuubi dryly as he began panting with exertion. Wrestling in a contest of chakra with the statue was no mean feat, and even he felt the exhaustion as he pulled out the last of the Ikibi's chakra into the open. The wooden walls he had erected to separate himself from the Sasori battle rattled hard, and he could faintly sense several high-level techniques being used behind it. Apparently, Sasori was giving everyone a hard time. There, it's almost out, he panted as the last threads of the chakra exited the statue's mouth. That was a lot harder than I thought. Your help made it easier, Kyubi. Thank Shinra Tensai. He had the warning of only a fraction of an instant as Pain appeared at the right end of the chamber and unleashed his gravity technique. The power was so vast, so overwhelming that the entire cave exploded as the world rippled outward with Pain as the epicenter. Naruto felt several shards of wood pierce his body as he was taken by the surprise attack, and flew through the air for several seconds amidst a storm of bodies, stones and sand. He dimly saw his wood dragon literally blasted high into the sky, and glimpsed Pain redirecting the Ikibi's chakra carefully back into the maw of the Gedo statue. The chakra he had drawn out with such effort, all that was for nothing. All thought fled from his mind as he collided with the ground with terrible force, and felt his broken and bleeding body break even more. Consciousness was almost fleeing, but he somehow managed to hold on with the tolerance of a shinobi his stature possessed. He could sense the others, very much alive, but in need of medical attention. As the dust cleared, he saw them strewn at various points, with Kakashi and Yugo groggily getting up. Sasuke and Yamato were out cold, presumably taking the brunt of the blast like he had. Get up, I won't have the shinobi who conquered me groaning like a leper just because he took a hit, ordered Kurama. You're right, said Naruto, and stood with considerable agony. A surge of concentrated medical chakra caused the wooden stakes piercing him to fall out of his body with a clatter. His body glowed green as his wounds mended themselves, his bones setting back to shape and skin knitting itself to perfection. Within seconds, he was as good as new. He stared directly at the direction of the Gedo statue, and rage filled him. Fuden! Atsugai! He proclaimed, and a great gale of wind swept the obscuring curtain of dust away like a hand wiping away mist. Standing quite a distance away was Pain, his back to Naruto as he sealed the Ikibi chakra back into the statue. He looks to be quite the opponent. This will be as bad as fighting Madara, thanks to the way you depleted your chakra in drawing out Shukaku, said Kurama warningly. Naruto acknowledged the point, sheer rage filling him as the Akatsuki leader turned to face him. You conceal many secrets, Uzumaki Naruto. I did not expect you to be able to draw out a biju once it is sealed within my Gedo Mazo. I did not think it was truly necessary to fight you until all the other biju were gathered. But this ability of yours makes it paramount that you are neutralized, said Pain in that grave voice of his. So this is the real you, Uzumaki Nagato, said Naruto grimly, as he walked towards the very healthy-looking Uzumaki man in front of him. Kakashi and Yugo took Sasuke and Yamato away respectively, retreating away a safe distance as they sensed this was not a fight they wanted to be a part of. Naruto felt no hesitation in fighting in Uzumaki, those alliances were as dust anyway. And Pain deserved to die by his hand. We meet properly now, unlike when I was talking to Yahiko's corpse. Where is the third of your group Jiraiya told me about? Konan, I believe her name was, said Naruto coolly. He loathed having to use such base tactics, but he was a shinobi of Konoha before all else. It was his job to finish the enemies of the village by whatever means necessary. She means nothing to me. No one does, said Pain impassively. But Naruto had caught that telltale flicker in the Akatsuki leader's emotions, and he would play upon it. If he could break the opponent's composure even a little, the battle was in his advantage. Really? Then what would you do if I sought her out, drained her of her chakra and left her broken body lying before the gates of Iwa? He asked coldly, and now he let the rage within his heart flare. Just like you did to Uzumaki Mito, who was actually your kin. What would you do then? Pain, he demanded. The air was still as Pain met his eyes with the legendary Rinnegan, and Naruto could feel Pain's own anger like a hot miasma leaking into the air. I never knew someone as vanilla as you could actually fight dirty, commented the Kyubi dryly. Watch out, he's going to do something drastic. The Kyubi, it seemed, was quite right. Apparently Naruto had goaded Pain too effectively, and the Akatsuki leader slammed his right palm forcefully into the ground. Kuchiyos. Gedo Mazo, Pain yelled out. Naruto watched with awe as the shell of 10 tails clawed its way out of the earth in a tearing of rock and ground, its monstrous body blocking out the light as it stood on 2 feet. I used to live in there, the Kyuubi observed, as Naruto smiled tightly at Pain's summons. The Akatsuki leader had totally lost reason. He must really hold this Konan precious if he responded to simple taunts like this. He was actually attacking Naruto with the container of the Aikibi. I will get Aikibi back if I have the chance, he resolved and felt the Kyuubi groan. Tug of war again. How do you intend to incapacitate Pain and the statue long enough to perform your Kiss of the Dragon again? Demanded the 9 tails angrily. Kiss of the Dragon, huh? Good name, Kurama. Well, I will do what I do best. Contain both of them with one of my most powerful bindings. It should hold Pain and the statue long enough for me to release Aikibi, said Naruto calmly as he concentrated upon nature chakra even as Pain established full control over the monstrosity he had summoned. Crimson arcs appeared upon his face, and the 2 concentric circles on the center of his brow as he entered Sage Mode. I need Sage Mode to do both the extraction and confinement, especially with all the chakra I dissipated earlier, he said by way of explanation to Kurama. It was not often he was pushed to this point, but the technique he was going to perform needed it. It was the only thing he was sure could hold down the statue and Pain for any length of time at his current level of strength. Die, Uzumaki Naruto, shouted Pain as the Gedo Mazo rushed towards him. The earth trembled as the behemoth brought down its enormous fist to smash Naruto to smithereens, and the air screamed in response. Naruto totally ignored the statue as he focused solely upon Pain while forming the seals. He had used this technique exactly twice, and both times were when he had been learning it. It was a pity he had to show it this soon. Just like Madara, he had a notion of using force proportionate to the situation. The gate of the great god was totally unnecessary to this situation if he had reached the same strength as his old self. He could have simply held down the statue with Jukai Kuden. Dismissing his meanderings, he uttered his technique even as the enormous fist of the demonic statue blocked out the light in its path to smash him. Senpo. Myujinman. The Gedo statue fell crashing to the ground in a huge explosion of dust, its neck immobilized completely by an enormous red torii gate that crashed down from the heavens. Without pause, the demonic statue's arms, legs, and trunk were also captured completely by successively enormous torii gates that fell out of the sky in great number. It could not even twitch, no matter the chakra and irate Pain exerted to make it free itself. As the dust cleared, the Gedo statue appeared to be splayed out on the land full length, its limbs or body unable to move thanks to the enormous maze of torii gates piled upon it in a dizzying symmetrical formation. Naruto huffed slightly in exhaustion, and turned to Pain who seemed to be hurling enormous gravity techniques at his Myujinman in an effort to free the statue. It's not that easy to beat this technique, he called out to Pain. Even as the Akatsuki leader's attention turned to him, Naruto smoothly formed the ram seal and called down one last enormous torii gate. The earth shook as the massive red torii dropped out of the sky, and fell upon Pain with mind-numbing force. Good. That should hold you for a while, and keep you from making any more interruptions, he told the fully immobilized red-haired Rinnegan user, who was groaning at the force of the gate's fall on him. Nicely done, complimented the Kyuubi, making him grin. I don't bring these techniques out too often, but when I do they usually get the job done, he said lightly to the 9 tails as he appeared in front of the Gedo statue's mouth. Mokuryu, he called out once more, and the enormous wood dragon was born out of the earth and curled around the torii immobilizing the statue's neck. Once more the wood dragon arched, and clamped its jaws violently upon the Mazo's open mouth. This time his chakra was enhanced by Sage Mode, and the power was enough for him to wrench the still distinct Aikibi chakra from the statue's mouth. A faint silver sheen erupted around him as he exerted the full force of his legendary chakra, and in response the wood dragon lashed backwards, drawing out the Aikibi's chakra steadily as before. I will not spare you or your village for this, Pain called out emotionlessly, unable to move or make seals thanks to the crushing weight of the torii imprisoning him. Leave the Aikibi's chakra, Uzumaki, and I will spare you retribution the likes of which you have not seen before. You have no idea what I can do if pushed, warned the Akatsuki leader as the wood dragon pulled out even more shining brown chakra from within the Gedo Mazo. Naruto didn't care for Pain's words. In fact, if it weren't so urgent to pull out the Aikibi immediately, he would have finished Pain off by now. He blithely ignored the enormous blasts issuing continuously from the imprisoned Rinnegan wielder, the gravity techniques having no effect upon his Myujinman. But he was not certain the gates would hold forever, not at his current level of strength. But it did not matter, for the dragon responded to his chakra and with a final ear-shattering roar pulled out the Ikibi completely from the helpless Gedo Mazo. Naruto grinned tiredly as the massive chakra of the Ikibi took form once more to become the giant one-tailed raccoon, Shukaku. He felt 4 presences behind him, and turned to face his Anbu teammates. Kakashi was giving him a thumbs up, and Sasuke was staring hard at the captured Gedo Mazo and the awe-inspiring Torii gates confining it. I think you have forgotten what the Ikibi can do, Naruto-san. Pointed out Yamato diffidently, and Naruto turned with a curse to see a rage-filled Ikibi forming a Bijudama. I'll take care of this, he reassured them, and formed the serpent seal. Within moments the wood dragon was upon the crazed Ikibi, and had twined around it in increasingly convoluting patterns. The one-tailed beast roared as it fell to the ground at the onslaught of the wood dragon, struggling futilely even as its coils tightened. Turning its head to Naruto, it shrieked shrilly, its golden eyes filled with insanity and bloodlust. It's you. Why the hell can't you just remain? Shut him up, or he'll blabber secrets, Kurama snapped. Before the Ikibi could rat him out, another Torii fell out of the sky to crash with stunning force upon the beast's head, formed perfectly enough to shut the beast's mouth up firmly. It is done, he said firmly, feeling more than a little satisfaction at the work done. It was well worth the stupendous amounts of chakra he had expended, he thought, as he saw Pain, the Gedo Mazo, and even the Ikibi captured completely by his techniques. If you'll wait for a few minutes, I'll gather enough chakra to subdue Shukaku completely, he said to his teammates. No, you won't. They whipped around to face the new arrival. Standing in the midst of the captured Mazo, Biju in Pain was an Akatsuki, his face obscured by an orange spiraling mask. One eye hole was cut out in it, and Naruto immediately recognized the Sharingan. It's him. I'll tear him apart, roared the Kyuubi, and Naruto didn't even hesitate. Yet another Torii fell from the sky as Naruto utilized Sage Mode again, but as it crashed onto the intruder it seemed to simply pass through him. Space-time ninjutsu. This is obviously that imposter, snarled Naruto even as Kyuubi's roars of rage threatened to break his focus. Neat work you have done here, Naruto. I myself couldn't have imagined Konoha hiding one as you, but here you are. You have subdued Pain, his statue summons, and the Shukaku all at once and are still standing reasonably strong. A pity you were wasted on the losing side, said the orange-masked man in a deep voice. Yamato yelled out a wood prison technique, but Naruto saw the futility as the Akatsuki simply walked out of the wooden stricture as if didn't exist. Even Amaterasu seemed to pass through the man, and Kakashi's water dragon as well. Never had he seen such advanced space-time techniques, not even from Tobirama. Tobi, you are here at last, Pain said, a minuscule amount of relief in his voice. Free me from this godforsaken imprisonment. I need to teach Uzumaki the real meaning of loss, he snarled, and his Rinnegan fixed upon Naruto. It heightened Naruto's wariness to know he had well and truly stoked Pain's rage today. It was obvious he would have to train harder than ever to reach his old level. The man called Tobi laughed darkly and turned to Pain. Look at you. All your arrogance means nothing. The Uzumaki has beaten you today. Did you know that the others of the Akatsuki are watching you even now? How will you save face with them, Pain? You who have never lost a fight till now, how will you explain being constrained by that technique? Asked Tobi amusedly, ignoring Kakashi and the others as they took up strategic positions to attack him if needed. Naruto shook his head with frustration. It was a little hard to hit someone who could not be hit. More analysis of the masked man's ability was needed. Not for the first time he wished Tobirama were here. His brother could have provided a complete analysis in a jiffy, or perhaps even Mito could. His knowledge of Fuinjutsu was practical and broad, not deep. Free me, Tobi, or else. Or else what? What can you do? Asked Tobi and turned to Naruto. Well, good job on Pain, Naruto. You really did show us what we were facing today. I never thought anyone could pull a Biju out of the Mazo once it is sealed inside, but you did it. Extraordinary, said the man, shaking his head. But I cannot allow you to continue with this. We have risked too much to be thwarted here, he continued, and Naruto's eyes widened as the air spiraled from the man's eye. Out came a large pot he recognized very well. Don't let him use that. Hote no jutsu, he yelled out even as Toby broke the casket and proclaimed, Fuin. His teammates responded immediately even through their tiredness, and huge spheres of fire and water joined his enormous wooden fist in the attempt to stop Toby. But even as the earth shook and dust clouded, Naruto knew it was futile. He could sense the amber sealing pot's potency reach out, and steal the Aikibi right from the wood dragon's grasp. He shouted with anger as he was denied a second time, but Toby did not stop there. The Geto Mazo disappeared completely, and the power of the relic in Toba's grasp was evident as the statue itself was sealed into the pot. You need some time to contemplate on your startling weakness, Nagato. Let me free you as promised, said Toby in a deceptively mild voice while completely ignoring the wooden fist that beat on him futilely, passing through him as if he didn't exist. Naruto hurled a blazing Rasenshuriken at Toby, and he barely had time to acknowledge Sasuke as the Uchiha lit the Chakra Shuriken with Amaterasu in an incredible display of skill and timing. The Rasenshuriken, which was afire with the black flames, flew towards where Toby calmly sealed Pain himself into the amber sealing pot. He looked calmly at Naruto as the highly destructive technique passed through his body, colliding with the ground with a jaw-shattering explosion of light and fire. The Myojinmen at the lower levels, which had already taken an enormous beating from Pain's assaults, broke at the explosion, sending the whole stack tumbling down to the ground in a dirge of terrible sound. There we go, said Toby as if he had just finished an invigorating walk. See you later, Uzumaki Naruto. Congratulations on helping your lady wife recover from my hospitality, he added, and Naruto sent a stake of earth flying towards the masked man even as he disappeared with a spiral of air. Don't go flaring your chakra uselessly now. You have precious little as it is, said Kurama wisely as he began to do exactly that. Kakashi and the others took one look at his face and did not attempt to utter lame consolations. Never had he failed this utterly at a task. Gaara was dead, he had been denied twice in acquiring the Aikibi, and above all Pain was not dead. That angered him more than anything. The Akatsuki got away though we managed to wound him badly. What happened here? It looks as if Diadarabachi used this place for a dancing ground, said a voice from behind him. Naruto ignored Darui completely as he tried to master his own frustration. He saw Kakashi discreetly make frantic signals to the Cloud Shinobi, presumably asking them not to antagonize. I can deal with my own incompetence later, he thought harshly to himself as he gained a measure of control and turned to his waiting teammates. Let us head back to our villages and brief our separate cages. We have failed at this mission. Chapter 22. The burial of Gaara was an occasion as solemn as any Naruto had attended. No expression, not even a sliver of sadness, crossed his face as he watched the Jinchuriki lowered carefully into his grave, accompanied by the tears of only his siblings and Yugito. No one else from Suna had bothered to turn up for their former Aikibi Jinchuriki's funeral save for the other Jinchuriki and the Sand siblings. As the headstone was erected with Gaara's name upon it, Naruto reflected quietly to the Kyuubi. Why did Rikodo even bother with separating the Ten Tails chakra, Kurama? He should have known that the greed of men would turn his gift into a curse soon enough. Sometimes I feel despair for these foolish shinobi, we wretches who cannot learn from generations of death and misery. Cynical of you, but very true, Hashirama. I must admit that the sage made a mistake with his divide and conquer policy. But then again, if he had kept us as one, no one could have possibly defeated the Jubi. Well, perhaps Indra and Ashura could have done it if they fought together, but that was never going to happen. Those two brats were as bad as Madara and you, replied the Kyuubi sagely as Gaara was covered by earth completely. Temari's lost whales tugged on Naruto's heartstrings, and Kankuro's still shocked look was painful to see. The pain of losing your beloved sibling was harder to accept than anything else, and never did heal. Itama and Kawarama's premature deaths still weighed on his psyche, no matter the years that had passed. That was gracious of the Raikage, allowing Gaara to be buried here, he said softly to Yugito. Our last rest should be where our heart was, she replied quietly, and walked away with B. Naruto watched as the two Jinchuriki departed with body flickers, leaving him with Gaara's grave and the Sand siblings. A small wind blew in the desert, causing his shoulder-length hair to whip around chaotically. He could feel Temari's stare at him, and he looked at her with compassion. "What will you do now, Temari-san?" he asked gently. Kankuro was paying no attention to their conversation as he stared at Gaara's headstone only. Temari wiped her eyes in reply, and sniffed. "What will I do? I will fight on for my village, Naruto-san. Can I ask something of you?" "Please do," invited Naruto. Temari sighed as she started tugging on Kankuro's hand as if prompting him to attention. "I knew exactly what my brother underwent as a Jinchuriki. All I ask is this. In my brother's memory, please don't let the Akatsuki gain any more Biju. I want no one to undergo our loss, with no one to mourn them but 1 or 2 friends. Can you do that?" she asked intently. Naruto nodded respectfully, the idea he had conceived on the return journey to Suna taking stronger shape in his mind. There was no way to fight the Akatsuki with divisive tactics. There was no way the alliance of Kumo and Konoha could fight them all separately. Even if Kiri weaseled out for neutrality's sake, he had to get Kumo on Konoha's side. The Akatsuki bloc was already too strong with Aim, Iwa, and many other minor villages already forming an alliance. I can leave the alliance of nations to Danzo. He will carry it out with more ruthlessness than Tsunade ever will, thought Naruto. But his train of thought was interrupted by a certain highly annoying fox. "Exactly what gives you the authority to make decisions for your village? You are neither the Hokage, nor on the council. You are merely a famous Junin now," the fox said slyly. "Famous being the keyword. They will listen to me when I put forth my proposal, Kyubi." "Well, you really have changed. Who would have thought Hashirama Senju would actually desire war as a means to peace? Your plan to assault Iwa with a high-damage battalion is a good one, but what will you do if the Akatsuki comes out in full force? You simply got Pain by surprise back there. He will not be caught by that technique a second time," pointed out the fox. Naruto sighed. In his mind, he had already drawn up the battle plans and the members. It was convincing the cage that would be the problem. Adjusting his white trench coat painted with the Senju double trident on the back, he looked out at the vast expanse of the desert. It was perfect for open battle, and perfect for the techniques he liked to use. But all that could wait. This mission had drained much from him, and he sought the company of his wife. Mito had gone off God knows where, and after 3 years Naruto couldn't wait to join her in her endeavor. It was why he had sent the rest of the Anbu their way, asking them to report to Konoha on his behalf and tell the Hokage that he was joining Mito at Kiri. "You're right. It's totally not because you're afraid of failure reporting," said the Kyubi sarcastically, which he duly ignored. Perhaps he was not keen on reporting his first failure in a long time to his granddaughter, but the truth was he needed Mito. And seeing his mother again wouldn't be bad either. The sand around him stirred as he disappeared with a shunshin. "Oh, you blind bat of a former Hokage," sighed Kyubi as he raced through the desert towards the direction of Kurigakure. "I keep telling you your mother's not right in her heart, and yet you repose your ridiculously naive faith in her. It will come and bite you in your ass, mark my words. In fact, I bet that is why Mito even bothered to go there in such haste. Some stupid notion of protecting you, I think. But why she let your clones know where she was is something I cannot fathom the reason for." "Well, I don't care," announced Naruto as he cut through the desert air with unrelenting body flickers. "Mito is there and our reunion is long pending. Who knows, perhaps you'll even get some. I bet half the reason you were so happy and goofy as a Hokage was because of Mito's Uzumaki vitality, wasn't it? I mean, you are Senju Hashirama with stamina off the charts. Makes sense that only an Uzumaki like Mito could satisfy you. I'm actually surprised Mito didn't have an army of." "Kyubi, enough with your body conjectures," yelled Naruto angrily as he approached the Konoha border, which he intended to skirt in order to reach Kiri. The laughter of the fox followed him as he picked up even more speed, leaving him blushing and turning over old memories. What the fox had said was partially true, but the circumstances of his and Mito's meeting was far more involute than anyone could have believed. Even though he had eventually come to love Mito as much as her, the Uzumaki princess was not his first love. A face flashed through his mind's eye, and his heart lurched as he beheld the delicate, feminine and sharp features of his closest confidant and most trusted associate after his brother Tobirama. "Specters of the past, your illusions haunt me even beyond death, Toka," he thought sadly. Dismissing Senju Toka's crystal-clear image from his mind, he formed the ram seal to exert ever-increasing amounts of chakra. It would do no good to dig up memories of the ancient past. Mito was his beloved, and he would return to her and cherish what he had. It had been ridiculously easy for Uzumaki Mito to slip past the Kiri border guards, despite the state of high alert they were in. Tensions between villages were very high at this point, with pressure mounting for the neutral parties to choose either Akatsuki or Konoha. Mito slightly adjusted her kimono, its rich seams and crispness causing several shinobi to bow to her as they mistook her for some lady of Kurigakure. She still remembered Kiri's culture, having spent considerable amounts of time here during the second Hokage summit. It had happened just after she had married Hashirama. It was just like her husband to snowball village business and honeymoon into the same thing. She stopped in front of the doors to the Mizukage's castle, and waited for the guard to approach. "Greetings," she said, and bowed that fluid bow she recalled from her younger days, an intricacy of the Hazuka clan. "I am here to meet with the Konoha ambassador Kushina Uzumaki regarding exchange of shuriken jutsu between our villages." "Is she available?" asked Mito in a clear voice. Before the guard could refuse her, she channeled chakra into the fuinjutsu tags she wore as an ear ornament. The compulsion seals written there glowed slightly, and the guard shook his head as if dazed. "Of course, she resides in the first room in the third corridor from here," he directed with a glazed look. Mito smiled slightly, and proceeded onward with a dignity that befitted one of her royal lineage. Shinobi automatically gave way to her, and she kept her senses alert for the Mizukage. Mei Terumi, she had heard, was no pushover. She had no intention of fighting anyone here, except some people perhaps. Swiftly reaching the room the guard had mentioned, she extended the senses she had inherited from her time as a Jinchuriki to feel Kushina's chakra. The evenness of the emotions she was feeling led her to believe Kushina was in a relaxed state, possibly asleep. Raising her hand, she softly knocked twice. No reason to be impolite. That would come later. The door opened slowly to reveal a haggard-looking Kushina Uzumaki in standard Anbu attire. Mito's eyes flickered over to the katana belted to her side, and stained with red still near the edges. "Kushina," she greeted quietly, watching sadly as her kinswoman paled somewhat at seeing her. Mito's eyes narrowed as Kushina's hand inched towards her sword. "You don't want to do that. You might be strong, but I am far older and more experienced than you. I am not here to fight you." "Then why are you here, Mito-sama?" asked Kushina, sighing and stepping aside to allow Mito into her quarters. Mito watched interestedly as Kushina activated several seals placed around the doorway and windows, immediately deciphering their use as privacy seals. She traced a finger upon one seal, noting its calligraphy and structure with mounting sadness. "You know why. I am convinced now that you were the one that drew the seals that were used to constrain me. If it was up to me, I would execute you here and now," she said, forcing steel into her voice. "But that is not going to happen. My husband has this unhealthy propensity of giving second chances to the ones he holds dear. He did not kill Uchiha Madara until the latter grew truly dangerous to the village, and kept on giving the man second chances. It was only at my urging that the battle at the Valley of End happened, and it was by my encouragement that he found the will to finish off Madara. But with you, even my advice to Hashirama will find no purchase. I did not know that would be the purpose of the seals pain made me create." "I do not question his orders," Kushina stated in a pained voice. Mito's heart fell. Her husband would be devastated at this turn of events. It appeared Kushina was indeed working for the enemy, the same enemy who had torn the village apart 16 years ago. She folded her hands carefully as she stared at Kushina, as hurt at an Uzumaki betraying her made itself known to her. "I would have died, but for him," she said harshly, anger foremost in her mind. Only experience and wisdom she had accumulated over the years helped her keep her mind in check, and even that was hard thanks to her youthful body's effect on her mind. "You have no idea how close you are to death at the moment, Kushina. Please, tell me what prompted you to this traitorousness, before I decide to end this right now," prompted Mito quietly, her right hand discreetly forming the ram seal. Kushina wiped away the tears that fell at Mito's speech. "It was for Minato. I love Minato more than you can possibly imagine, Mito-sama. At the time, I was not certain Naruto would have anything to do with me. I saw that man resurrect an army of 200 shinobi from death, after he resurrected me. So when he told me he could resurrect Minato for my cooperation, I believed him, she finished softly. Mito could not accept that excuse. She would not. Don't you dare use that reason with me, she said in a cold voice. I lived for more than half a century without my husband, and died without him to hold my hand. If you say such drivel again, I will not hesitate to finish you here and now. But it is true, whispered Kushina helplessly. At the time I thought it was a deal I could manage. All I had to do was give him information, an S-class secret to begin with, and later everything up to A-class secret was game. And I had to draw seals for him, seals no one else could craft. I need not fight for him, nor do I owe allegiance to him. I can even end our arrangement when I choose, she said, her voice growing stronger as she spoke. How is what I do different from what Itachi does? Itachi has told Akatsuki every A-class secret he knows. He killed Konoha ninja during his cover, he slaughtered his entire clan, his own family. I have done nothing. We knew what Itachi was doing, said Mito scathingly, cutting into her monologue. His existence was an S-class secret, and it became known to the enemy by your foolishness. Your actions put our entire nation into jeopardy, and you have the gall to disguise treason as intelligence gathering. It is pure selfishness. You deserve to die for it. Kushina was silent, her tears finally ceasing at Mito's tirade. Mito herself seethed with rage, unable to digest this most cruel treason by a kinswoman. The only reason she did not execute Kushina was due to sentiment that became feebler by the second. She had once seen this woman as a vulnerable child, and had transferred the Kyuubi to her for she was of the same clan. Killing her here would be vengeance, but it would likely not be on the right person. Kushina was guilty perhaps of selfishness, but not malice towards Konoha. Perhaps this travesty of a situation could be put right, even used towards their advancement. I never felt loyalty to Konoha, began Kushina hesitantly, refusing to meet Mito's eyes. Never. My loyalty was for family, and family was Uzumaki to begin with. Minato was my husband, and I was loyal to him because I loved him more than life itself. He was Konoha's Hokage, so I saw his duties as extended to mine. Make no mistake, Mito-sama, I am regretful for how I betrayed the trust of Konoha. But I feel nothing strong for it, not the loyalty I feel for my family and clan, she said, now with conviction enough to look deep into Mito's eyes. They were silent for several more minutes, the moderate room only admitting sounds of chirping birds and conversing shinobi, but the seals upon it letting no sound escape outside. That is better, Mito said finally, in a calmer tone. I sense no deception in your chakra. Yes, I can see how you came to this foolhardy decision now, but I cannot forgive you for putting my husband, your son, in mortal danger. You must pay the price. The chakra in the room grew slightly denser as Kushina grasped the hilt of her katana, and said in a haunted voice, I am ready to pay. But not with my life. If you try to kill me, I will stop you. You are who you are, but I am strong enough to fight you. I can also not stop adhering to the deal. If there is the slightest chance of Minato coming back, I will take it, even over the village, if necessary. You are selfish, murmured Mito. If your nonsensical actions had not harmed Konoha, we would have no problems. But your betrayal has made things complicated. I cannot kill you, and not only because your son would be heartbroken. Your absence would be noted by the person you are dealing with, and we cannot let him know we are onto his trail. No, you betrayed Konoha to him. It is only fitting you betray him to Konoha now. The faint feeling of chakra vanished, and Kushina jammed her half-drawn sword back into its sheath, her mouth falling open in surprise. I cannot let you kill him, if he can bring Minato back, she said after a moment, her voice steely. Mito sighed. Then I must tell Naruto of your activities. You can be certain the outcome will not be very pleasant. If he still retains the characteristics of Hashirama concerning the village, then you can be fully sure that he will not forgive you. He would not even forgive me if my actions harmed Konoha, she said. Kushina's face twisted in indecision, and Mito felt no pleasure in seeing the woman's turmoil in this manner. But she had brought it upon herself. It was now time for the consequences, and Kushina had to bear the weight of her foolish deal's fruits. She understood the longing for a lost love, longing for a husband. She had lived that very loss for many years, living alone when Hashirama had moved on to the afterlife. That had been unbearable, but she had learned to live with it. But Kushina's actions made sense if she felt so frail a loyalty to Konoha in the first place. It was understandable, but sadly it was not sanctionable. "You would make me choose between my husband and son?" asked Kushina finally, in an agonized voice of indecision. Now Mito was infuriated. Kushina's face fell to the side, and her hair obscured her face like a curtain from the side as Mito slapped her hard. "Stop speaking like a deluded child. Your husband is nothing but a weak promise by your enemy, while your son is alive. He is breathing, his blood flows and he is alive," said Mito angrily, her chest heaving as she paced around the rather well-appointed room. Kushina seemed shocked into silence at being physically struck by Mito, and merely followed her with her gaze. After a moment of inspecting the seals on the walls of the room just to calm her recalcitrant rage, Mito turned back to Kushina. "You will be interrogated thoroughly before we proceed with any course of action. I must be convinced you do not intend harm to Konoha, even if you're somewhat apathetic to it. Will you submit peacefully?" "Yes," replied Kushina after a moment. "I submit peacefully as long as I am left alive and with reason after it." Mito nodded, satisfied for the moment. She pointed to a chair, and Kushina sat down upon it wordlessly. "I am not so crass and inelegant as resorting to torture, Kushina. I am a seal mistress, not a clueless chunin," she said, while reaching for the calligraphic supplies Kushina herself had stored. "You have done well with these privacy seals, and your supplies are good. Now brace yourself, we must be done before Naruto arrives. He will not be amused with me when he does, and I must be convinced of being able to work with you before then. Anything if you will keep this from my son," said Kushina quietly, not flinching at some of the more unpleasant seals Mito was drawing deftly. "Anything at all. Deep under the stony terrain of Iwagakure, quite far from any habited region, lay a labyrinthine structure carved with almost scientific precision. It was void of people for the most part, but for the singular pair of footsteps echoing off the cold walls. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses as they glinted in the torchlight, and went over the readings he had taken some time ago during the destruction of Otogakure. Every time, analysis reveals far more than mere instinct and fumbling through the dark. "Fie on those fools who still think of chakra as just a weapon," he thought contemptuously. "Orochimaru-sama," he announced, pushing his way past the partly closed door into the Snake Sanin's private laboratory, "your hypothesis has been verified to be correct. The metal provided us by Pain responded to the chakra of Uzumaki Naruto," he said, handing over the pad full of his observations to his master. Orochimaru smirked, receiving the data with a satisfaction that was almost alien in its intensity. "Kukuku, though this is no longer necessary, Kabuto, you have done well," the Sanin smiled. "That which is created by the sage's Dujutsu will respond only to his chakra, be it yin or yang. Yin gives form, while yang breathes life, and the metal expanded merely by being in the vicinity of Uzumaki Naruto. There is no doubt anymore, I believe," he said, handing the pad back to Kabuto, who sported a smug smile as well. He was justified in his smugness, he believed, for it was he who even brought up the notion of Hashirama's reincarnation. Orochimaru-sama had been quite skeptical of his theories despite the failed summoning during the Chunin exams, but he had steadily worked to gather proof to support his seemingly wild conjecture. It had taken much of his negotiation skills to convince Orochimaru-sama to lure the Uzumaki to Otogakure, but it had been done. The loss of Otogakure was nothing in the face of the precious information they now possessed. "By just whispering this to the right people, we can spark a fourth shinobi war," he thought, savoring the thought of holding power over the fate of nations. "I have further news, Orochimaru-sama," he continued, this time letting his mouth curve in a full smile. "I received word from the Konoha base that Akatsuki met Uzumaki Naruto for yet another confrontation. The spy was unspecific in his communication, but he is quite certain that Sasori-sama has been killed. Deidara has been injured, but we do not know to what extent." "Delicious," said Orochimaru, cruel delight dancing in his inhuman eyes as he seated himself. "I have wanted to finish Sasori for long, but it appears our ambush is quite unnecessary. Let Akatsuki dash itself to pieces against the might of Senju Hashirama if it wants, we will not stand in either of their ways. What can those poor fools do? Where Uchiha Madara himself failed. He laughed softly, and this time Kabuto joined in. Senju Hashirama. The very name sent shivers up Kabuto's spine. To seekers of truth such as Orochimaru-sama and he, the Shodai Hokage was a shrine of information. With Hashirama's cells, Orochimaru-sama had accomplished things that were normally thought impossible. It was only due to those cells' potency that the snake Sanin's durability and vitality were so high, and even that much was but a thimble from what was a veritable lake. But even Orochimaru-sama's physical energy seemed pale and stolen to what I felt at Oto. The fairy tales are true, it seems, he thought, his hands shaking slightly as he recalled the feel of that unearthly chakra. His attention returned to the room as Orochimaru-sama resumed speaking. All that remains is gaining our insurance from Akatsuki, Kabuto, hissed Orochimaru, the light of the single candle flame flickering in his snake eyes. I hope you have deduced that the one masquerading as Madara is not really who he says he is, he queried, tilting his head to look at Kabuto. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, agreed Kabuto immediately. The orange-masked man who pulled the strings of Akatsuki from within the shadows could not be the real Madara. This much was certain to Kabuto in the light of the new information they uncovered. Hashirama's and Madara's chakras are like beacons to one another. We would likely have had another Valley of the End by now if Madara really were alive and well as the impostor claims. But the impostor knows too much about Madara, Kabuto mused, recalling their conversations with the man, far too much. Personal details no one but the real Madara would know. It makes me wonder how he has come to such information. A good question. This impostor is pulling Akatsuki's strings through shadows and lies, gathering and keeping S-class nuke nin in a single place in a unified purpose. He's probably controlling pain with some brainwashing and ideology. No one can cast a genjutsu directly on the Rinnegan. This, Kabuto, said Orochimaru, his long snake tongue flickering out to lick his own mouth, is as intriguing as our recent shocking intel. What is the motivation behind this impostor's actions? He even convinced me to rejoin Akatsuki, and I do not like acting without all the facts. Are we to investigate Akatsuki too, then, Orochimaru-sama? Asked Kabuto quietly. Making observations from a distance was one thing, but spying directly on Akatsuki itself was quite another. If Pain discovers our subterfuge, he will not spare us, he said, grinning slightly at his own understatement. Pain would not spare them, he would erase every particle of evidence that they ever existed upon this world. The leader of Akatsuki's retribution was absolute. Kabuto, said Orochimaru, shaking his head and smiling in a way that made even Kabuto's hackles rise slightly. When are you going to learn the importance of leverage? It is leverage alone that shields us from the wrath of Hashirama, and it will be leverage alone that will allow us to control the situation with Akatsuki. The impostor likely shields his identity with great fervor. All his action in the shadows point to this. All we need to do is uncover his true identity, and hold it over him. Kabuto leaned towards Orochimaru, intrigued by his master's craftiness. How would we do this, Orochimaru-sama? He asked, ways already forming in his sharp mind. The past, Kabuto. We gather facts of the past, and we piece together a coherent picture. Fortunately, we have an excellent place to start, said the snake Sanin thoughtfully. Toby has at least one Mangekyo Sharingan, and that places him definitively as an Uchiha. With this fact, we must start compiling a full picture of Konoha's recent history. See to it, Kabuto. The past 30 years data should do, ordered Orochimaru. As you wish, Orochimaru-sama. I will contact Danzo-san for it, immediately. There is absolutely no need to glare at me so, Nagato. After all, it was I who had to deal with the consequences of your arrogance, said Toby, his mellifluous voice echoing in the cavernous meeting room of the Akatsuki. Patting the amber sealing pot sitting innocently by his side, the orange-masked Uchiha continued speaking to the infuriated leader of the Akatsuki. Whatever possessed you to go after Uzumaki Naruto as you did? I thought we agreed to deal with him last, to work around him to capture the other Biju, he queried, his tone making his displeasure very well known to the only two other occupants of the room. I will do as I wish, Toby. Decisive action needed to be taken to prevent him from reclaiming the Ikibi, and none else but I could do it. I did not foresee the boy's use of that confinement jutsu, however. It drained my chakra every time I gathered it, causing my own techniques to wither. A cunning prison, Pain replied with a curl of his upper lip. Toby sighed with no little exasperation, and turned to the other Uchiha in the room. Itachi met Toba's single visible eye with his own, his stoic countenance giving away not a whit of his true emotions. Pain has never lost a fight until now. His credibility suffers presently due to his tendency to underestimate his foes. Thus, Itachi, the responsibility of the next mission falls on your shoulders. Perhaps you will succeed where others have failed, said Toby, shooting a snide glance at an impassive Pain. Itachi was uncertain of who would overpower the other if Pain were to go against Toby. He was certain the two were allied by a strongly shared ideology. If only he could deduce what it was, he could begin subtly driving a wedge between them. I am ready, he however replied calmly to Toby. He is not pleased, thought Itachi grimly as he glanced at Pain. The Rinnegan was the paramount Dujutsu, the crowning jewel, the source of all ninjutsu and bloodlines. Even with what Itachi knew to be a basic knowledge of those legendary eyes, Pain far outstripped every Akatsuki member save for him and Toby. Without the eternal Mangekyo, Itachi was quite certain he too would fall in a contest against the leader. Excellent, said Toby, in that faux cheerful tone he sometimes reverted to. It grated on Itachi's ears unpleasantly. To him it bespoke of how unhinged the man could possibly be. Now, it was certainly not fun extracting the Aikibi. We very nearly lost him but for my intervention, which cannot happen anymore. Every turn the Akatsuki takes, we meet an obstacle called Uzumaki Naruto. I have no doubt that the Nibi's capture will be even more frustrating, possibly with a bitter end if we allow this to continue. We must keep him occupied, said the unknown Uchiha, his Sharingan gleaming beneath its eye-hole. As always, you restate the obvious, Toby, Pain interjected, seemingly unimpressed by the conclusion drawn. I suppose I do, replied Toby dryly. But this mission is for Itachi, who is somewhat more well-versed at subtle dealings than you are, Nagato. Unlike you, he understands that to overcome a stubborn problem by crushing it into powder is not quite the only way, he added sardonically. The air seemed to vibrate with menace as Pain flared his chakra for just an instant, and Itachi knew the leader had taken deep offense at Toba's adolescent insinuations. The fracture in Akatsuki was openly visible for the very first time in his long years undercover in the organization. Do not insult me again, Pain said quietly. You will not live further if you do, Toby. If you say so, returned Toby doubtfully, chuckling as Pain disappeared with a shunshin. I did not quite anticipate this facet of Nagato's personality, to tell you the truth. He automatically assumes his eyes sets him far above humanity, very much like the arrogant Uchiha clan you slaughtered. Alas, if it were my choice alone, I would have you lead the Akatsuki, said Toby whimsically to Itachi, who just blinked at the unexpected statement. I am honored you think so, he replied, ascribing to rote courtesy. What mission do you have for me, then? Straight to business, then, said Toby approvingly. Very well. Kakuzu brought me news from his old village. Apparently, the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi cannot be tracked anymore. She has hidden herself quite well, I suppose, for even Zetsu to be unable to find her. She could be anywhere in the nations. I need you to capture her, Itachi, while Uzumaki Naruto's attention has not fallen yet in that direction. We might as well capture those we can and hold them, even if their order is not quite right, don't you think? Yes, replied Itachi shortly. It did make sense, but something about the mission did not quite sit well with his instincts. The disquiet amplified the moment Toby began openly humiliating Pain in front of him just moments ago, and had begun with Pain's completely unnecessary assault on the Konoha shinobi who had come to rescue Gaara Sabaku. Try as he might, he could not get a read on Toby even with his eternal eyes, nor could he do so with Pain. It was as if their emotions were walled off even to his discerning gaze. Good. Find the Jinchuriki and subdue her. It should be no issue for one with the ultimate Uchiha Dujutsu. Do it as soon as possible, Itachi, preferably within the month. Hidan will handle Han, and Deidara will be sent after Roshi. In one fell swoop we will capture 3 Biju, the masked man said. I will do my part, Itachi said quietly. I will. My life does not look to be as bleak as I had envisioned it to be just after the slaughter, he thought with a sigh as he lifted his hand to perform the ram seal. Fate had interfered again, bringing from the mists of legend the Shodai Hokage and his wife to aid Konoha. There remained no purpose in his original plan of meeting justice at the hands of his innocent little brother. That desperate plan sickened him when he now thought of it. He greatly longed to meet Sasuke now that the last fetters of his self-imposed penance were burned away. Perhaps this is the opportunity I have dreamed of for so long, thought Itachi, soundlessly disappearing from the Akatsuki base. It is time to chase the Nanabi Jinchuriki to Konoha, it seems, he said to himself, a faint smile on his face as he left Iwagakure behind with his efficient shunshin. Does he have absolutely no regard for matters of Konoha? He's romping around like he owns the entirety of the elemental nations. It's as if I'm Hokage in nothing but name, with him making all the decisions for me. I have my self-respect, Jiraiya, and I won't tolerate insubordination any longer, not even from him. Tsunade yelled, her fist breaking her desk into pieces once the background. Shizune sighed. Tsunade seemed to be taking a leaf out of the Raikage's book in expressing temper. Is this because he ditched the team to go off on his own? I've done that loads of times. I think he deserves at least the courtesy you extend me, Jiraiya said absently, lost in thought as he folded the missive from Naruto. Some people knew better than others what needed to be done, and he believed that they should be given free rein to do it. Of course, he placed himself in this category quite comfortably. But Naruto too was certainly there. He was more concerned about what Mito-sama had discovered that had prompted her to go back on her original plans. But Tsunade, it appeared, was in quite another mood. Jiraiya, it would appear as if I don't control him. If I can't control what my shinobi do, no one is going to take me seriously, she told him heatedly. Jiraiya had a feeling she was taking out her frustrations of losing a Jinchuriki to the Akatsuki on everyone else, but even he had limits on what he was going to tell Tsunade to her face. Casting off thoughts of concentrating his spy network's attention on Kurigakure, he looked down at Tsunade. Tsunade, you know him. No one expects you to actually control a shinobi of his stature despite them not even knowing who he really is. He changed the politics of Konoha completely when he destroyed that Iwa army 3 years ago, Jiraiya told her patiently. Tsunade actually pouted at this, making him look askance at her. She seemed to be off her game if the mission's failure was affecting her this badly. No, this is something else, he thought, watching her slumped posture and the way she buried her head in her palms. Tsunade, what's wrong? He asked seriously. I didn't expect him to be thwarted, she muttered, not meeting his eyes. I thought he could never be denied something if he put his mind to it. I read Kakashi's mission report, and I know that the impostor used the Kohaku no Juhei. Naruto isn't Hashirama, he isn't infallible, Tsunade. He doesn't think the way I would expect Hashirama to think, he's far more emotional than he lets on. And Sensei told me the Shodai was very carefree, but Naruto as he is now is more reserved than that man. Something changed during the sealing, and it created a new person. He's a curious mixture of legendary shinobi and innocent child. Don't expect him to be your grandfather entirely, Jiraiya told her sternly. This life had changed his godson considerably, and even Jiraiya wasn't quite sure of Naruto's true identity despite traveling with him for 3 years. He doubted if even the young man knew, and he wasn't going to prod that subject anytime soon. That issue was going to come up sooner or later, and he could only trust that Naruto would resolve it. It was Naruto's fight alone, and no one else's. Orochimaru bringing Mito-sama back complicated things in more ways than once. It made his old life more dominant in his mind. I wonder how those two will resolve their issues, he thought, grinning pervertedly as a few possible avenues became known to us, positively rubbing his palms with glee. Quit thinking whatever you are thinking, Jiraiya, Tsunade told him with some asperity. And you're right, but I still feel I must be able to do my job without depending too much on him. I think I'll take your advice, and give him the same privileges we Sannin enjoy. It must be done fast too. Our shinobi seem to think no one can defeat us as long as we have Naruto around. It's subtle but it's there. You know that's dangerous. Oh, it's dangerous all right, agreed Jiraiya. He stood up, and looked at the expanse of Konoha visible from the wide windows of the Hokage Tower. Especially with the war that will eventually come. Nagato will eventually tire of Naruto denying him the Biju. To even get the Aikibi, he had to come personally. His frustration will eventually spill over, and result in a war the likes of which we have never seen before, Jiraiya predicted gloomily. Not a day passed by when he did not regret for what Nagato and Konan had become. That's going to happen sooner if Orochimaru decides he wants to help things along, and tell Akatsuki everything. We can do little to stop the war entirely, short of taking out the entirety of Akatsuki. She gave a humorless laugh here, but we can slow down its approach. I think I have something that we can do that doesn't need to involve Oji-san at all, Tsunade said determinedly. What? Asked Jiraiya curiously. Tsunade's desire to stand out was admirable. Indeed, one did not get called a member of the legendary Sannin without that quality. Orochimaru and that stupid four-eyed kid, growled Tsunade. We need to take them out of the equation, as soon as possible. We can't kill him. Who knows what contingencies? Oh, I know that snake at least as well as you do, said Tsunade disgustedly, stopping him mid-rant. He would have covered every possibility. No, what I meant is this, Jiraiya. He must be rendered unable to act on the knowledge he has. As long as he holds that leverage, he controls when the war will happen. Once the Akatsuki know exactly who they fight, they won't bother with individual extraction missions. They'll plunge every nation into war and death. But how do you want to deal with Orochimaru? Asked Jiraiya with a frown. Capturing and brainwashing him won't work. He'll have surely set things up so that his fail-safes are activated if such a thing happens. And the slimy snake is way too hard to capture, anyway, even for me. The only other alternative I can think of is a genjutsu powerful enough to alter his thoughts of the subject. He listed off the possibilities. Tsunade leaned forward, her dejected face now bright with eagerness as she seemed to consider every facet of her idea at top speed. Exactly, she concurred, clapping so hard Shizune jumped. They didn't care, both immersed in their scheming. Jiraiya suddenly saw what she was suggesting, and they both did what they hadn't done since training as children under the Sandaime. The Hokage Tower resounded with another slapping sound as they high-fived each other. Shisui's eye. They both yelled at the same time. Shizune again coughed politely, presumably seeking to bring them back to ground zero. Jiraiya impatiently shushed her as he looked into Tsunade's eyes, rapidly listing off what they knew. Naruto told us he sensed Danzo's arms covered with numerous Sharingan, and possibly a Mangekyo Sharingan on his left eye. I just didn't want to believe what Itachi told me in a communication, about Danzo doing such a thing, but we must confront it. But reusing it frequently would take extremely powerful life force, on the scale of. Senju Hashiramas joined in Shizune with amazement. They nodded impatiently at her again, before snapping back to each other. More evidence, said Tsunade quickly. Oji-san told me he could sense his own cell's potency in Danzo after that meeting. The old relic hides it under bandages, but I'm certain that's how he is gaining control over everything. That genjutsu is subtle enough to influence the thoughts of absolutely anybody, without them ever knowing of it. The old bastard could have used it on any of us. She fumed angrily, raising her fist and about to bring it down on the desk to her side. This realization was rather sudden, pondered Jiraiya, as he halted Tsunade's rather destructive punch with some effort. I wonder if we only realized all this because, you may just be right, Haim, he said, as Tsunade wrenched her hand away from his grip. You may just be right. His influence over us must have weakened, since we haven't met with him for quite some time now. He must have been stonewalling us from concluding what he's hiding, given all the information we have about it. We must do something. He does not deserve to use Uchiha Shisui's eye, Tsunade cut in angrily. Jiraiya nodded emphatically. He too remembered young Shisui's burning will of fire, something that had once given him great hope for the Uchiha clan. It had given all of them great hope. Thinking of one of those eyes in the possession of an old schemer like Danzo repulsed him. A new, truly horrifying thought suddenly made itself known to him. What if he used that eye on Naruto? He asked softly, ignoring Shizune's loud gasp of horror. Tsunade grew still, and her face became pale. I don't think even he is immune to that genjutsu, especially if he is not at full strength. Even the Kyuubi within him won't notice the subtle changes in his mind if he is under it, she said in a shaking voice. Inu, Tori, Neko, she called out, and the Anbu appeared on their knees before her instantly. Assemble your squad immediately, she ordered, glancing subtly at Jiraiya. He nodded his support, knowing what she intended to do. He would lead the mission himself if necessary. We need to neutralize a potential S-rank threat. We attempt an arrest, failing which a kill will be inevitable. Who is the target, Hokage-sama? Asked Kakashi, who was under the dog mask. Jiraiya's expression brightened suddenly as a slew of ideas assaulted his mind, but Tsunade shushed him as he opened his mouth to speak excitably. Later, she mouthed to him, and he stepped back sheepishly as he saw the waiting Anbu. This should be particularly satisfying for the boy, he thought with a grin as he looked at Sasuke under the bird mask. Shimura Danzo, Tsunade said in reply to Kakashi's question. Jiraiya shot a discreet thumbs up to Sasuke, who he knew was grinning maniacally under the mask. Vengeance was sweet, he knew, and would know again as he paid Orochimaru back for the death of Sarutobi-sensei. You may deal as you wish with his root members, but he is to be captured alive if possible. Do not damage his eyes, she directed firmly. And don't get too excited, Jiraiya added with a splitting grin to Sasuke, as Tsunade sighed in the background. Deal with this as quickly and quietly as possible. Sasuke stood up, and in a breach of protocol that didn't even register in their minds, threw away his mask. Upon his face Jiraiya saw such a bloodthirsty look that he knew this mission would probably end only in one of two ways, Danzo's death, or young Sasuke's death. I can come along if you wish. Old Danzo might be more than a handful for you lot, he offered, looking at all of them. Sasuke shook his head, and spoke before Tsunade could reprimand him. Jiraiya-sama, said the Uchiha in a voice practically throbbing with hidden tension and bloodlust, you relax. I will take care of this. You will get his head on a tray by tomorrow morning, he promised, not mellowing in the slightest even when Yugo, who had also unmasked, put a calming hand on his shoulder. Excellent. Find Root headquarters, Kakashi, and uproot them, she ordered coldly. I want Root eliminated completely, that bit of housecleaning was pending for a long time. Wipe out every Root operative, no questions asked, and burn their headquarters to the ground. I want Danzo, and only Danzo. No one, not even Jiraiya or Tsunade, noticed the small spiral of air outside the window, or the fading orange mask as it disappeared into that singularity. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.